Chapter 559. Bounty. The muscles on Donna's cheeks twitched as he forced a smile, pretending that he wasn't blazing and that he didn't mind it at all. After Erland left, he suddenly turned around and said to German Sparrow, "I think we should switch to another hotel. I think we should change hotels. No, it's best we leave Byam as soon as possible. If I were to carry a bounty of more than 5,000 pounds, I wouldn't be safe anywhere I go. Those pirates and adventurers who were originally on the same level as me would definitely swarm over like sharks that have smelled blood. Prey that has the ability to resolve it and can prove that they have a high bounty is always very popular. It's no less than a treasure trove." Danitz suppressed even more of his shouts to the back of his mind. Klein didn't agree or object as he slowly revealed a smile. "Are you worried that your bounty is too high?" Donnes nodded heavily, feeling as though the lunatic German Sparrow had finally spoken. "Other than hiding, there's another solution," Klein said as he walked to the coat rack. "What is it?" Donnes asked subconsciously. Klein took off his half-top hat and put it on his head. "Raise my sequence. Match my strength with the bounty." He put on his coat, turned the knob, and walked out of the suite. Raise to sequence 6? Become a conspire? Donnes was taken aback for 2 seconds before he suddenly frowned and bared his teeth. When he consumed the sequence 9 hunter and sequence 8 provocateur potions, he didn't find it too problematic. He even began to look forward to finding the few legendary treasures, obtaining the mid and high sequence formulas and corresponding ingredients, advancing to a demigod, and becoming the new king of the sea. However, the pyromaniac potion brought him intense pain and bad feelings. It left him feeling a lingering fear. He couldn't believe that he, who had always strictly followed his captain's instructions and constantly provoked his opponents, would still nearly lose control. This made Donnes consider whether he should continue doing this until he had enough wealth before returning to Intis to become a tycoon. He stood there, troubled for a few minutes, and finally figured out a problem. Even if he wanted to consume the potion to advance, he couldn't do it in a short period of time because he still had to gather the formula and ingredients. This wasn't an easy task, and the new bounty might be announced tomorrow or even today. Therefore, he had to change hotels and leave Byam as soon as possible. After leaving Ralph Trading Firm, Alger casually inquired about some news in a seemingly serious, but actually perfunctory manner. Near noon, he received a new intelligence from the Church of the Storm. It's confirmed that the person who put up the notice at the entrance of the cathedral is Blazing Donnes. Pay attention to his whereabouts. Blazing Donnes. Alger held the note in his hand and silently chewed on the name. The corners of his mouth curled up bit by bit, and there was no longer any doubt in his heart. He thought of sailing out to sea and hunting for materials. He was full of confidence. This was because it would happen at sea, and because Mr. Fool had a new identity. Sigat, as he had missed the blue planet in the morning. Donnes waited until 4 in the afternoon before attempting to hold the soulfall ritual while German Sparrow was out. He skillfully drew the sacred emblem of the god of knowledge and wisdom, an omniscient eye on an open book, and set up the corresponding altar. Inside the wall of spirituality, he lit a candle, picked up the extract of lavender and mint, and dripped it onto the silently burning flame. A refreshing and pleasant fragrance emanated as Donnes continuously burned several herbal powders. After doing all of this, he took a step back and said in ancient Hermes, "I pray for the power of knowledge. I pray for the power of reason. I pray for the blessings of the God of wisdom. I pray for you to allow me to communicate with the spirit of the mentor who pursues knowledge, the researcher of spirit world creatures, Vice Admiral Iceberg of the Sea, Edwina Edwards of Lenberg." Whoosh! As the incantation reverberated, the altar suddenly turned cold. Apart from the 3 candles, the remaining brass holy dagger, the salt plate, the small bottle of extract, the paper, and the fountain pen all floated up and floated in midair. Donnes waited nervously, unsure of what would happen next. After more than 10 seconds, the flames of the 3 candles flickered in unison as they were dyed with a pale green. Donna's body suddenly stiffened as a chilling chill invaded his body. He couldn't resist it at all. He saw his feet take a step forward uncontrollably. He saw his left hand raise and grab the black fountain pen and white paper. He saw himself hunched over, holding the pen in his left hand as he quickly wrote, "What's the matter?" The words were elegant and continuous, extremely artistic. It was completely different from Donna's style. Only at this moment did Donna's realize that he could control his head and throat. "Captain, sea god Cavituous is dead." He squeezed out a hoarse voice as though he had a bad cold. Details. His left hand smoothly wrote. Donna's had been waiting for this opportunity. He immediately described everything that had happened, including how German Sparrow had headed to Simeum Island to fulfill a particular adventurer's wish, how the other party was suspected to have been cursed by the sea god, but was easily resolved after closing the door, and how the madman had made a wrong guess, mistaking the ancient elven ruins for the sea god ruins. Towards the end, Donna's hurriedly added his own judgment. "I believe that Admiral of Blood won't come to Byam for a very long time. Most famous pirates won't. It will take at least half a year for the effects of this matter to subside. Captain, your and German Sparrow's hunting plans will have to be temporarily put on hold. I wish to return to the Golden Dream." His left hand paused for a few seconds before writing. "Continue following German Sparrow and be the liaison between us. Captain, why you can teach him the soulfall ritual." Donna's shouted hoarsely. His left hand scribbled. "This can only be communicated within a range of 500 nautical miles. Furthermore, the ritual's host will have to bear a considerable amount of risk, and you have our points of contact on different islands. This is something that cannot be told to outsiders. Indeed, German Sparrow is only an outsider. But, Captain, I really wish to return to the Golden Dream." Donna's racked his brains and said, "Perhaps we can invite him to the ship as a guest. Know this." Suddenly, Donna's had a flash of inspiration. "Perhaps we can invite him to the ship as a guest. Know this." Suddenly, Donna's had a flash of inspiration. "He has a messenger that shuttles through the spirit world to deliver his letters. This should be an unrestricted method of communication. Furthermore, it's more secretive and safer. He doesn't need me as a liaison anymore." Donna's thought with abnormal joy. His left hand hovered for a few seconds before writing. "If that's the case, there's no problem. The New Year's holiday is coming to an end. It's indeed time for you to return to the ship. You do have some talent when it comes to languages, but there are still quite a number of problems in other areas. You need to listen to more lessons and work harder." Donna's turned agape, but nothing came out of his mouth. He suddenly felt that returning to the Golden Dream wasn't something worth looking forward to. In the evening, Klein returned to the Wind of Azure Inn. He hadn't found a suitable target to act as after a day of running around. Due to the previous investigations, many pirates and adventurers had been arrested. The remaining people were still carefully hiding, not daring to casually venture out, be it bars, casinos, or brothels. All of them were in a slump. There weren't many customers. "It's like this." Donna's came over, cleared his throat, and said with a dry laugh, "This is my first time using the soulfall ritual. I wasn't confident, so I tried it ahead of time. Haha, it succeeded. I've communicated with Captain. She also believes that there's no chance of hunting Admiral of Blood in the near future. She's prepared to summon me back to the Golden Dream. As for communication, don't you have a messenger? You can get that messenger to send a letter to Captain." "My messenger was sent by a powerhouse, not mine. Besides, a messenger can only send messages back and forth between the owner and the keepsake holder. It doesn't involve anyone else. Yes, it can also be between the ritual user and the owner. This reminds me, I have to think of a way to get my own messenger. Otherwise, many things will be inconvenient. As for the method, it's obviously to write to Mr. Aztec. He's definitely an expert in this field." Klein pulled a chair over unhurriedly and sat down. He leaned forward and said in a deep voice, Tell your captain that I have a way to find Admiral of Blood." Ah, Danas was taken aback. He never expected to receive such an answer. Then he saw German's sparrow widen the corners of his mouth, bit by bit. He repeated, "Tell your captain." Danas shuddered. He didn't dare ask further as he forced a smile. "That will have to wait for the next blue planet, which is between 11 and midnight tonight." "Very good," Klein praised with a beaming smile. However, Danas didn't feel happy in the slightest. Klein slowly stood up, reminiscing about the special food he had eaten for dinner that night as he walked to his bedroom. That food was called tiataiva. When translated into Ruan, it meant meat inside the fruit. The chef used a local specialty, a giant fruit called tiataiva, and hollowed out its flesh, leaving only the firm outer shell. Then he stuffed mashed lamb and fish inside, and with sea salt and several spices, he repeatedly roasted it over a fire. The meat was delicious and emitted a unique fragrance. It perfectly blended with the fruit sweetness and acidity. After closing the door, Klein first wrote a letter, thanking Mr. Aztec for his guidance. Then he asked about how to obtain a messenger of his own. After folding the letter, he took out his copper whistle and summoned the messenger. The messenger didn't stop. He took the letter and disintegrated on the spot. Phew! Klein rested for a moment and prepared to head above the gray fog. He wanted to see if the believer's prayers could bring him any useful information, such as a target that he could actually act as. Chapter 560. Above the gray fog. In the palace that looked like a giant's residence. Klein sat in the fool's seat and raised his right hand, allowing the sea god's scepter hidden in the junk pile to fly out and land in his palm. He had originally planned on placing this grade 1 sealed artifact beside his chair as a form of respect for a demigod-level item. However, after careful consideration, he believed that the sea god's scepter wasn't a match for the mysterious and powerful fool who could fight against evil gods like the true creator and the primordial demoness. Only something at the level of the card of blasphemy was barely qualified. Therefore, he threw the sea god's scepter into the junk pile. Looking at the blue dots swirling around the white bone staff, Klein had a thought and came up with an idea to make a preliminary division of them. Just as he had expected, the blue dots of light automatically split according to his will. Those that were purely praising sea god or praying for nothing sank to the bottom, and the speed at which they disappeared increased. Those that were confessional or praying floated upwards, closer to Klein's palm. Following his spiritual intuition, he tapped on one of the latter. All of a sudden, he saw the surging waves and heard the violent whistling of the wind. A fishing boat was bobbing up and down in the undulating deep blue, tossing about as though it could capsize at any moment. On the fishing boat, the natives, who were clearly locals, were either hugging the mast or pulling on the ropes, making their final effort. Many of them were panicking as they chanted the honorific name of Sea God. Klein sensed that this was an ongoing prayer, so he raised the milky white scepter. At the tip of the scepter, the blue gems emitted a halo that connected together and illuminated the scene. The fishermen were gradually in despair when they suddenly felt the boat that had been tossed about stabilize. They looked around in surprise and saw that the mountain-like waves had turned calm at some point in time. The strong winds that swept across the surface of the sea became slower and slower, as gentle as the taste of Zarhar beer. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and before the storm could fully reveal itself, it was forcefully suppressed by a mysterious force. The fishermen quickly snapped out of their daze and understood what had happened. The sea god had blessed everyone. The sea god had displayed his might. Thump, thump, thump. All of them prostrated on the deck, spread out their hands, and pressed them to their mouths. They chanted the honorific name of sea god in an irregular manner. Thank you, praise you, blessed of the sea and the spirit world, protector of the Rorsted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, great Cavituous. Above the gray fog, Klein felt a little depressed for some baffling reason. I was the one who saved you. Why are you thanking Cavituous? That sea serpent will only deliberately create hurricanes and raise waves to scare you so that you have no choice but to worship it. Klein was silent for 2 seconds before he suddenly burst out laughing. Cavituous is dead. The current Cavituous is my other identity. Why should I be in a bad mood because someone is thanking me for my other identity? Is this the problem that a faceless has to pay attention to in true acting? To truly integrate into the identity and treat his emotions as one's own, but not to forget who one is. This is really difficult to do. A moment of carelessness will result in a mental disorder. And once a Beyonder's mental disorder occurs, it won't be long before they lose control. After some careful thought, Klein exhaled and chuckled to himself. Acting as sea god is quite rewarding. Although with the gray fog's shielding and isolation, this kind of acting might not receive feedback and directly promote the digestion of my faceless potion. It can also provide me with experience and lessons, helping me figure out a safer and more effective acting method. Reining in his thoughts, Klein spread his spirituality to another point of light. This time, the prayer came from a particular bridge. A woman in tattered clothes, her body festering and oozing pus, was leaning against a corner, muttering the honorific name of Sea God as she made her final confession. Through her description, Klein felt as though he had seen her short life with his own eyes. This was a native woman. Her parents believed in Sea God, so she also believed in Sea God. In the first decade or so, her father worked as a miner, repairing roads and laying railroad tracks. Her mother did all kinds of temporary jobs, such as sewing, washing, helping at the docks, and occasionally working as a street girl. The family was rather difficult, but they were still able to make ends meet. The change happened 2 years ago. Her father died in a road repair accident, and the Rørsted Railroad Company only gave him a meager amount of compensation. The family gradually fell into despair. Following that, the girl was sold by her mother to the Red Theater and became a legal prostitute. Although Roselle the Great had long invented condoms, many pirates and adventurers were unwilling to use them for a moment of pleasure. Furthermore, the Red Theater didn't force it, so the girl's resistance was futile. All she could do was give in, and finally she was infected by someone. The manager of the Red Theater attempted a simple treatment, but seeing that there wasn't much improvement, she was chased out. This was because the cost of subsequent treatment was clearly much higher than the cost of buying another girl. Not only was the sick girl unable to find a new job, but she didn't even have the money to rent a house. Her mother and siblings had long disappeared. Perhaps they were dead, or perhaps they had been abducted and became slaves. The girl became a nomad and lived under the bridge. She relied on the charity organization's food and some free medicine to survive for a period of time. However, this was ultimately short-lived. Her illness worsened, and her body became weaker and weaker. Soon, she reached the end of her life. At that moment, she recalled the time when she ate her fill and wore her warmest clothes. She recalled the words that the pirates and adventurers would occasionally say as she softly prayed to Sea God. "Don't worry," she whispered to Sea God. "I want to live like a human." Klein raised his cane again, but he realized that the sealed artifact didn't have the ability to treat illnesses. He wondered if he should buy a batch of medicine from Emlyn White in the name of the world, but he realized that the prayer scene was from noon. The girl had already passed away. She was in the muddy and dirty bridge, in pain and intense hunger. Klein fell silent for a moment before raising the praying scene's angle, revealing the location of the bridge. After memorizing the characteristics of the nearby streets and the surrounding area, Klein leaned back in his chair and sighed. He smiled without a smile. He smiled without a smile and said, "What a humble wish. There's nothing for me to act as. I'll try my best to bury you, like a human." He retracted his attention and scanned the other points of light, searching for someone he could truly act as. However, it was difficult for him to find anything. During this process, Klein noticed that Calotte, Edmonton, and the other members of the resistance were holding a ritual. They placed a batch of items on the altar and prayed to see God to bestow them with strength. This is how they obtained the Beyonder items they brought out for exchange. At the level of a demigod, things are really different. Besides, they're used to not receiving an immediate response. It's as though they want those items to stay overnight in the altar. From the looks of it, that sea serpent of Cavituous doesn't respond immediately. It depends on its mood and if it's sleeping. Otherwise, it can only respond instinctively and won't be able to mass-produce Beyonder items. Klein picked up the sea god scepter and made the blue gems light up once again. Boundless spirituality magically combined together, bringing with it a transcendent feeling. It surged into the praying scene and the altar, randomly fusing with different items. Some are electric shock charms. Some can allow people to swim in the sea like fish, and some can cause strong winds. Within 3 months, their spirituality will gradually decline to nothing. Klein half closed his eyes as he experienced the changes in the items. At this moment, he was already rather exhausted. Although he had only responded twice and mainly relied on the power of the sea god scepter, the first time was to forcefully disperse the storm and calm the waves, and the second time was to enchant dozens of items at the same time. They were all demigod-level applications, and the drain on his spirituality was immense. Even if I can use the sea god scepter normally, I won't be able to last too long. As for the negative effects, they don't burden me. Sometimes I might be able to try using them. Yes, the matter with the resistance has reminded me. Yes, the incident with the rebellion army has reminded me. I have to pray to myself and make a batch of charms, mainly those that deal with underwater activities. This way, even if I encounter a naval battle, I won't be tied down. Right, I still don't know how to make lightning charms. I have to gather the corresponding mysticism information. With it, I'll be able to deal with enemies who have air superiority. Klein silently muttered a few words and threw the sea god scepter back into the junk pile. He then quickly returned to the real world. In East Chester County, at the side door of an extremely large manor in the vast and beautiful countryside, Audrey Hall was dressed in a tight-fitting black riding suit with a simple female shirt inside. She sat on the back of a brownish-red mare with great familiarity, not swaying at all. Her black leather boots stepped on the stirrups, and her legs, which were clad in white trousers, were slightly tucked in. She turned her head and smiled at Susie, who was carrying a leather bag. "I'll wait for you at the edge of the forest." With that said, she bent her back with a whip in hand and let the brownish-red mare gallop slowly through the wilderness. Compared to the gorgeous and expensive but gloomy family castle, Audrey preferred beautiful manners and the scenery of the countryside. One handsome horse after another ran out. The riders were attendants and maidservants. They only had one mission, and that was to protect Miss Audrey. Susie also ran happily. This was a feeling she couldn't experience in Bakeland. Furthermore, she and Audrey would have a small adventure today. It was to explore an ancient tower that had collapsed a long time ago in the forest. The valuable items there had long been taken away, and no accidents had happened. It was a very suitable place for inexperienced people to familiarize themselves with various techniques. The only problem was that it would be dark in 2 hours. There might not be enough time. Genius 1 second to remember this website. Mobile version. Chapter 561. It was still very cold in East Chester County in January. There was often snow, and the trees in the forest were withered. Wild beasts hid themselves, and it was lifeless. Audrey led Susie around the collapsed ancient tower under the escort of attendants and maidservants, but she didn't discover anything. There were only stacked gray bricks and rotting wood. In the gaps, there were weeds and the corpses of certain small animals. Audrey originally imagined that she could find some murals on the wreckage of the wall and decipher the origins of the ancient tower. Then, she could use the wild beasts to secretly practice awe, frenzy, placate, and other beyonder skills of a psychiatrist. However, she was very disappointed. This isn't a small adventure. It's just a simple stroll on horseback. She pursed her lips, held the horsewhip, and walked towards her mount. Halfway there, she reluctantly asked the servants and maids around her What's the matter? Are there legends of monsters nearby? Half of the attendants had followed her from Bakeland to the family castle, and then to this manor. The other half were locals and were usually busy in the manor. Audrey's question was undoubtedly directed at the latter, and the reason why she came to this manor was that the nearby area had a tradition of worshipping dragons in history. A young attendant stole a glance at the noble and beautiful young lady. He plucked up his courage, took 2 steps forward, bowed and said, "I'm here to help you." He mustered up his courage and took 2 steps forward, bowed, and said, "There are many terrifying beasts in the depths of this forest. Every year, hunters die there, but no one has ever encountered a monster. This is the same situation described in an ancient ballad that has been passed down here." He roughly repeated the ballad, and the specific meaning was, "The monsters are in your dreams, the dragons are in your dreams, the great palace that is imagined and floating in midair is also in your dreams. There you'll have everything until you awaken. Curious children, brave adventurers, go, seek the dragons of your dreams." The attendant hid the last line of the lyrics and didn't say it out loud, because it would make others misunderstand that he was mocking Miss Audrey. The giant dragon was in the dream. The great palace that was imagined and floating in midair was also in the dream. Audrey carefully pondered for a few seconds and suddenly felt that this ancient ballad wasn't completely meaningless. The information on dragons that she had bought from Sun when she was young showed that the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt, had really imagined a floating city out of thin air. On it were huge temple pillars that supported the majestic palaces. Its name was Liveseed, which meant City of Miracles. In a dream, the spectator pathway belongs to the mind dragon. It involves consciousness, the subconscious, the sea of collective subconscious, and the spirituality sky, regardless of how one looks at it. It definitely involves the domain of dreams. This ancient ballad might really be hinting at something. Don't tell me that Liveseed really exists in the sea of collective subconscious in a dream? But dreams are purely spiritual. A lot of thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind. She couldn't think clearly until she returned to the manor. After entering the room, she glanced at the golden retriever, Susie, and suddenly had the urge to flaunt it. Susie doesn't know anything about the dragons, so she definitely won't be able to detect the uniqueness of this ballad. No, I can't be arrogant. It's too superficial. Besides, it's easy for Susie to discover that I'm hiding a secret. Audrey straightened her back and paced back and forth a few times. Pretending to ask casually, she asked, "Susie, what do you think the ballad is really about? I have a nagging feeling that it's not as simple as it seems." Susie opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for an answer because she didn't understand poetry at all. She thought seriously and said, "Audrey, I'm just a dog." In the forest of Blue Mountain Island, due to his agitation and excitement, Kalat didn't sleep the entire time. He sat in a wheelchair and checked his surroundings, as though he had found another goal for survival other than revenge. After making a full round, he returned to the altar and wanted to pray again. He remembered the contents of the 10 Commandments very clearly and knew that he couldn't use the name of Sea God in vain. Therefore, he planned on using the relatively vague God to replace it when he prayed. As he approached the altar, his gaze suddenly froze. This was because the items placed inside all had an unusual aura. For example, the dagger's surface didn't reflect the crimson moonlight, but silver-white lightning. For example, the leaf was turning greener. It made one's breathing feel easier just by looking at it. The grace of God has descended. This sentence suddenly flashed across Kalat's mind. At this moment, he no longer had any doubts about Sea God's changes. The blasphemous thoughts hidden in his heart completely melted away. From the revelation given by God that he would reappear on the land, it means that he is going to reshape his image. This layer of meaning is very deep. We actually didn't decipher it previously. Kalat slowly took a deep breath, propped himself up with both hands, and solemnly prostrated himself before the great sea god. Soon he returned to his wheelchair and headed for the residence of the high priest Edmonton, and the others. He couldn't wait to tell his companions what had just happened. He couldn't wait to share the grace of God with them. At 11:15 in the evening, Klein sat in his chair and watched expressionlessly as Donnas held the soulfall ritual. He memorized all the details. Or is it with the help of the spirit world? He made a preliminary judgment. If it's a spirit world creature, as long as there's no problem with the description and it can be accurately located, and it's used in a language with a certain level of power, one can directly summon it or make it descend. It has nothing to do with distance or range. To a certain extent, deities also have such characteristics. However, at times, even ordinary prayers can receive a response from them. Of course, the premise is that one has already become a believer and has received attention. At the level of demigods, they seem to have a certain degree of fusion with the spirit world. Therefore, precise descriptions can be used to point to them, and there's a possibility of receiving a response. However, there's a distance limit. Once it exceeds the range, they won't be able to receive the signal. See, God Cavituous is an example. For a mid-sequence powerhouse like Vice Admiral Iceberg to complete something like this, it's impossible to rely on themselves. They need the help of a corresponding deity and provide an accurate and unambiguous description. Furthermore, there's a limit to distance and range. Just as Klein finished organizing his thoughts, the various items on the altar floated up, except for the 3 candles. Donna's body trembled uncontrollably as his expression gradually turned cold. Soon he let out a female voice in the style of Vice Admiral Iceberg. "Good evening." There seems to be a hint of anger from being woken up. Klein felt that Donna's entire being had turned feminine. He deliberated for a moment and said, "I have a way to find Admiral of Blood." "What?" Edwina Edwards, who had descended her spirit into Donna's, had her tone return to normal, which was a normal lack of emotion. Klein simply said, "They use the latest wireless telegraphy technology." "They are using the latest wireless telegraphy technology. I obtained the frequency band and password information from White Bear." "Wireless telegraph. You know about this?" Edwina never expected that German Sparrow, an expert in mysticism, would also know the basics of radio communication. Klein smiled politely. "A little." Edwina fell silent for 2 seconds before using Donna's mouth to speak. "Did they find anything?" Was he referring to whether Admiral of Blood and company had discovered the problem of the password and frequency band being leaked? In theory, they should have already sensed it, because their intelligence officer, Old Quinn, had already died at the hands of Mr. the Hanging Man. However, wireless telegraphy hasn't entered the stage of large-scale application, so it's very easy for users to ignore the safety risks. Klein didn't give an absolute answer. "Perhaps, but we can try." As long as they could monitor the signal, there was a high chance of finding Admiral of Blood. As a sea god, although he is only at the level of a demigod, making it difficult for him to know everything in the territorial waters, he can control those sea creatures and get them to help him search for people. Klein silently added. Edwina pondered for a moment. "I'll get Donna's to help monitor the signal. You also know a lot about wireless telegraphy." Klein grinned. "All right." After the soul-fall ritual ended, Donnas watched with mixed emotions as German Sparrow took out a sizable piece of machinery and the corresponding accessories from his bedroom. "What's this?" he asked in surprise. Klein calmly said, "A radio transceiver." "A radio transceiver." Donnas turned agape and finally forced out a sentence. "Where did you get it from?" Klein glanced at him. "Outside." As he spoke, he threw the operating manual and the frequency band password to Donnas before returning to his bedroom to sleep. He often heads out to busy himself with such matters. Donnas felt like he understood something. After studying and experimenting, he finally grasped the usage of the radio transceiver. He lay down in a reclining chair and slept soundly. After an unknown period of sleep, he suddenly woke up and heard rhythmic tapping sounds. "What?" Donis sat up and looked in the direction of the sound. Under the dark moonlight, he saw the radio transceiver automatically operating in the dark room, spitting out illusory white paper. "What's this?" Flames condensed in Donna's palm as he carefully approached it. This scene reminded him of the horror stories pirates often told when they were bragging. There's something wrong with this radio transceiver. It's connected to an evil spirit? Donnas decided to immediately shout for German Sparrow in his bedroom the moment he felt something amiss. He approached the radio transceiver and saw a few lines of ancient Fasak words on the illusory white paper. "Hello. I sense a familiar and unique aura, but it's about to dissipate." "Hello." Donnas attempted a reply. "Who are you?" The radio transceiver began tapping again as it spat out white paper. "My name is Rhodes. In exchange, you have to answer a question of mine. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 562. Question: This strange radio transceiver is a little interesting." Donnas cleared his throat and said, "You can ask, but I might not answer." "Ha! Do you think I'm the kind of adventurer or archaeologist who kills himself out of curiosity?" "Ha! Do you think I'm the kind of adventurer or archaeologist who kills himself out of curiosity?" Donnas thought warily and smugly. The radio transceiver was silent for a few seconds before producing a clicking sound again. Illusory white paper was spat out, with words that were slightly red in color. "Are you secretly in love with your captain?" "I'm not." "Don't speak nonsense." "Who? Who told you?" Donna's face flushed red. The secret he had hidden deep in his heart for so many years had suddenly been exposed, leaving him at a loss. He was embarrassed and ashamed, and he subconsciously wanted to deny it. But at the same time, he was shocked and puzzled over how this matter had been known by outsiders. He had never told anyone and had hidden this secret very well. Donnas opened his mouth and forced a smile. "What a boring question. I refuse to answer it." The radio transceiver continued to click as it spat out more white paper. "Then let's change the question. If one doesn't really like it, who would be able to endure such boring lessons for so long? Am I right?" "That's not right. Because I'm not strong enough, I can't beat them." Donnas blurted out as his expression twisted. The radio transceiver's clicking sound became more and more lively as the words on the illusory white paper gradually increased. "Lies. Let's change the question. The image of a woman you like is beautiful, powerful, mysterious, and intellectual, the kind that can trample on you, right?" Donna's lips quivered as he felt like his body was burning with flames. Illusory black smoke was emitting from the top of his head. At that moment, his mind exploded. It was as though someone had stripped him naked and thrown him onto a bustling street. Subconsciously, he looked around in panic, searching for and avoiding the gazes that could be directed at him. Then he saw that the bedroom door had opened at some point in time. German Sparrow was standing there in a white shirt that wasn't tucked into his belt and loose black trousers. It was unknown how long he had been watching from the side. When did you come out?" Donnas stammered with a blank expression. "Tell me, you just opened the door." He cried out in his heart. Klein walked towards the radio transceiver that had become supernatural and calmly replied, "That's right. In the beginning." As a seer, how could he not notice the strange commotion outside? "Even in my sleep, I have spiritual intuition." Klein chuckled inwardly. Donna's face turned ashen. He suddenly turned his body and rushed towards the radio transceiver that he suspected was possessed by an evil spirit. He tried to tear apart the illusory white paper with the 3 questions on it, but his hand passed through the words, and he grasped nothing. He condensed another scarlet fireball in his palm, wanting to blow up this damned radio transceiver. At this moment, he was swept by German Sparrow's cold, crazed gaze. "That's right, this is his item." Donnas stiffened as he watched the German Sparrow walk past him and stop in front of the abnormal radio transceiver. "A Rhodes. Why is it connected to this radio transceiver?" It said that it sensed a unique and familiar aura that is about to dissipate. Is it referring to the aura of the mysterious space above the gray fog? This radio transceiver has been placed above the gray fog for several days. Although it hasn't mutated, it has been tainted with an aura. Furthermore, due to its functions, it can temporarily receive information from the spirit world. That's why it was discovered by a Rhodes, a magic mirror that seems to know a lot. Wait, what question is behind that? I'm German Sparrow. I'm a cold and crazy adventurer. I'm a professional. I can't laugh out loud. Klein pressed down on the corner of his mouth and secretly took a deep breath. Doniz secretly glanced at his side profile like a prisoner on the gallows, waiting for the rope to be pulled. Seeing that German Sparrow's expression didn't change, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that the person watching was a lunatic and not a normal human. He wouldn't be interested in such matters. If it were any other pirate, I wouldn't have the face to return to the Golden Dream. No, I wouldn't have the face to risk my life at sea. He cast his gaze at the radio transceiver with hatred and fear, looking at the devil who called himself a Rhodes. He heard the clicking sound again and saw the radio transceiver spit out a new piece of paper. On it were 2 lines of elegant Rouen. Your loyal and humble servant, a Rhodes, is honored to follow in your footsteps once again. I'm always ready to serve you. This isn't the same evil spirit as a Rhodes from before, right? Donna's face twitched as he suddenly felt that what happened tonight wasn't real enough. Klein, who had great difficulty suppressing his laughter, acutely noticed a problem from what had just happened. A Rhodes wasn't present. It was likely using the spirit world and the radio transceiver's special function to send the information over remotely. Therefore, when Doniz refused to answer the first question, it was powerless to punish him. All it could do was ask another question. That's rather interesting. In the future, by placing the radio transceiver above the gray fog, I can turn it into a unique item that can receive information from ghosts and the spirit world. Unfortunately, Beyonder characteristics are conserved. Even if a simple radio transceiver has the augmentation of the gray fog's aura, its Beyonder functions will slowly dissipate and eventually return to normal. Yes, according to my knowledge of mysticism, there's another way to maintain an ordinary item's Beyonder characteristics without using a Beyonder characteristic. It's to engrave the honorific name and true name of an angel, or even a deity on it, using a language that can stir nature. This is equivalent to borrowing mystery and power from them. Of course, the premise is that they agree. I can't do it myself. At the very least, the code I wrote in Ancient Hermes hasn't caused the paper to mutate. Among the true deities, I know one whose true name is Primordial Demonis Cheek. If I were to obtain her honorific name and add her true name and engrave it on this radio transceiver in Ancient Hermes, what would happen? Would it release viruses? Would it become more industrial looking? Would it make fetishists obsessed? The greatest possibility is that the primordial demoness used her powers to drain me dry when I was engraving my honorific name and true name. This is a very, very precise, supernatural direction. Interesting thoughts flashed through Klein's mind until a Rhodes greeted him. Just nice, this is a magic mirror that can answer questions. Klein's heart stirred. He turned his head and said to Doniz, "Go guard the door." Okay. Doniz ran towards the door without hesitation. He was afraid that the devil named a Rhodes would ask a new question. After Danitz entered the corridor and closed the door, Klein turned to the radio transceiver connected to a Rhodes and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. I have some questions. It's my honor. May I address you as my master, the great existence above the spiritual world?" The radio transceiver spat out a piece of white paper. This is way too attentive and shameless. I have a nagging feeling that there's something wrong. Klein pondered for a moment. You can use any form of address. Yes, master. A Rhodes used an exclamation mark. What's your question? Where can I find mermaids? Klein asked directly. Tap, tap, tap. The radio transceiver gave an answer. Head east of the Gargas archipelago and follow the sea route for a week. There's a chance of encountering mermaids, but the mermaids there are all believers of the Evernight goddess. This is a little impressive. It's reasonable but unexpected. Klein realized that his previous guess had turned into reality in a way he hadn't expected. Rhodes continued typing: "If you mind this, you can continue heading east, but that will be extremely dangerous. It's no longer a real ocean, but the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Of course, you definitely won't mind this." Who said that? I was still thinking that with the sea god scepter, I would have a chance of entering even the most terrifying of seas. But in the end, there's an ocean derived from the battlefield of the gods. Indeed, there was a battle of the gods in ancient times. The time when the Creator took back the authority of the ancient gods? Klein didn't comment as he watched Rhodes make the radio transceiver spit out more words. In addition, the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Cathedral of Serenity, as well as the Cathedral of Rest on Danos Island, have mermaids. Apart from the Holy Cathedral, there are also mermaids on Danos Island in the Sonia Sea. The former is too dangerous. There are Grade 0 sealed artifacts and angel-level bigwigs. The latter can be considered. I can transform into a nighthawk or priest and sneak in to listen to the music and take the medicine. That's not right. The Church's rearing of mermaids is to target faceless. How can they not be wary of this? I have to think of another solution. Klein was just about to ask a second question when he saw the radio transceiver spit out a new piece of paper. "Great Master, I have to abide by certain rules. You have to answer a question of mine in exchange." "Answer your question?" Klein pricked up his brows slightly as he waited for Rhodes's question. He planned on deciding if he would recognize this servant based on the situation. Amidst the typing, Rhodes used words to form a question. "What do you plan on having for breakfast today?" This question is rather standard. Klein calmly replied, "It depends on what the hotel provides." "That's a perfect answer." Rhodes was just short of clapping. Perfect answer. Rhodes was just short of clapping. Without waiting for Klein to speak, it continued typing. "The aura above the spirit world is about to disappear. The aura above the spiritual realm is about to disappear. I await the next opportunity to serve you, Great Master." After the illusory piece of paper was spat out, the radio transceiver stopped and lost the gloomy feeling. If I want to contact Rhodes again, I have to throw the radio transceiver above the gray fog for a few days? Next time, I'll ask about the method to remove the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic. Yes, this method has to be used carefully. Rhodes can use the special connection of the radio transceiver after it's tainted with its aura. It's not impossible for something stronger and more terrifying than it to do so. If I keep doing this, I might one day receive a telegram from the true creator or the primordial demoness. Klein's thoughts raced as he noticed the hidden risks. P.S. It'll be doubled tomorrow. I'll request for monthly votes in advance. Don't forget to vote. Chapter 563. East Chester County, in the Hall family's manor. Audrey sat in front of the dressing table and lit a candle. Then, through the flickering flame, she looked at herself in the mirror. Her green eyes gradually turned deep, making it impossible to look away. It was as if even one's soul wanted to sink into it. "Audrey, stay awake in your dream tonight," she said to herself in a gentle voice. This was a simple psychological cue. The ancient ballad she had heard at dusk had given her inspiration, giving her the idea of exploring her own dream. She wanted to see if she could use it to enter the sea of subconscious and spirituality of all living beings. This was an attempt that other psychiatrists had never thought of. At the very least, there was nothing similar in the reference experience provided by psychological alchemy. She was hinting to herself and exploring her own dream. Perhaps I can find traces of the Mind Dragon or even the City of Miracles live seed. Audrey retracted her gaze, took off Lie, which had transformed into a ruby necklace, and placed it into a jewelry box. She was afraid that this mystical item that could amplify emotions would affect her in her dream and cause unnecessary damage. Therefore, she had carefully dealt with it ahead of time. After doing all of this, Audrey subconsciously looked at her reflection in the glasses and realized that there was a tiny flaw in her face. And when she was wearing Lai, she felt that her beauty was something that even she was infatuated with. "Wake up, Audrey. That's just Lai." She raised her right palm and caressed her cheek. At this moment, she was extremely glad that she had given the mystical item the name Lai. It would constantly alert her. Otherwise, there would come a day when she would be completely reliant on it and refuse to face her true self. Once she lost it, it was very likely that she would lose control. Those girls who look more ordinary might not be willing to take it off after wearing Lai and modifying their looks, obtaining a nearly perfect transformation. They would rather die than take it off. The corresponding Beyonders similarly can't have such a mentality. Audrey sighed and stood up. She wore a slippery silk nightgown and walked briskly and expectantly through the warm room. She returned to the soft, comfortable, and elastic bed and pulled a rope at the head of the bed. His personal maid, Annie, opened the door and gently extinguished the light. It didn't take long before Audrey really fell asleep. In the misty world, she suddenly shivered and realized that she was dreaming. She looked around with great interest and muttered to herself silently, "That's right. Is this what psychology calls lucid dreaming?" In mysticism, there is a similar concept. It's really effective. I relied on a simple self-hypnosis to successfully have a lucid dream. "Audrey, you're such a genius." No. This is mainly the application of extraordinary abilities. You can't be arrogant." At this time, Audrey had already figured out what the current dream was. She was walking on a gloomy, narrow road, surrounded by a dark forest, and in front of her was a castle with a high spire. The long, drawn-out howls of wolves, the slow and horrifying panting, and the shrill and intermittent screams came from all directions, creating a dangerous and oppressive atmosphere. I'm still feeling afraid because of the assassination of the Duke of Negan. I'm afraid that one day, many Beyonders will suddenly attack father, mother, and brother. Audrey analyzed her dream from the perspective of a psychiatrist. She slowly walked forward, walking towards the castle that was almost identical to the Hall family's ancestral mansion in this abnormally realistic dream. As they walked, a figure suddenly leaped out of the black forest. It was a giant dragon with golden scales all over its body, and its eyes were pale gold. Its tail was thick and strong. The dragon's facial features were identical to Audrey's. Coupled with its body, it gave off an indescribable sense of awkwardness and horror. Audrey jumped in fright and nearly woke up from her dream. Thankfully, having been a spectator before, she managed to stabilize her emotions in time. This made her realize that she had never really forgotten how she nearly lost control when she consumed the psychiatrist's potion. Back then, her self-consolation, self-motivation, and improvement in her mood were only on the surface. The trauma had already taken root in the depths of her subconscious, and from time to time, it would be reflected in her dreams. Fortunately, I discovered it today. In the future, I can attempt to treat it in my subconscious. I'm a psychiatrist. If I keep ignoring this problem, I might lose control due to fear when I advance to sequence 6. Audrey seriously examined herself. As she walked and stopped, Audrey's dream changed in an irregular manner. As a story, this wasn't up to standard. Finally, she walked in front of the castle and saw a wand the length of an arm sweep across the air, scattering down resplendent star-like light. The castle that was enveloped in light instantly became magnificent, and all the gloominess and gloom completely disappeared. A band's melody could be heard from inside, and one gas wall lamp after another lit up. This is my earliest and most beautiful expectation of Beyonder powers. What a little girl's fantasy. The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up as her mood improved. She didn't stop. She walked past the castle and walked towards the edge of the dream, ignoring how the scene behind her changed or how the story unfolded. After walking for an unknown period of time, she passed through the desolate wilderness and arrived at the top of a cliff. Looking out, the gray void spread out, and it was so deep that it seemed bottomless. Audrey clearly understood that this was the boundary of her dream. Once she left, she didn't know what would happen. And how should I leave? Jump down? Will I fall to my death? Audrey thought in a dilemma, not daring to take the risk. After thinking for nearly a minute, she slowly came up with an idea. This is a dream, a place that originates from the world of the mind. As its master, I can use my will to open up a path for myself. With the thought of giving it a try, she attempted to conjure what she wanted, just like when she was above the gray fog. The only difference was that the former required the help of Mr. Fool's power, but now she had to rely on herself. Audrey stretched out her right hand and spread it out, aiming at the gray abyss. In front of her, the gray fog suddenly surged, revealing a staircase that extended downwards with no end in sight. Audrey slowly took a deep breath, lifted her skirt slightly, and took a step onto the first step. As she walked down, her surroundings became quieter and quieter, so quiet that it made her hallucinate. Apart from the gray fog, there was nothing else. It was lonely and unknown. The howling winds kept blowing in different directions, causing Audrey's body to sway as her fear slowly deepened. Before she lost control of her emotions, her green eyes flowed with a deep but warm light, as though she could see through a person's heart. Audrey used her psychoanalysis powers to calm herself. She continued probing downwards, and a few seconds later, a point of light suddenly lit up in the surrounding gray fog. Audrey looked over warily and saw that the point of light was her, who had just consumed the potion and almost turned into a dragon monster. She was on the verge of losing control. Worry, panic, fear, and nervousness were all expressed in her words. This is my subconscious. This is my shadow. Audrey vaguely understood where she had gone after leaving the dream. She wasn't in a hurry to resolve this shadow as she continued descending with anticipation. According to the theory of psychological alchemy, the bottom of the subconscious was her destination, the sea of collective subconscious of all living beings. During the process of probing downwards, Audrey saw herself listening to her parents tell her legends when she was young. She saw herself, who paid attention to her image but wasn't that elegant behind it. She saw herself participating in the tarot, but the points of light similar to the latter were all tightly wrapped in gray fog. These are all things in my subconscious. They affect my character and behavior. Audrey instinctively analyzed with her psychological knowledge. As different points of light flickered, she was on the verge of an emotional breakdown many times due to this long and lonely exploration without a goal. However, she used her beyond her powers to calm herself in time. Just as she was about to lose her sense of time, she saw the last step. In front of the step was a solid, blurry, and gray ground. Above it were swaying lights and shadows. They were dense and overlapped like an illusory sea of collective subconscious. Audrey took a few steps forward and looked up. She was surprised to find that the gray fog was no longer blocking her vision. The sky was clearly revealed. There were countless, indescribable figures there. There were 7 different colors of pure light that contained endless knowledge. Audrey pursed her lips and muttered to herself in delight, "The sky of spirituality." Then she carefully walked forward and began her own adventure. The lights and shadows that formed the sea flashed past her eyes from time to time. Some of them contained ancient memories of being burned by flames, while others bore the extreme pain of looking directly at indescribable things, apart from the imprints from ancient times and the people of the past. Audrey also saw gazes of admiration directed at her. She also saw the folk activities of worshipping dragons. As she walked, she discovered a grayish-white mountain in the distance to her left. It extended all the way up, drilling out of the sea of light and shadows. The top of it was shrouded in mist, clear and blurry. Is that another person's consciousness? In the sea is the subconscious, and beyond the sea is the normal consciousness. He's dreaming. Audrey suddenly thought of a possible psychiatrist technique. It was to approach and climb up, directly affecting the other party's subconscious thoughts, making him naturally act according to her arrangements. But this should be very difficult and dangerous. Audrey retracted her gaze and didn't rashly attempt it. She clearly remembered that she was here to find traces of the Mind Dragon and the City of Miracles, Live Seed. Audrey passed by dozens of other consciousnesses, and gradually she felt exhausted. It's time to go back. She instinctively raised her head and looked into the distance, rationally making a decision. She stood there for a long time, unwilling to leave. Just as Audrey was about to turn around, a shadow suddenly appeared in midair. It was a pair of gigantic, dusky wings. Under the wings was a tall, lizard-like monster. Its entire body was covered in grayish-white stone-like scales, and it had 4 thick and powerful legs. It seemed to be bathed in non-existent sunlight as it shimmered like the afterglow of the setting sun. The monster flew over. Its eyes were pale gold, and its pupils were vertical. It was cold and arrogant. Its majestic and epic figure quickly disappeared into the sea of subconscious of all creatures. Dragon. Mind Dragon. Audrey jumped on the spot and looked around, afraid that someone would see her inelegant and rude behavior. She paced around excitedly and spun in a circle. She was very satisfied with her adventure. Indeed, the tradition of dragon worship here isn't without a source. There's a mind dragon living in their sea of subconscious. Audrey resisted the urge to praise herself and decided to immediately return and wake up from her dream. She didn't have the urge to continue exploring because she was completely unprepared. She planned on consulting Mr. Fool and Mr. the Hanging Man on the tarot next week, hoping to obtain some advice. Audrey returned the way she came and entered the mountain formed by her consciousness. Then, she woke herself up and successfully escaped from the dream. At this moment, Donnes was also allowed to return to his room. He glanced at the German sparrow and smiled awkwardly. "You definitely won't tell anyone what you just saw, right?" P.S. It's double. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 564. Klein didn't answer if he was right or wrong. He stopped walking towards the bedroom and calmly said, "That is a problem." Yes. A problem. It's a purely slanderous problem without any basis. Besides, I also gave a negative answer. Donnes replied happily and emphasized that he had never admitted to it. Klein nodded slightly. "I'll clarify it with your captain." Clarify. Donnes was first stunned before he gaped with his mouth agape and his expression warped. He was considered a knowledgeable person, so he didn't defend or refute him. He forced a smile and said, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Klein quietly took a deep breath and used his clown powers to control his facial expression. "Monitor it well." "Yes, all right." Donnes hurriedly agreed. Seeing German Sparrow turn around and walk to the bedroom door, he couldn't help but blurt out, "You won't clarify it with Captain again, right?" Klein twisted the doorknob and replied without any expression, "Monitor it well. Monitor it well." With that said, he pushed the door open and closed it before the corners of his mouth curled up. After breakfast the next day, Klein changed into a pair of baggy pants, a thick coffee-colored jacket, and a cap. He changed his appearance and left, leaving Donnes alone in the room to guard the radio transceiver. Along the way, Klein changed his appearance again, becoming more and more like a native. He found a specialized shop and bought a pair of linen gloves, a shroud, and a body bag. Then, following the characteristics of the surroundings that he had seen when he was browsing through the images of the prayer, he found the girl who had died in the mud in the corner. As it was still winter, the weather wasn't hot, and the corpse didn't show any obvious signs of decay. However, the festering skin and the stench still made Klein instinctively feel a little disgusted. He didn't immediately bury the girl who wished to live like a human last night because of the recent events. Byam's nighttime security was abnormally strict, and the cemetery only opened at dawn. Taking out a small metal bottle, Klein poured some quail eggs oil onto his hand and smeared it on his nose. The choking sensation invaded his mind, and the minty smell of disinfectant filled his sense of smell. It made him feel as if he had just fallen into an ocean of floating ice cubes, and he was no longer affected by other smells. Putting the metal vial back, Klein put on his gloves, took a few steps forward, and squatted down beside the female corpse. First, he unfolded the shroud and wrapped the corpse up bit by bit. Then, he gently put the corpse into the body bag. Carrying the bag on his back, he purposely walked through the busiest streets of Byam until he reached the outskirts of the city. Following the narrow road that was impassable for carriages, he climbed up the mountainside by the sea. The Church of the Storm and the Governor-General's office had specially prepared a cemetery for the natives here. On the other hand, the Ruan, Intis, Fainapotter, and other outsiders who came here to do business, adventure, and settle down were on the other side of Byam. It was flat and soothing with its back to the woods. Klein climbed up step by step and entered the graveyard that didn't even have a name. He found the dozing gravekeeper. "How do you want to bury him?" The gravekeeper pointed at the corpse bag and said, "If you want it to be free, you'll have to wait a few days. When the number of corpses in the morgue reaches a certain number, you'll burn them all together and bury them in the same grave. Of course, there will be priests who will comfort the souls of the deceased in advance. 4-5 soli. He will have his own urn and a grid. 2 pounds. Urn, grave, and stone tablet. If you don't want to be cremated and need a coffin, you can choose from there. Different wood has different prices." Klein thought for a moment, took out a 5 soli note, and handed it over. "What's your name?" The tomb keeper counted the notes, picked up a fountain pen, and asked with a good attitude. Actually, he did not know how to write words. He only needed to draw some symbols to aid his memory. Klein paused for a second. "Booty, booty." The gravekeeper repeated in a low voice and drew a symbol. He did not look up and continued to speak. "She can have an epitaph on the grid." Booty was a typical female name for the natives of the Rorstad archipelago, so the gravekeeper didn't get the wrong gender. Klein fell silent for a few seconds before saying in a deep voice, "She's a human." "She's a human? What a strange epitaph." The gravekeeper mumbled softly, "Do you have a photo?" "I know you don't." Before he could finish a sentence, he saw the gravekeeper hand him a photo. It was a portrait that Klein had created with the help of a ritual. It perfectly recreated the girl's appearance before she fell ill. In order not to arouse suspicion, he had used the corresponding paper and certain techniques to make the portrait look like a real photo. The gravekeeper was slightly surprised, but he didn't say anything. He quickly took the information and carried the corpse bag with Klein to the priest's hut. After the process of putting the soul to rest, burning, storing the ashes, pasting the photo, and engraving the epitaph were all over, Klein took a deep look and turned to leave the cemetery. As he walked down the mountain path, he saw the entirety of Byam. The seawater was light blue and almost green, stretching as far as the eye could see. The harbor had stacked sails, towering chimneys, crisscrossing streets, and people coming and going. It was surrounded by manors and many plants. In the distance, the highway was wide, and the railroad tracks were straight. It was like a beautiful oil painting by master. It was filled with vitality and indescribable vitality. At the top of the bell tower of the Cathedral of Waves, the cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the mandated Punisher's high-ranking deacon, John Cotman, stood at the edge, looking at the relaxing sea and the mountains that stretched into the distance along the coastline. Byam's pollution level was rather low because mining, smelting, and other industries were in other cities on the island. The pillar of the economy here was the spice trade, brothels, and casinos. It was a place where goods were gathered and transferred, and there were no formed industries. Coal for heating was rarely used due to the suitable temperature. Just as King John Cotman retracted his gaze, he saw a mandated Punisher run up the spiral staircase. "Your Excellency Cotman, there's new information." The mandated Punisher punched his left chest with his right fist. "What is it?" The muscular John Cotman turned around and asked. The mandated Punisher handed over the piece of paper in his hand. According to news from within the Resistance, they have received a response from Cavituous, and they are currently creating a new statue. A new statue? John Cotman unfolded the piece of paper and quickly scanned it. He then turned his head to look into the jungle-like interior of Blue Mountain Island and pondered for a moment. Search for any abnormalities in the archipelago's waters. He confirmed one thing from the intelligence. The mysterious person who had taken away the characteristic left behind by Cavituous hadn't left the waters of the Rorsted archipelago. This could be accurately determined from the fact that the other party could disguise himself as Cavituous's response to his believers. At the same time, John Cotman knew very well that the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Cavituous, who had gone completely mad before his death, would definitely have serious negative effects, regardless of whether it formed a real item or not. It would definitely cause abnormalities in the surrounding area, and he believed that it wouldn't be easy for the mysterious person to find the correct seal method. Even if he found it, he wouldn't be able to control himself when responding to a prayer, exposing the problem. This was a clue. "Yes, Your Excellency. May the storm be with you." The mandated Punisher bowed again. After entering Byam City, Klein removed his faceless powers when no one was paying attention and returned to the Wind of Azure in by carriage. As soon as he opened the door and entered, he saw Donna sitting in front of the radio transceiver with a strange and solemn expression. "Any results?" Klein asked in a deep voice. No. Donnes raised his right palm and waved the newspaper in his hand. My bounty has been raised to 5,500 pounds. This was catching up to Steel Mavady. This made it so that he didn't dare to go out to relax and drink. All he could do was stay in his room and listen for signals. This rate of appreciation is really tempting. Klein was momentarily at a loss as to what expression to show in response. He could only say expressionlessly, "This is only the beginning." Mr. 10,000 pounds. Dogsh *T. Donnes cursed inwardly, but he didn't dare show any disrespect on his face. Those things were all done by the German sparrow. How did my bounty increase? Those sons of *cheese from the kingdom of the Church of the Storm's military. He forced a smile and shook his head, his facial muscles somewhat distorted. Klein held back his laughter and ignored him. He returned to his bedroom and prepared to catch up on his sleep. At that moment, he saw a letter suddenly appear. It floated down from midair and landed right in front of him. Klein raised his right hand and grabbed the letter. This time the messenger didn't even show his face and left just like that. Klein sked and casually opened the letter to read. There are two ways to obtain a messenger. One is to think of an accurate description, hold a ritual, summon the corresponding spirit world creature, and sign a dead soul contract with it. The other is to directly enter the spirit world and find the messenger you wish to obtain. After obtaining its consent, sign a contract with it and record the precise description for future use. The first method is relatively simple, but it's rather dangerous. This is because the description might be a powerful spirit world creature or a strange evil spirit. Every time you summon it, you won't be able to be completely sure what you will attract. And this is a risk that divination can't avoid in advance. The danger of the second method is that it's not easy to find a suitable messenger, and there's the risk of getting lost in the spirit world. Unless you are a traveler, I don't recommend the second method. For the first method, I can provide some tested descriptions. As long as the process is accurate, the risk is relatively low, but it might not be something you'll be satisfied with. In addition, the contract requires the power of the dead soul domain. You can use my copper whistle to provide it. The format includes the following paragraphs. Of course, if you don't mind, I can give you a messenger and let it sign a contract with you. Give it to me? It's no wonder that messenger didn't even dare show his face. Klein thought in enlightenment. Considering how he had taken a messenger as a guard and was unfortunately killed by Mr. A, resulting in messengers becoming more and more impolite to him, he first declined the goodwill of giving it to him. Should I use the first method or the second method? The first method is easy to get into trouble. I might be beaten up on the spot by the summoned reserve messenger. The commonly used description isn't special enough, and the messenger's abilities are worrisome. The second method? I'm not afraid of getting lost. I can directly return above the gray fog, and in my spirit body state, I can use the sea god scepter. The spirit world creature isn't afraid of having its blood drained. Yes, I have to do it outside the archipelago, otherwise I'll be troubled by the prayers. Klein quickly made up his mind. P.S. It's the end of the month. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 565. With this thought in mind, Klein immediately planned on doing some preparatory work. That was to explore the spirit world and choose a suitable target to become a messenger. Once he left the Rorstad archipelago and the surrounding waters, he would bring the sea god scepter over to reason with the target and convince them to become his messenger. Once I get lost or encounter a dangerous situation, I'll immediately end the summoning and return above the gray fog. There's basically no risk in doing so. Klein thought for a few seconds, locked the door, and began the ritual to summon himself. At the end of the ritual, he quickly went above the gray fog, but he wasn't in a hurry to respond. Instead, he sat down and let the sea god scepter fly out from the junk pile and land in his palm. He planned on routinely scanning through the prayers of the believers to see if there was anything he needed to respond to. During this process, Klein discovered that some of the prayers were actually quite interesting. This was because humans could deceive their friends and relatives, but it was very difficult for them to keep their truest thoughts when confessing or praying to a deity. At most, they could make some embellishments to make them look less bad. A mixed blood who had entered the middle ranks of the Bayam Police Department was clearly inclined to convert to the Lord of Storms, but during his confession, he tried his best to describe his actions as a plan to endure humiliation. For the sake of a better future for his local bloodline, he could only repent to the deity in pain, hoping that he would bless him and use his identity as a believer of the Lord of Storms to climb higher in the police system. Although his words didn't sound flawed, the fluctuations in his thoughts and emotions during his confession were clearly presented in the prayer scene. It was a feeling that couldn't be concealed. While deceiving himself, I'm also trying to deceive a deity. If it were a sea serpent like Cavituous without much intelligence, he might have believed it. Should I give him a bolt of lightning or 10 wind blades? Yes, a mixed blood who can climb to the position of a high-ranking inspector is pretty good. I'll keep him. A snitch has its uses. Klein raised the sea god scepter, making one of the blue gems glow. The light entered the scene and invisibly soaked the high-ranking inspector named Belaya. This wasn't a curse, nor was it an influence. It was a mark at the level of godhood, and it was almost impossible for others to discover it. To put it simply, it's a one-sided special attention. Klein silently added in his heart. He continued browsing and saw a bronze-skinned young believer with slightly curly hair praying to the gods to let a man named Zhang Mu be caught in a storm and buried in the ocean. On the surface, the reason was that the other party was not pious enough, but the real thought in his heart was that they were both fishermen, but Zhang Mu's harvest was always greater than his. What kind of nonsense is this? The human heart is really hard to fathom. Klein frowned at first and muttered to himself silently. Then he had a vague idea. To truly act as a faceless, not only must there be no loopholes in his appearance, habits, and other aspects, he must also maintain the basic consistency of his personality. He can't make too many changes, and when it comes to personality, everyone is different. There are certain differences. By browsing through the prayers of my believers, it's as if I don't have to go through so much trouble to see different personalities and different psychological states. The faces of thousands of people doesn't just refer to looks. This will be very important for my subsequent acting as a faceless. It can save me time accumulating experience. Klein increasingly felt that acting as sea god would be of great help to him. When you really act as a demigod, even if you don't receive any feedback, you will definitely gain quite a bit. This is an experience of a high-level state. Klein's mind jolted as he browsed through the prayer scenes in a less perfunctory manner. The scenes flashed by quickly, and his gaze stopped on a merchant named Ralph. This merchant praised the miracle of Sea God's reappearance and expressed that he would donate a third of his wealth, which was worth 20,000 pounds, to the resistance. Half of it would be used for military expenses, and the other half would be used to rebuild the god statue. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I can just make a sacrifice, Klein muttered half-jokingly. He thought for a moment and conjured the background of the coexistence of waves and storms, heavy rain and lightning. He replied in a deep voice, helping your compatriots and companions is to praise my name. Those young lambs need help, food, and education. He planned on getting Ralph to use his 20,000 pounds to set up a charity fund and seek donations from society to make up for the damage and build consensus. Under the pretext of helping the rule, he would provide food, clothing, and education to the children of local descent. As for the resistance's military expenses, Klein knew very well that in this world with beyonder powers, it would be very difficult to succeed just by relying on the resistance of the local people in the colonies. Therefore, he had to rely on the help of Fasak, Intis, and other foreign countries, and providing funds was undoubtedly a part of the help. Unfortunately, I can't add to the 10 Commandments to boldly freeload for funds. This would damage the image of Sea God. The resistance shouldn't always think about annihilating the garrisons. They should focus on destroying the transportation infrastructure and making it more difficult for the Governor General's office to rule, so as to facilitate negotiations. As a keyboard warrior, Klein didn't lack ideas in such matters. He quickly reined in his wandering thoughts and did a divination on whether it would be dangerous to explore the spirit world today. After receiving the revelation that it wasn't considered dangerous, Klein put on the Dark Emperor card, naturally changed his appearance, and stepped into the door of summoning. After entering the real world, he stuffed the few mystical items he needed into his body as a precaution. Then, just like the last time, he used cogitation to sense the spirit world. Taking a step forward and passing through an invisible curtain, Klein floated up in an illusory manner. Around him, red, yellow, blue, green, and other colors were superimposed, like the most abstract oil painting. The concepts of up, down, left, and right that belonged to humans were no longer applicable here. If one were to use a similar method to determine direction and location, they would definitely get lost. Klein carefully and casually wandered around. Sometimes he could see a yellow sun that resembled a child's sketch. At other times, he would brush past a river that flowed quietly but didn't have any substance. There was also a flat woman with a bare upper body, a moon with a smiling face, a canoe with its head and tail up, a messy ball of string, and a serpentine staircase that led to 7 pure beams of light in this extremely chaotic world. Other than spirit world creatures, all kinds of information existed in the form of abstract symbols. Therefore, divination could only give him a revelation that needed to be interpreted by himself, and those symbols could come to life and become incorporeal monsters. This was the spirit world that couldn't be understood or viewed with human common sense. What left him puzzled was another problem. The last time he entered, he had easily discovered spirit world creatures. He had sensed a hair-raising gaze coming from an unknown location. He had easily encountered a headless woman with 4 heads, round eyes with distinct black and white, and a gigantic jellyfish with skull-like tentacles. But this time he didn't see a single spirit world creature after wandering around for a while. Even the indescribable figures in the distance had disappeared, as though they had hidden themselves. It can't be because they're afraid of being my messenger, right? I'm entering the spirit world directly as a soul body. Perhaps my thoughts will appear invisibly due to the uniqueness of this place, turning into hidden symbols and thus interacting with the spirit world, naturally affecting my path choice? Klein thought in puzzlement, but he couldn't figure out the reason. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind as his body suddenly sank and began free falling. After falling for a while, all Klein could see were clearly stacked colors and all kinds of corporeal symbols. What's going on? He began considering if he should write a letter to ask Mr. Aztec, or if he should throw the radio transceiver above the gray fog and taint it with his aura to contact Rhodes. As he floated, Klein's heart suddenly stirred as he dodged to the side. A smear of yellow and green flashed in front of his eyes as a foot that was so huge that it could flatten him landed, stepping into the intersecting red and blue colors. Above the foot was a festering leg that was flowing with yellowish-green liquid. It was more than 3 meters long, and further up was a massive body wrapped in corpse oil bandages. Amidst the aura that seemed to freeze the surroundings, the 2 legs that were flowing with yellowish-green pus rose up one after another. With an indiscernible body, it quickly disappeared into the depths of the spirit world. Klein stood a distance away, not daring to make a sound. Finally, after confirming that he was fine, he gritted his teeth and thought, the spirit world sure is terrifying. If I'm not careful, I'll encounter a powerhouse passing by. A powerhouse among the spirit world creatures? Klein shook his head and continued his search. At that moment, he had no idea which part of the spirit world he had wandered to. After drifting for a while, he finally found traces of spirit world creatures. Just as he was about to change from flying forward to landing left, he was surprised to discover that his body continued moving forward uncontrollably. Furthermore, it was getting faster and faster. In front of him, the messy stacked colors and the grayish-white fog suddenly split apart. A gigantic 3-masted sailboat covered in pure black leaped in. The ship was nearly 100 meters long, and 3 pitch-black sails hung high like a flag. There were cannons on its left and right sides, and there were all kinds of sailors running around on the deck. All of this looked so real and realistic, completely at odds with the overall situation in the spirit world. But as the ship completely entered the spirit world, its blackness rapidly thickened and was tainted with an illusory feeling. On its deck, there was a mottled stone chair that was 2 to 3 meters tall with its back facing the cabin. Sitting on the chair was a behemoth that was comparable to an ancient giant. He had a black beard that just reached his neck, and he wore a tall crown with a steeple on his head. He wore a gorgeous black robe with silver edges, and the lines on his face were hard and deep. He was filled with dignity, making one subconsciously want to lower their heads. Below the slightly wrinkled broad forehead, above the high nose bridge, 2 dark red eyes flowed with a dark red light, reflecting Klein, who was wearing black full-body armor and a pitch-black crown. As for Klein, he found it difficult to stop and slow down as he flew towards him. Their gazes met amid the layers of colors and various symbols in the spirit world before Klein disappeared. The giant, on the mottled stone chair, didn't retract his gaze as he continued looking in that direction in silence for a long time. P.S. It's the last 2 days of 2018. Seeking monthly votes, please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version Website. Chapter 566. Above the gray fog, Klein sat down and took out the Dark Emperor card that had fused with his spirit body. He instantly changed back to his original appearance. This is what it's called changing clothes with one click. As he lampooned himself, he recalled what had just happened. He was almost certain that the giant wearing the crown with a steeple was the king of the 5 seas, Nast. The 100-meter-long sailboat that could sail in the spirit world was the Dark Emperor, a ghost ship created by the ancient Solomon Empire. I always thought that a ghost ship was purely a ship that could sail on its own and wouldn't sink. It was closer to a strange creature's ship. I never expected that the most powerful and top-notch ghost ship would be able to turn itself incorporeal and roam the spirit world. That's almost equivalent to a demigod, right? As expected of the most famous Dark Emperor of the 5 seas. I can't eliminate the possibility that a traveler was sacrificed alive during the manufacturing process, one of the most famous treasures, the ship that carries the last legacy of the Tuluin-Sostal Empire, the Spectre Empire, has a similar ability, which is why it can't be found. Klein's thoughts drifted away bit by bit. He didn't immediately think about the reason why he had suddenly encountered the king of the five seas, Nast. It was a very obvious matter, the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. Although the Dark Emperor card didn't contain any Beyonder characteristics, it was unknown what Roselle had added or engraved upon it during the manufacturing process. It allowed the wielder to use the card of blasphemy to form a subtle connection with the Beyonder ingredients they needed after advancing to a high-sequence Beyonder. Such a connection was undoubtedly mutual. When it was sensed by others, it would naturally be sensed by others. And before the wielder stepped onto the demigod step, it would manifest as fate unknowingly approaching them. This was something Klein deeply understood. He had always suspected that the existence of the gray fog would cause Beyonders or supernatural events to gather around him. Bringing the Dark Emperor card to roam the spirit world makes it easier for similar situations to occur than using it in the real world. This is because the real world has to abide by many rules. Even if there's the pull of fate, it has to follow logic and unfold bit by bit. Isn't it like when I use the Dark Emperor card in Bakeland? King of the Five Seas Nast will immediately appear in front of me on a Spectre ship. Even if he can sense the pull, he has to go through the process of confirming his location and traversing the spirit world. Hours, or even days, will pass. If he can't sense it, he will naturally think of sailing towards the Sonia Sea and approach the borders of the Lone Kingdom. In that case, he might not encounter it even after months or years. Being in the spirit world, matters are simple. There's no differentiation of distance here. The location and distance are all very chaotic. King of the Five Seas Nast might have only wanted to go for a ride in the spirit world, but he ended up seeing me passing by the moment he entered. This doesn't need to abide by the restrictions and limitations of the real world. Klein thoughtfully tapped the edge of the long modeled table. In addition, he was very certain of one thing. He couldn't help but throw himself towards the Dark Emperor and King of the Five Seas Nast, not because of the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics. This effect was reflected in fate, perception, and desire. It wasn't that exaggerated. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any high-sequence Beyonders. All of them would be involuntarily sucked in by the uniqueness of their pathway. Klein could sense that it was a Beyonder power. It distorted and strengthened his intentions of moving forward, making it impossible for him to stop. This is a very simple judgment. Back then, even if I threw out the Dark Emperor card, I wouldn't be able to stop. This is a Beyonder power grasped by a lawyer, which is also a Beyonder power of the Dark Emperor pathway. Klein leaned back in his chair and decided not to use the Dark Emperor card for the time being. This also meant that he was unable to roam the spirit world in search of a messenger. If he didn't bring the Dark Emperor card and used his true form to appear in the spirit world with the Sea God Scepter, a place filled with all kinds of information and revelations, he would definitely leave behind many clues. There was a possibility that he could be divined at any time. In terms of anti-divination and anti-prophecy, Aztec's copper whistle was incomparable to the Dark Emperor card. If I were to really do that, I might run into 10 people who know that I have the Sea God Scepter when I go to a bar to buy a beer. Of course. What does it have to do with me, German Sparrow, if it's Klein Moretti? Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. He decided to hold a ritual to obtain a messenger for emergencies and find a more suitable one in the future. After covering the Dark Emperor card, his figure disappeared into the mysterious space above the gray fog. Early in the morning, Byam, Alger prepared to take a carriage out of the city and take a detour to the private harbor behind the cliff. His Blue Avenger was docked there, waiting to set sail. As a disguised pirate captain, it was impossible for him to directly dock his ship at the main port of the City of Generosity. That would indicate that he had close ties with the authorities. It was the same for other pirates. Before coming to Byam to sell their loot or enjoy themselves, they had to consider where they would dock. They would either go to a small port in the surrounding waters or a private harbor controlled by someone with a deep background or the resistance. Finally, there aren't any missions. I can leave the harbor. I'll first get a mystical item that can increase my strength and settle my accounts. Then I'll head to the primitive island and hunt blue shadow falcons to advance to Sequence 6 as soon as possible. Just as Alger was about to walk to a rental carriage, he was surprised to see a familiar figure. The former pirate merchant, Ralph, got off the carriage with a ruddy face and looked at the Governor General's office not far away. He was abnormally excited. What's wrong with him? Puzzled, Alger took the initiative to go over and greet him. From his point of view, in a certain sense, Ralph was considered a colleague of his, a subordinate of Mr. Fool. It's just that one of them is a core member, while the other belongs to a peripheral organization. Alger calmly confirmed their identities and locations. What happened to make you happy? Alger took the initiative to ask after chatting about the weather. Ralph laughed and squinted his eyes. Would you believe me if I said that I felt blessed by God? I believe, Alger answered in his heart without hesitation. He suppressed his curiosity and asked, What are you doing here? Ralph was about to reply when his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked around, and after confirming that no one was around, he said in a low voice, Didn't you say that you also believe in God? Back then, in order to deal with him, Alger had lied that he had a certain level of faith in sea God. After all, this was a rather common thing among pirates and wouldn't arouse suspicion. At sea, the terrifying weather was often more terrifying than the enemy. Therefore, most pirates, adventurers, crew members, and sailors had great respect for deities who controlled similar domains. They would more or less believe in them. Of course, this time, Alger's answer was firmer than ever before. This was because he knew that the sea god he believed in was the embodiment of Mr. Fool. Ralph nodded in satisfaction and revealed a smile. He whispered, I received a revelation yesterday. God wants me to help his young lambs. I plan on establishing a charity fund for this. This is God's will. As his believer, I believe you will be happy to provide some help. He reached out his right hand and waited for the donation. Alger's expression stiffened, momentarily at a loss for a response. Although his current wealth had reached £3,245, he was preparing to buy a mystical item. His overall situation wasn't that good. Of course, he could still donate quite a bit if he scrimped a little. If Sea God was still cavituous, Alger, who claimed to be a believer, wouldn't hesitate to find an excuse to shirk the responsibility. But now he had to seriously consider Mr. Fool's far-reaching intentions. Noticing Alger's reaction, Ralph's eyes darted around slightly. We want to help those who suffer unnecessary discrimination because of their bloodline. They lead difficult lives and see little hope. There are pure natives and mixed-blood children. Alger fell silent for a few seconds before taking out a stack of cash. Here's £100. Ralph took it and smiled. Your kindness will definitely be rewarded. God will protect you. Inside a warehouse with a slanted door that covered the entrance, Klein had prepared the ritual to summon a spirit world creature. The surroundings were filled with the hallucinogenic fragrance of herbs and essential oils. He was worried that an accident would happen in the hotel, one that wouldn't put him in any danger but would endanger the other guests. Therefore, he went to the abandoned warehouse where he had previously sacrificed to Cavituous. As for Donis, his bounty had been raised to £5,500. He had taken the initiative to stay behind in the suite and monitor the radio transceiver. Next is to light the candle that symbolizes me and use a proven incantation to summon a suitable spirit world creature as a messenger. Daily Simone's 3-paragraph description and the more incantations provided by Mr. Aztec flowed through Klein's mind. When summoning a creature from the spirit world, the first sentence had to include descriptions such as wandering in the unfounded or roaming the upper realm. Only then could it point to the spirit world. The suffix had to specify whether the summoned creature was a spirit body or a creature with a certain level of flesh and blood. The second and third sentences were more precise descriptions of the target, but due to the format's limitations, there was no way to use more words to confirm it. Therefore, it was difficult for the ritual caster to predict or divine what would be summoned in the end. Under such circumstances, using the incantations that had been verified by others would be a lot less risky. After the contract was signed, the third sentence could be changed to someone's messenger or someone's contract partner. Then, the 3-paragraph description could accurately summon the corresponding messenger. My messenger has to run very fast. Otherwise, it might be killed by some malicious spirit world creature at any time, causing the important letter to be lost. Klein's thoughts raced as he came up with a firm idea. He took a step back and said in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a speedster that surpasses all imagination. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, dyeing the candle a dark green. The surroundings turned cold. Klein saw a blurry figure rush out, so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. Then he couldn't find that fellow anymore. P.S. Can't update in advance at midnight. Tomorrow is still the normal time. Seeking monthly votes. Seeking Monday's recommendation tickets. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Chapter 567. That's way too fast. Could it have already circled the planet several times? Or has it been in the same spot all this while, but its speed is so fast that I can't keep up with it? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he decided to wait a few seconds to see if the unimaginably speedy one would appear again. He wasn't worried that the summoned spirit world creature would harm the innocent, because one of the descriptions was that it was a friendly creature. Besides, as long as he forcefully ended the summoning and stopped the ritual, no matter where the unimaginably speedy one went, it would immediately be sent back to the spirit world. A few seconds later, Klein, who didn't receive anything, took a deep breath and said in ancient Hermes, "That's right. I end this summoning in my name." The surrounding coldness instantly vanished as the swirling cold wind gradually calmed down. The candle's flame returned to its normal color. Klein took a few steps forward and extinguished the candle. He planned on changing the last sentence of the description to make a second attempt. As for the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be commanded, he didn't plan on changing it. The first sentence pointed to the spirit world, so it could only be used as a synonym replacement. It didn't matter if he changed it or not. The second sentence was a prerequisite for Klein to ensure his own safety. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been a joke, but a horror story. There's no need to use unimaginably speedy one, but the rest might not satisfy my needs. Perhaps I can change my train of thought. The messenger doesn't have to be that fast. It just needs to be normal. There are other ways to ensure my safety. I just need to make those with ill intentions ignore it and ignore it. I'll try a spirit world creature that doesn't have a strong presence. Klein deliberated for 2 to 3 minutes before holding another ritual. After doing the preparatory work, he chanted a new incantation. I summon in my name. Spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be commanded, a weak existence that is easily overlooked. The warehouse immediately became abnormally silent. There was no wind or coldness in the wall of spirituality. Even the color of the candle flame didn't change. Klein patiently waited and watched, hoping to obtain a good messenger. After about 10 seconds, he sighed and surveyed the area. There's nothing. The description didn't work this time. He didn't wait any longer and followed the procedure to end the summoning and extinguish the candle. What made him slightly puzzled was that the flame of the candle swayed a few times in the end. Did I overlook something? Klein frowned, but soon relaxed and threw the matter to the back of his mind. He reconsidered the question of how to modify the description, still focusing on the third sentence. If the messenger is especially good at taking a beating and has strong survivability, that's fine too. No matter what, a messenger that can deliver the letter to the target is a good messenger. Klein pondered for a moment and held the summoning ritual for the third time. In the fragrance of herbs and essential oils, under the illumination of the dim candlelight, the shadows on his face floated, and his mouth opened and closed. Me, I summon in my name. A spirit that wanders about the fabricated, a friendly creature that can be controlled, and a superhuman with great survival abilities. The flame of the candle stretched out, illuminating the altar bright and crimson. In Klein's spirit vision, white bones drilled out of the ground and stacked together, turning into a creature that resembled a safe. I've finally summoned something that I can see. Furthermore, it's the kind that has great survivability. It looks like a safe. It's obvious that it's good at taking a beating. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and spoke in ancient Hermes. Are you willing to be my messenger? The skeletal creature that resembled a box quickly expressed its willingness. Then it wriggled the bones beneath it and crawled towards Klein. It was very, very slow. It took 10 seconds to crawl a centimeter. That's way too slow. Klein's smile froze on his face. Although messengers completed their missions by traversing the spirit world, it didn't mean that they didn't need speed. In the spirit world, distance and direction were chaotic. The most important thing was to locate one's location and find one. As long as an accurate, clear, and real-time location was provided, such as the summoning ritual from before, or the blowing of the copper whistle, which was equivalent to a simplified ritual, the messenger would immediately appear in the altar no matter where in the spirit world they were. And when the location wasn't that real time with only a contractual connection or an anchor point from before, the messenger would need to spend time identifying the location, roaming the spirit world and searching for a target. This required a certain level of speed. If it were to deliver a letter, the recipient might not even be able to wait for the letter in their lifetime. Klein looked at the skeletal creature that was slowly crawling forward and thought helplessly. He made the smile from before surface on his face again. After serious consideration, I believe that I shouldn't trouble you. Thank you for your willingness. The illusory creature made of white bone stopped. Compared to before, it was as though it hadn't moved at all. Klein quickly dispelled the summoning and rubbed his temples. He was a little depressed and decided to give up on himself. He would use a less troublesome method to find a messenger, which was to open recruitment and interview selection. Taking a deep breath, Klein calmed his mind and seriously carried out the ritual. Looking at the silently burning candle flame, he took a step back. In my name I summon a spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a unique existence that is willing to become my messenger. Whoosh! Inside the wall of spirituality, the sound of the wind intensified. Klein's half-top hat nearly flew into the air. The candle flame swayed and expanded to the size of a human head. It was so pale that it seemed to have lost its temperature. A translucent head slowly drilled out as though it had broken through a membrane. Its hair was pale gold and smooth, and its eyes were scarlet like blood. It looked bright and imposing. It looks a little familiar. Klein muttered silently. The head completely drilled out, but what followed wasn't a neck, but an illusory palm that was pinching the end of her hair. Behind the palm was a dark cuff with complicated patterns. The summoned spirit world creature drilled out faster and faster, and soon it appeared in front of Klein. It was indeed a familiar person. It was the headless woman standing at the top of the castle that Klein had encountered on his way to the underwater ruins in Cavituous. She was no longer as huge as before, comparable to a castle. She was now just a tall, ordinary lady. Of course, her neck still only had an incision, and she was holding 4 identical heads in her hands. Are you summoning me? The headless woman in a dark and complicated black dress stood there quietly. Her 4 drooping heads spoke one after another in ancient Faesac. to be able to communicate directly in language. This spirit world creature's level isn't low. I remember that you have a castle. You already have an estate. Why are you still applying for a messenger? Klein sighed before he lampooned. Following that, he looked at the candle flame behind the headless woman and was disappointed to discover that no other souls came out. He originally imagined that there would be many spirit world creatures willing to become his messenger. They would line up and wait for the interview. In the end, there was only one response. It should be a problem with the ritual itself. This is a relatively simple and basic summoning ritual. It's impossible to summon more than one target at a time. Klein looked at the headless woman and nodded solemnly. Yes. Without waiting for her to speak, he asked another 2 questions. Can you roam the spirit realm at a relatively fast speed? How's your survivability? The heads in the headless woman's hand answered one by one. Yes, and not bad. As she spoke, she floated up and quickly descended, demonstrating her ability. Phew! Klein decided not to try something he didn't know the outcome of. Are you willing to sign a contract and become my messenger? The headless woman's skirt moved slightly, and her 4 heads with blonde hair and red eyes nodded at the same time. Sure, 1 gold coin per time. Huh, 1 gold coin per letter? Mr. Aztec didn't say that spirit world creatures had such hobbies. Right? He mentioned that when signing a contract, we should try to persuade and communicate as much as possible. Is this a form of persuasion and communication? Klein was shocked and wanted to cancel the summoning immediately. Wait, I don't have to pay for it. Whoever summons the messenger will have to pay. Maybe if we communicate well, there's an option to pay on arrival. As his thoughts raced, Klein agreed to the other party's request. All right, let's sign the contract. He picked up a dark red fountain pen and yellowish-brown goatskin parchment that he had prepared beforehand and quickly wrote the contract in ancient Hermes, which could stir the powers of nature. The format and terms were described in detail in Aztec's letter. It was concise and powerful, and included that the messenger could not read the letter, abandon the letter, or endanger the contractor's life. Of course, if the contractor's letter involved the messenger, it had to be explained to the other party in advance. In addition to these terms, Klein also added a clause of 1 gold coin per letter. He also clearly stated that it could be borne by the contractor or the other party of the letter. To ensure the validity of the contract, the last part was the honorific name of the deity in the domain. This was a dead soul contract. Normally, the honorific name of death had to be used, but this death had been dead for a long time and no longer responded. Therefore, Aztec mentioned that it could be replaced with a description of a high-level undead or the underworld itself, but the binding force would not be as strong. Without a doubt, Klein chose the underworld, which had a close relationship with the big shot. The home of all death, the hell hidden deep in the spirit world, the witness of the decay of all things, the kingdom that belongs solely to death. After writing these 4 sentences, the ancient Hermes words on the yellowish-brown goatskin ignited with green flames one after another, illuminating the surroundings in a gloomy and eerie manner. After finishing the text, Klein took out Aztec's copper whistle, pressed it on the goatskin, and wrote his current name. German Sparrow. This didn't necessarily require a real name, because his aura would enter the contract. The name was only used for summoning. In other words, messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow could be summoned, but Klein Moretti's contracted creature couldn't. After Klein finished signing, the goatskin floated up and flew to the headless woman with Aztec's copper whistle and dark red fountain pen. The headless woman held a blonde, red-eyed head in her hand. She bit the fountain pen and wrote her name, Rionette Tinker. The green flames quickly connected and enveloped Aztec's copper whistle and the yellowish-brown goatskin. A few seconds later, the goatskin turned to ashes and the copper whistle landed in Klein's outstretched palm without any changes. The 4 heads held by the headless woman, Rionette, blinked their eyes at the same time as their figures rapidly turned illusory, shrinking back into the pale candlelight. After forming the contract, Klein didn't need to use the incantation to remove the summoning. He could do it with his own will. Phew, I finally have a messenger. A spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs solely to German Sparrow. If I have the chance, I should find an artisan to make an item similar to the copper whistle. That way, I won't have to hold a ritual every time I summon a messenger. Klein cleaned up the mess in a good mood. Over the next few days, Byam gradually returned to normal, but Donnas still didn't receive any telegrams from the Admiral of Blood Pirates. On Sunday morning, he flipped through the newspapers and suddenly whispered to Klein, "There's a Beyonder gathering tonight. There's a Beyonder gathering tonight. Do you want to join? P.S. Monday is the end of the month. Seeking monthly recommendation votes." Chapter 568. A Beyonder gathering? Klein thought for a moment before nodding in response. Sure. The gathering of supplementary ingredients for the Nimblewright Master Potion should be brought forward. I can also see if I can meet a superior artisan. He subconsciously began making arrangements in his mind. Seeing German Sparrow agree, Donnas secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he couldn't help but smile. Over the past few days, his bounty had increased greatly, and he who was tasked with the important task of eavesdropping hadn't gone out. He stayed in his hotel suite obediently, feeling so stifled that he yearned for nightfall to come immediately. The Beyonder gathering that Donnas mentioned was held at the Amiris Leaf Bar. There were many pirates, informants, and adventurers active here, making it the best choice for gathering intelligence and purchasing supplies. Klein wore a black coat and a silk top hat as he followed Donnas through the crowded bar's lobby and entered a card room. Under the watchful eyes of a few guards, he gave the agreed signal and walked down a hidden staircase to a spacious underground area. Just like Tingen City's Evil Dragon Bar, there was an underground market that sold herbs, essential oils, ancient books, charms, and all kinds of common mysticism materials. However, the difference was that there were all kinds of guns and ammunition for sale. Klein even discovered antique firearms and lead bullets. There are also fake identification documents and fake seals, as expected of an overseas colony. Such industries are much more developed than Tingen. I'll buy a batch of materials later and use them to make charms in the sea god domain. There's always a discount if there's a large quantity. Klein turned his head slightly to take in the situation in the underground area. Beside him, Donnas had already begun to have doubts about his disguise skills. He deliberately wore a cap and lowered it to cover half his face. At that moment, he skillfully led Klein to the other end of the underground market and knocked on the tightly shut door with 2 long knocks and 4 short knocks. There was only one candle behind the door. It flickered on the lamp rack on the side wall, scattering a dim yellow light that barely illuminated the small room. Donnas pointed at the robes and masks that were either hanging or placed on the table and said to Klein, "You can decide what disguise you want here." "It's up to you to decide what kind of disguise you want here. You can also choose not to do it." Klein looked around and swept his gaze over the guards in the room. "I don't need it. I'm now an informant of the kingdom's military, and the Church of the Storm also knows this identity. There's nothing to be afraid of. If pirates and adventurers have malicious intentions and try to attack me because I'm not disguised, Klein suddenly imagined the scene of bounties flying toward him one by one. Donnas curled his lips covertly, picked up the black iron mask and put it on his face. Then, under the guidance of the guard, he and Klein passed through a dark corridor and entered another room. The decorations here were quite luxurious. The floor was covered with a thick carpet from the southern continent, and there were lamps on the walls that flickered with golden splendor. The fresh-smelling candles filled the air with layers of light. Klein swept his gaze around, and without needing Donna's help, he found a brown leather sofa and sat down. He leaned back and crossed his right leg. There were already more than 20 people gathered here. There were men and women, some wearing hooded robes, and others who revealed their true faces. According to Donna's description in the morning, not everyone participating in this gathering was a Beyonder. There were also representatives of certain factions, adventurers, pirates, and mysticism enthusiasts who wanted to become Beyonders. Time passed rather slowly in the quiet atmosphere. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the elder sitting on the reclining chair straightened his back, clasped his hands, and chuckled. "Everyone, let's begin." As he was old, his white hair was sparse, leaving only a thin layer. However, his light brown eyes weren't turbid, but bright and sharp. The gathering's organizer is Strongman O'Zeal, a former famous pirate, and now the boss behind the Amiris Leaf Bar. Donis turned his body slightly, lowered his voice, and introduced him to Klein. In fact, he had already mentioned it in the morning, but he was afraid that German Sparrow wouldn't be able to match it and would vent his anger on him. It's a sad thing to have a secret known by others. Donis sighed inwardly. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he silently watched the transactions of others. There were potion formulas for warrior, sailor, and mystery prior, but no one bought them. The sellers, who were filled with anticipation, were disappointed again and again. Donis glanced at German Sparrow's expressionless face, leaned over, and introduced in a low voice, "There are no notaries or powerful fortune-tellers at this gathering." This gathering doesn't have a notary or a powerful fortune-teller. There's no way to guarantee the authenticity of the potion formula. It's too easy to fake something like this. And even if someone recognizes that the formula is fake, there's no way to punish the seller because he might be a victim. I know. This is one of the reasons why potion formulas aren't widely circulated. Klein put down his right leg, leaned forward slightly, and said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, "I need the remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith. I need the remnant spirituality of an ancient vengeful spirit." He didn't mention the 6-winged gargoyle's eyes or the Sonia Golden Springs water, as well as other supplementary ingredients. He was worried that others would guess that he was a faceless and was preparing to advance to Nimblewright Master. Back in Tingen, Klein had relied on the combination of supplementary ingredients to confirm that Daxter Guderian was a quasi-spectator. From there, he figured out his identity as a member of the psychological alchemy. It was impossible to infer more about the remnant spirituality of an ancient vengeful spirit because it was used in many necromancy rituals. Although Klein didn't disguise himself, he was still cautious. The room was silent for 2 seconds before a slightly hoarse voice sounded. "How much do you need?" "Really?" Klein controlled his expression and did not let his joy show. He turned his head to look at the person who spoke and found that it was a man in his 30s with obvious local blood. The other party's skin was bronze, but there was a kind of dullness that came from long-term malnutrition or lack of sunlight. His face was thin, his cheekbones protruded, and his eyes were sunken, more white than black. A small bottle. Klein took out a small metal bottle as an example. The thin and gloomy man fell silent for a moment. 500 pounds. That's reasonable. Klein originally wanted to bargain, but he caught sight of Donis from the corner of his eye. "I'm German Sparrow, a cold and crazy adventurer." Klein repeated this sentence 3 times in his heart. He took a deep breath and calmly nodded. "All right." He took out the thick stack of cash he had prepared beforehand and counted out a huge sum of 500 pounds. The man, with a shocking amount of white, took out a glass test tube from his pocket and threw it at Klein. "After a year, the spirituality will be completely drained." He wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't be able to catch it, because even if it broke, it wouldn't affect the material itself. It was just a matter of changing the container. Klein raised his right hand and accurately grabbed the glass test tube. He saw a phosphorescent light floating inside, and when they touched the inner wall of the glass, they would strangely expand, turning into a blurry face that opened its mouth and screamed soundlessly. "It's true." Klein nodded to himself and handed the thick stack of 500 pounds to the attendant, who approached him for him to transfer to the seller. The transactions continued. Most of them failed and only a few succeeded. Towards the end, the person who convened the gathering, strongman Oziel, laughed. "I have a commission." As he spoke, he pulled out a photo from the inside pocket of his shirt. "Find the person up there. The reward is 1,000 pounds or common beyonder ingredients of equal value. Remember, don't hurt her." 1,000 pounds? This would drive most adventurers crazy. I wonder who they're looking for to actually offer such a high reward. Klein wasn't surprised to see that everyone present was willing to give it a try. The photo began to be passed in a counterclockwise manner, and a few minutes later, it arrived in Klein's hands. He casually scanned it and suddenly felt a little surprised. The woman in the photo was rather beautiful. She had a head of bright red hair and a pair of emerald green eyes. Her skin wasn't fair, but it gave off a healthy vibe. In the photo, she was wearing a lake-colored dress. Her waist was tightened with a flower ribbon, making her appear abnormally slender. She looked like she was smiling, but she didn't look happy. It looked very awkward. A girl from a good family who would spend 1,000 pounds to find her. Furthermore, the condition is not to hurt her. A photo of her forcing a smile. Many love and hate stories flashed through Klein's mind. Stories about a tyrannical pirate falling in love with a wealthy merchant's daughter and abducting her to his ship, only for her to escape in the end. Stories about an impoverished noble lady becoming a pirate and accidentally being captured. She ended up having a sinful love affair with the mandated punishers and an upper-class military man, using this to escape her predicament and escape her cage. Stories about a newly minted demoness accidentally incurring a debt of love while giving pleasure. As such thoughts surged through his mind, Klein nearly raised his hand to cover his face. "I've seen too much in my previous world." He sighed inwardly, looked up, and said to Oziel, the convener of the gathering, "What's her name?" "Elaine," Oziel replied simply, "but she must have used a fake name." Elaine, a typical female name for Intis. Klein asked again, "Are there any items that she often wears?" "Hair is fine too." This was a medium used for divination. Klein didn't mention that the clothes he had worn recently and hadn't been washed would also meet the requirements. He was afraid that the employer behind the scenes would throw him a set of women's underwear, which would be more embarrassing. Oziel shook his head. "No, she has a very strong anti-tracking ability." "How strong is she?" another gathering participant asked. Oziel said solemnly the employer didn't give a detailed description. He only said that she's not too powerful, but she's stronger than a sequence 9. "You don't need to capture her. All you need to do is determine her whereabouts, and you will be paid. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes and recommendation votes in the last few hours of 2018, yes. The voting for the most popular character of the year will end in a few hours. Regardless of what happens in the end, we've maintained first place for so long. It's something to be happy about. I'll add an update in the wee hours to thank everyone." Chapter 569. As long as I can confirm her whereabouts, I'll be able to get 1,000 pounds. This is the first time I've encountered such a request. On the road outside the Amiris Leaf Bar, Donis rubbed his hands in excitement. He clenched his fists and punched the iron-black gas lamp post that was as tall as a person, as though he wished to immediately wander the city and find the red-haired woman named Elaine. To him, 1,000 pounds wasn't a small sum. It was enough for him to add another house to his property in Byam, just that it wouldn't be in the most prosperous and valuable streets. The elven flying carpet he had previously obtained was estimated to be worth about 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. And this was the reward he had obtained from fighting dangerous fellows like Steel Mavady and Blood Brambles Hendry. It was incomparable to the easy and simple search mission. Klein, who was walking in front, held a bundle of charms wrapped in newspapers that cost him a total of 15 pounds. He slowed down his pace slightly and swept a glance at Danitz before saying without any expression, "That's right, 5,500 pounds." Donna's excitement immediately froze on his face. Only then did he recall an important problem. In the eyes of other pirates and adventurers, he was as alluring as the red-haired Elaine. There was no need for others to fight him. After recognizing him, they could directly report him to the military, the church, or the police. That way, they could obtain a bounty of more than 1,000 pounds. After all, he was already a pirate with a net worth of 5,500 pounds. Him searching for the red-haired Elaine was equivalent to a graceful and beautiful lady entering the Red Theatre for entertainment. Donis spat out the word with a hideous expression. He dragged out the middle of his sentence. At the same time, he automatically raised his hand to tug at his cap, making it lower in front of him. Having poured a bucket of cold water on Donis, Klein resumed his normal walking speed as he considered the problem of finding the red-haired Elaine. The lack of a medium and the necessary information made it difficult for him to use divination. All he could do was consider other methods. Mobilize my subordinates and conduct a citywide search? This is something that only the church, the military, and the police can do. Even the local gangs can't do it. Wait, I think I can do it too. I'm now Sea God Cavituous. My believers are all over Byam and Blue Mountain Island. If I make a broadcast, a revelation to all my believers, I'll be able to get them to help me search for red-haired Elaine. But wouldn't that make me seem too lacking in status? To do such a thing for 1,000 pounds. Even God wanted to save face. If I were the real sea god, I wouldn't care about this, but I'm acting as Cavituous. I have to maintain the dignity of a god. When Cavituous was on the verge of collapse and urgently needed to find Letitia and her subordinates, it didn't make an oracle broadcast. It only gave orders to some of the middle and high-level believers. I can change its commandments, which can be regarded as part of reconstructing its image, but it can't appear too low-end. Yes, this should also be a requirement for true acting. Just giving Kalot, Edmonton, and the others an oracle will make it difficult to quickly organize an investigation. Furthermore, they will definitely magnify the severity of the problem and blow up the matter. It won't be easy to deal with the subsequent matters. There's another way. I'll throw the radio transceiver above the gray fog again. In a few days, I'll attempt to contact the Magic Mirror, Rhodes, and ask about red-haired Elaine's whereabouts. I have to be careful. I have to make preparations in advance and use divination to confirm it. I can't receive any strange telegrams from the true creator or the primordial demoness. Even a glance would likely make me go mad. Klein quickly came up with an idea and boarded a rental carriage that was parked at the end of the street. Donis pressed down on his cap and followed closely behind. After returning to the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein took off his hat and coat as he said to Donis, "If your captain sends you a dream, ask her about red-haired Elaine. If your captain sends you a dream, ask her about red-haired Elaine. She probably doesn't know. Otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't know this red-haired Elaine." Donis chuckled. "I wonder who's looking for her. They're actually willing to pay 1,000 pounds. His thoughts wandered as he recalled a love story that was comparable to that of Roselle the Great. Klein glanced at him and casually mentioned, "That's right. I'll monitor it tonight." "You're eavesdropping?" Donis snapped out of his daze, suspecting that he had misheard. "Yes." Klein nodded. "German Sparrow saw that I was too tired? Although this fellow is a little crazy, he's essentially a good person. Back at Bancy Harbor, he actually decided to risk his life to save someone for some reason that wasn't really a reason." Donis sighed inwardly, holding the radio transceiver and the corresponding items. Klein entered his bedroom, locked the door, and used a sacrificial ritual to throw them above the gray fog. After doing all of this, he wasn't in a hurry to leave the towering palace. He beckoned for the sea god Scepter to fly out from the junk pile and browse through the different prayers made by different people, accumulating the experience of 1,000 faces. During this process, he would respond from time to time, like a child who still had a great sense of novelty in his toys. Just as Klein's browsing was coming to an end, a rippling halo of light suddenly appeared beside the fool's chair. "Someone is praying to me, to the fool and not to see God." Klein pricked up his eyebrows, emanated his spirituality and browsed through the scene contained within the halo. And Matt Harbour, in a room with tightly closed curtains, dressed in a black classic robe, Ed Sheeran resisted the impulse in his heart and said to the young and sweet girl, Denise, in front of him, "The gift of the deities is within us, but to obtain it, we must have a teacher to guide us. Your soul is pure and beloved by the deities. I will personally guide you. During this process, no matter what happens, you must believe in me and listen to me." Before that, do you have any questions? Ed Sheeran was a swindler. He was best at establishing cults to cheat people of their money and sex. Then he would decisively escape before he was noticed by the police. This time he came from Bakeland and disguised himself as the blessed of the fool that many gang members in the capital were looking for. He had initially developed a group of believers among the target group. He lied that the fool was the incarnation of the Lord of Storms and would descend to save his believers during the apocalypse. This was a secret that couldn't be widely publicized and could only be spread in secret. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of the other deities of the other churches. Only those who were selected could believe in the fool in advance and be the first batch to be saved. In order to make himself more convincing, he spent a lot of money in Bakeland to buy a piece of paper with the fool's honorific name written on it. His evaluation of the contents of the paper was, "It looks just like the real thing." Denise asked with some fear and anticipation, "Lord blessed, why didn't we get a response when we chanted the honorific name of God? Aren't we the ones chosen to bask in God's grace? I'll give you God's grace right away." Ed Sheeran took a deep breath and suppressed the charming scene in his mind. "There are two reasons. One is that you haven't unearthed the gift of God hidden in your body. I'll help you complete it later. The second reason is that you're not pious enough. Don't try to defend yourself. I can see through your mind. When you've done all this, you'll be able to chant the honorific name of the true God and receive a response, just like me." Under Denise's admiring and curious gaze, Ed Sheeran picked up a pen on the table next to him and wrote a line of words. It was Hermes used for sacrificial rituals. In order to make the scam succeed, Ed Sheeran had mastered a lot of religious knowledge and even went to the university to eavesdrop on the history and archaeology courses. He held the paper and proudly read out the Hermes he had just written in front of Denise. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Then Ed Sheeran half closed his eyes, opened his arms, and said dreamily, "I feel the favor of God." At this moment, a bolt of silver-white lightning descended from the sky and struck Ed Sheeran's head. With a sizzling sound, tiny electric snakes scurried around his body, and he fell to the ground under God's grace. The surface of his body was quickly scorched black, and his muscles twitched violently. A few seconds later, he stopped all his movements, including his breathing, amidst Denise's exclamation of "Lord Ed Sheeran is indeed God's beloved." Denise finally sensed that something was wrong. She carefully stepped forward, lifted her skirt, squatted down, and placed her finger on the tip of Ed Sheeran's nose. He's dead. He's dead." Denise jerked back and fell to the ground in horror. She was so frightened that she cried and stumbled out of the room, heading straight for the nearby police station. Above the gray fog, Klein silently withdrew the sea god scepter. "How dare you use my name to defraud property and defile women?" The corner of his mouth twitched, and he wished he could give that guy named Ed Sheeran another bolt of lightning. This is called whipping a corpse. That girl will probably call the police, right? This kind of case will inevitably be transferred to the corresponding Beyonder team. I wonder if it will be the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. After what Mr. A did, my reputation as the fool isn't small in Bakeland. Perhaps I already have a file in the official organization. They might gather all the situations and hand them over to the Red Gloves or a team similar to the Red Gloves to deal with them. Klein thought about the possible future developments with his former identity and knowledge as a Nighthawk. However, he quickly put the matter to the back of his mind, because he couldn't be traced back to him no matter what. Klein threw the sea god scepter back into the junk pile and prepared to return to the real world. Suddenly, one of the crimson stars floating quietly in the endless gray fog suddenly lit up, emitting a watery light. It expanded and contracted, contracting and expanding, and was abnormally conspicuous. And this was a crimson star that didn't belong to any member of the tarot. It's really a busy day. Who could it be? Like Miss Justice, Mr. the Hanging Man, and Little Sun. People who rely on certain items to form a connection with the gray fog? Klein spread out his spirituality thoughtfully, but he didn't respond and only browsed. P.S. First update, seeking monthly votes. Please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens, Divine, Emperor Mobile, reading website. Chapter 570. 2018 has passed. Let me make a simple conclusion. For an author, the happiest and most satisfying thing is that I still have the confidence and passion to create better works. I can also find flaws in my writing and come up with some good solutions. For example, I used to be best at repetitive outbursts, and I was good at writing climaxes. However, Mysteries did not use such a writing style. Firstly, it was due to self-restraint. Secondly, it was due to the limitations of my own worldview. Emotions that are too explosive are relatively incompatible. Therefore, I hope that in my next work after Mysteries, I can find a good way to combine repetitive outbursts and calm and objective layouts. Mysteries was uploaded in April. It has been 9 months since then, and I have written a total of 798 million words. Let's round it up to 200,000 words per month. It's not a lot, but it's stable and steady. I'm not a quick-witted author, and I'm not as young and active as I was a few years ago. I need a lot of time to think about each chapter. I often get stuck writing 2 chapters every day, and I don't have time to rest or read. It's even more difficult for me to write 3 chapters. Plus, I'm also working out, so I can only update very little. In such a situation, the first thing I wanted to ensure was the quality of the book. Everyone gathered here because the book was good, not the other way around. Before I started writing the book, I talked to some of my friends about wanting to write a fantasy story with a bit of British flavor. Their reactions were all the same, which was that it would be very difficult to sell the film and television rights, almost impossible, and that would require a lot of money. I like money, and I don't think anyone dislikes it, except for a certain papa-ma. But as an author, I hope to create a story that I want to express. Because the quality is good, I can earn a sum of money. I don't want to create a story that makes money. The position and relationship must not be reversed. I'm very happy. Since Mysteries started, everyone has liked it. More and more people like it, and I can earn some money because of it. That's the best situation. Oh, right, on the last day of 2018, we achieved the 100 Alliance hegemony. Actually, I never thought about this, and I never called for it. It happened naturally because of Mysteries. It's written quite well. That's the logic I want. Thank you to all the Alliance Masters. Thank you to all the friends who tipped and subscribed. Also, because of everyone's enthusiastic votes, Little Ku is the most popular character of 2018 in Chidian. At that time, when the moderators asked me what I should fight for, my first reaction was to fight for the author ranking. Later, under their urging, I researched the rankings and decided to fight for the character ranking. Firstly, the friends in front of me were very fierce. If I fought for the author ranking, it would be quite a burden for everyone, and it would cost a lot of money. Secondly, after my research, I discovered that the character ranking was actually more practical than the author ranking. The author ranking only had a golden keyboard, but the character ranking had exclusive promotions, which was equivalent to a huge push. I was such a practical person. It's 2019. I'm going to update 3 times today. Thank you, Alliance Masters, friends who voted for me, and everyone who subscribed. At the same time, please give me your guaranteed monthly votes. The higher your position on the monthly votes list, the better the recommendation will be, and the more practical it will be. As Little's parents, I think everyone would like something practical. The first update has been updated. Tomorrow will still be the same time. Begging for monthly votes. Also, Happy New Year's. Please remember the domain name of this book. Jiutian Shenhuang Mobile Version. Chapter 571. As Klein's spirituality made contact, the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star displayed the images and sounds it contained. A black-haired lady in a classic robe fell to the floor, writhing in pain. She held an ordinary-looking celestial globe in one hand and a short scepter that was no longer than her forearm in the other. Her strong will to live nearly broke through the crimson star's restraints and directly entered Klein's ears. Like Justice, Sun, and the others, the lady's figure appeared rather blurry, making it difficult to discern her exact appearance. However, there were some things that Klein could still clearly see. For example, she had facial features. For example, the muscles on her cheeks were cracking, and the flesh and blood inside were condensing, as though they had turned into eyeballs. For example, her ears were extending outwards like trumpets. For example, her fingers were scratching the floor, leaving bright, blood-colored marks. For example, there was a pair of cold, eyelashless, almost transparent eyes above her. The black-haired woman's mutation didn't continue to worsen. Her body was tenaciously repairing itself, allowing the eyeball-like flesh to melt away, the cracked muscles to heal, and the extended ears to shrink inwards. Every detail was in a state of repeated seesaw. The pair of illusory, transparent, eyelashless eyes made Klein fall into a trance. It was as though he had returned to Tingen, back to the time when he first grasped spirit vision. Back then, he saw such a pair of eyes behind old Neil. The hidden sage? Klein leaned back in his chair, reached out his hand, and grabbed the sea god's scepter that had once again flown out from the junk pile. He planned on helping out in passing and giving the pair of evil eyes a few bolts of lightning. But after careful analysis, he acutely sensed that the black-haired woman's abnormality stemmed from the crazy ravings that others couldn't hear. This was because the source of everything was located in the ears, deep within her spirit body, in her soul body. It's very similar to the situation when Miss Magicians suffered from the ravings of the full moon. Thankfully, I'm an experienced person. Otherwise, I would have made the wrong response. Klein's thoughts raced as he came up with a way to save her. It was to pull her spirit body above the gray fog and directly block off the crazy ravings. As long as there was no power from the source, the mutation would quickly be resolved by the lady's body's self-recovery ability. As for whether the other party wasn't worth saving or whether he harbored evil intentions, he was no longer as troubled as he was in the past. If the black-haired lady was guilty of heinous crimes, with her artifact and crimson star establishing a connection with the mysterious space above the gray fog, Klein could give her a few bolts of lightning at any time to send her to where she needed to go. If he really has any ill intentions or causes any accidents, with the Sea God Scepter, the Dark Emperor card, and the ability to stir the gray fog's powers, it's not like I'm powerless to resist. Klein held the white bone scepter in his right hand and tapped the corresponding star from afar. His spirituality suddenly surged and poured into the crimson light that flowed like water. This time he was able to establish a mysterious and stable connection relatively easily. The black-haired lady's figure instantly appeared at the side of the long bronze table, sitting on a chair that did not belong to the current members of the tarot. Through the final scene displayed by the Crimson Star, Klein saw that the mutation of the other party's body had clearly weakened. He nodded indiscernibly and patiently waited for the other party to speak. The black-haired lady was still in a trance. A second ago, she was struggling in extreme pain, and her vision was gradually darkening. The next second, she arrived in a towering palace with a dome. Below her was an endless, quiet gray fog. How could she not be stunned? After a brief moment of silence, she looked at the figure sitting leisurely at the end of the long, mottled table. Is this the netherworld? You didn't die. Klein laughed. At this moment he saw that behind the black-haired lady's high-back chair, the symbol that was dyed with starlight quickly moved, forming a pair of cold, indifferent, eyelash-free eyes that contained countless resplendent stars. Based on his past experience, he believed that it was a symbol representing the mystery prior pathway. The black-haired lady was stunned for a moment before she gradually regained her senses. She instinctively surveyed the area before finally casting her gaze on the mysterious man shrouded in the gray fog. White shirt, swallow-tailed suit, no bow tie, black pants, bright leather boots, black hair, and a blurry appearance. There's nothing odd about him. He casually held a milky white scepter that was slightly longer than his arm. That scepter, the black-haired lady's pupils constricted. Deep in her eyes was the azure-blue gem, and the aura of the storm that had stirred the surrounding sea. In addition, there were innumerable points of light lingering around it, naturally giving off a feeling of sacredness and majesty. This is a scepter at the demigod level. It's like a toy in his hands. He doesn't care about it at all. The black-haired lady narrowed her eyes and cautiously asked, "How should I address you?" "You can call me Mr. Fool," Klein answered with great familiarity. The Fool. The black-haired lady ruminated over the word and deliberated. "I've heard of your honorific name from Mr. Z of the Aurora Order." She waited for him to admit or deny it. He knows Mr. Z of the Aurora Order. He can be considered an old friend. Klein smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he said, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" This should be the most basic etiquette. Only then did the black-haired lady recall what had happened to her as she fell silent once again. After a few seconds, she said with a deep voice, "My name is Catlia. My name is Catlia. I have the nickname of Admiral of Stars." "Mr. Fool, were you the one who saved me?" "Admiral of Stars?" "One of the 7 pirate admirals, Admiral of Stars with a bounty of 37,000 pounds? I saved a treasure trove. No, a person of considerable standing." Klein changed his sitting posture in a half-surprised and half-mocking manner. He chuckled and replied, "Isn't the truth obvious?" Admiral of Stars Catlia immediately stood up and said, "Thank you for your help. If there's anything you need me to do, feel free to instruct me directly, as long as it's within my capabilities and doesn't violate my principles." She sure knows how to conduct herself. Very experienced and experienced, as expected of the famous Admiral of Stars. Klein felt a baffling sense of wistfulness. His tarot members, apart from the Hanging Man and his avatar world, were rather inexperienced when they first participated. Miss Justice had a vague understanding of the mysterious world, but she had yet to truly step into it. Sun had sufficient education, but his environment was isolated. He was relatively young, and he appeared very honest. Although Miss Magicians had been a Beyonder for several years, she had remained at Sequence 9 and was in a wild state. She didn't know much about the various hidden factions, nor did she have much experience. Emlyn came from a Beyonder race and had a faction with a deep heritage. However, as he didn't like going out and enjoyed staying at home to play with dolls, he lacked experience in certain aspects and was easily fooled. That fellow, Emlyn, is smart, but if he were to encounter Trissy, no, Demoness Trissy Cheek, he would be fooled into selling his dolls. Klein inwardly mocked Mr. Vampire, who could be considered a friend in the real world. He looked at Admiral of Stars and didn't directly respond to the matter of repaying her for saving his life. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Are you a member of the Moses Ascetic Order?" "Yes." Catlia didn't believe that she could hide this matter from Mr. Fool. Klein smiled. "What did you do just now to provoke that guy?" He wasn't certain that the pair of eyes from before belonged to the hidden sage, so he vaguely replaced it with that fellow. This way, no matter what, Mr. Fool was absolutely correct and had status. Catlia was silent for a moment. "No, I didn't provoke him." She paused for a moment before continuing. "The members of the Moses Ascetic Order believe that all things are numbered and pursue knowledge itself. However, Roselle the Great once said that it's not that we are pursuing knowledge, but that knowledge is pursuing us. The hidden sage is knowledge itself. He is pursuing us, pursuing every member of the Moses ascetic order. When a lot of knowledge is injected into us, but we aren't able to quickly digest and grasp it, the situation from before will happen. Either we lower our mental defenses and accept the hidden sage's transformation, or we rely on our willpower to hold on. If we can't hold on, we will lose control. So that's the case. You weren't specifically targeted by the hidden sage. Even if you successfully escape the predicament from before, you wouldn't be suspected. According to what you said, you have quite a bit of knowledge. Back then, old Neil only wanted to obtain the knowledge of human body refinement and perfect resurrection, right? Klein suddenly sighed, but he didn't show it on his face. The reputation of Admiral of Stars isn't bad. She's one of those who has her ways as a thief. Klein reined in his thoughts and calmly said, "If you encounter such a situation again, you can recite my name. If you encounter such a situation again, you can recite my name." Recite your name. Katlia's lips quivered a few times, instinctively wanting to reject it. In the end, she did not speak and remained silent for a long time. After repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, she stood up, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and bowed slightly. "What can I do for you?" Klein chuckled and said in a nonchalant tone, "That's right. Provide some assistance to my blessed in the future." "As you wish." Katlia sat down again and asked cautiously, "Does the honorific name that Mr. Z provided belong to you?" She then repeated the fool's honorific name. Klein nodded lightly, indicating that he was right. Katlia glanced at the other empty seats and asked, after some deliberation, "Honorable Mr. Fool, is there anyone else here?" Klein smiled. "Some people like you. They set up a regular gathering, and I was a witness." Katlia was silent for more than 10 seconds. "Can I join?" She believed that since she was related to the mysterious existence known as the Fool, it was obviously better to understand him better than doing nothing. "Of course, you have money, knowledge, influence, and needs." Klein leisurely leaned back in his chair. "Sure. Without my permission, you are not to divulge it." "All right." Katlia replied without hesitation. Klein tapped his left index finger gently, conjuring the remaining tarot cards on the bronze table. They used tarot cards as their code names. "These are the remaining ones. Choose one." Katlia scanned it and went straight to the point. "The Hermit. P.S. There's a 3rd chapter at 7 p.m. Please remember this book's domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version website. Chapter 572. In the captain's cabin, Katlia slowly got up from the floor and silently walked to the full-body mirror beside the bookshelf. In the mirror, her skin was fair and smooth, without a single tear. Her ears were normal and small, without any signs of expanding. Her dark purple eyes were calm, as though nothing had happened. However, Katlia's eyes, which had a hint of mystery, could see even more. Hidden under the skin, the flesh that had yet to completely melt, the eyeball-like flesh, the soul body whose pain and madness were rapidly fading, the countless indescribable illusory objects that were swimming around, the sailors who were cleaning the deck across many rooms. Everything within dozens of meters wasn't obstructed, but it appeared in her vision in an abnormally chaotic manner. Ever since she became a Sequence 5 astrologer, her mystery prior powers had been greatly enhanced. She could still vaguely see thick curtains that resembled shadows around her. Behind the curtains, it was as though something was watching her and all living beings. There are no signs of being influenced by Mr. Fool. This, in turn, explains many problems. His ability to directly pull my soul body into that mysterious space is strange, powerful, and secretive. It's not something that a demigod-level scepter can compare with. Although he is wearing clothes that are trendy, that doesn't mean anything. To an existence at this level, it's very simple for him. to appear different in the eyes of different people, and his true appearance will probably cause anyone who looks directly at him to lose control and die. Katlia stared at herself in the mirror and silently recalled everything that had just happened. She couldn't help but have some guesses about Mr. Fool's identity, but this could only be a guess without any evidence. Wearing a swallow-tailed suit doesn't mean that he is very young or that he has just been born. Perhaps his essence is ancient, even older than the 7 deities. The knowledge that I've chased after tells me that there were indeed more ancient deities before the cataclysm. He might be one of them. Katlia silently muttered to herself, turned around, and left the full-body mirror. She walked back to the spot where she had been struggling in pain and picked up the glasses that had fallen to the side. She placed the thick glasses on her nose, blocking her dark purple eyes. Everything that didn't belong to her normal vision quickly disappeared from front of her. Katlia stood there, once again thinking about how Mr. Fool and the so-called tarot would affect her. Unknowingly, a tall and slender figure appeared in her mind, and the words that she could not forget once again echoed in her ears. "Leave, your fate is not with me." "Is this my fate, your majesty?" Katlia closed her eyes. Above the gray fog, inside the ancient and majestic palace, Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table, causing all the tarot cards on it to disappear. He was considering what would happen after Admiral of Stars joined the tarot. If there's no other way, I might really have to leave the safe sea route and enter the sea formed by the ruins of the Battle of Gods in search of the mermaid song. When the time comes, the hermit who is afraid of the fool and can be controlled by me to a certain extent is clearly more reliable than collaborators like Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, and the others. It's safer to borrow her ship. Yes, Mr. the Hanging Man is a backup plan. Admiral of Stars is a member of the Moses Ascetic Order and has a lot of knowledge. This is very helpful to tarot, but for me, there's a certain latent danger. Mr. Fool's image is built on an unfathomable foundation. In the future, I have to be more careful and resolutely not give answers that I don't understand. When I'm not confident, I'd rather be ambiguous and even use charlatan methods. Of course, to completely resolve such problems, I have to improve myself as soon as possible and become a high-sequence Beyonder as soon as possible. My strength has to match my level, and my standards have to match my status. With such a sequence 5 Beyonder and the addition of so many powerhouses under him, Tarot's overall strength isn't considered low. After obtaining the Sea God Scepter, I don't have to worry about such a Tarot member being too strong and easily causing problems. I hope that one day Admiral of Stars, a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, will become an important helper in my revenge on the Hidden Sage. Klein exhaled as his figure disappeared above the gray fog. Bakeland, at the bottom of St. Samuel Cathedral, a nighthawk wearing a red glove held a telegram and entered the temporary office assigned to them. "Captain, there's a situation at Enmat Harbor," he said to Sol Assure Sostel in excitement. Sostel stroked the hair at his right temple. "What's the situation?" "There's a new situation with the Fool. The Aurora Order is looking for the Fool." The team member holding the telegram handed over the piece of paper in his hand. His answer immediately attracted the attention of a few red gloves present, including the black-haired, green-eyed man in the corner who had his chair tilted up and his feet placed on the table. He had a top hat covering his face as though he was taking an afternoon nap. Sostel took the telegram, glanced at it, and immediately smiled. Someone falsely claimed to be his blessed in an attempt to scam him. In the end, after reciting his honorific name, he was struck to death by a bolt of lightning. There really is a secret existence named the Fool. The dossiers related to the 2 tarot rituals, and the Fool had been handed over to Sostel's Red Gloves team for them to investigate. However, there weren't any clues to this matter, and they didn't place much importance on it because they had other missions. The Fool has the power of a lightning domain. Leonard Mitchell took off the black top hat that covered his face. Who knows? If he's the embodiment of an old friend, He could have done something similar by preparing the corresponding mystical items ahead of time. This isn't without precedent, especially the fake deities in the southern continent and the colonial islands. Ha ha! That cheat falsely claimed that the fool was the embodiment of the Lord of Storms. That might be why he was struck to death by lightning and not some other way of dying. Sastel leisurely threw the telegram to the side. Leonard glanced at it, retracted his feet, turned his body sideways, and chuckled. "Aren't you going to investigate?" "How? Pretend to be an ignorant person and recite his honorific name?" Sastel scoffed. "There's a high chance of catching the fool's tale, but I'll basically bid farewell to this world. The digestion of my nightmare isn't bad, and I've just obtained something good. There are still many sequences waiting for me. So how can I bear to sleep in peace?" Leonard stroked his hair and said, "That's right. Can we find a few row criminals to give it a try?" But he can completely choose not to respond. Sastel shook his head. "We can start with the 2 cases involving the tarot ritual. I increasingly feel that it's related to the Fool. First of all, the Fool is the main card of the tarot cards. Second, the organization that's searching for or putting out a bounty on his blessed is the Aurora Order. And the first case involving the tarot ritual is the Lenivus case. The Aurora Order's attempt to make the true creator descend was thus foiled." Leonard tugged at his black vest and stood up. Sastel thought seriously and said, "The clues for the other cases have been cut off." "The clues for the other cases have been cut off. We have nothing to do for the time being. You can try to focus on the 2 tarot ritual cases." "All right," Leonard replied with a smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted to achieve. With the help of a case that no one cared about, he could obtain freedom of movement for a certain period of time. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Furs shivered as she returned to her residence from the cold streets. It wasn't that she wanted to go out in such humid and cold weather, but that the food reserves at home had been depleted. And in order to capture a fugitive to collect the bounty, Zio had chased after him to Pritz Harbor. She didn't know when she would be able to return home. She always instinctively pursues and captures fugitives. It can be considered acting to a certain extent. Furs carried a large brown paper bag and habitually took out her key to open her mailbox. She grabbed the letters and bills inside. After entering her room, she put down the food and took off her thick coat. Then, Furs flipped through the letters. Suddenly, her eyes lit up because there was a letter from her teacher, Dorian Gray. After she advanced to Trickmaster, she immediately wrote this matter in a letter and mailed it to Dorian Gray, hoping to receive her teacher's congratulations and subsequent guidance. But after several days, she didn't receive a reply. She was momentarily worried and wondered if she should go to Pritz Harbor to take a look. Furs quickly tore open the envelope and browsed through it. "I'm sorry for taking so long to reply. I left Pritz Harbor for a period of time for a relative's funeral. I'm pleased with your talent. Perhaps the stories hidden in your heart have helped you to perform better in your acting. After you digest the Trickmaster potion, I'll provide you with the sequence 7 astrologer formula and certain ingredients. I'll also give you a gift. The acting of a Trickmaster is focused on the words acting and fooling. Fooling can also be replaced by deceiving. This is something that has been verified by generations of Beyonders. You can refer to the other pathways of Swindler and Magician. The meanings of their names are similar in certain aspects. Furs heaved a sigh of relief and looked up at the wall clock. She quickly walked back to her bedroom and locked the door. The weekly tarot was about to arrive. Before long, a crimson light surged out like water, drowning everything. In the ancient and mysterious palace, Furs was just about to look at Mr. Fool when she suddenly saw a figure beside her. That seat had always been empty. A new member? A lady? Magician Furz's eyes moved slightly as she pretended not to care and half turned her body. Another new member? And it's a lady. Miss Justice was just about to get up to greet Mr. Fool when she suddenly saw an unfamiliar figure. She was somewhat puzzled and expectant when she discovered a problem. The women were on the same side, while the men were on the other side. This should be a deliberate division by Mr. Fool. I wonder if there's any symbolic meaning in it. The left side is a lady and the right side is a man. The one that isn't on the left or right is a deity that can't be defined by gender, Mr. Fool. Ah, yes, there's also Mr. World. Ha! Could it be that he's neither male nor female or even human? Audrey, you're overthinking things. Justice stood up and bowed briskly. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Please remember the domain name of this book. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor Mobile Version. Chapter 573. Third chapter of Lord of the Mysteries completed. Seeking monthly votes, chapter updated. Currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest update. Chapter 574. Faced with Miss Justice's pleasing greeting, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he nodded slightly in response. Just as he was about to introduce Ma, Hermit to everyone and introduce everyone to her, he realized that Miss Justice didn't stop. Instead, she turned her gaze to the side. Good afternoon, Mr. the Hanging Man. This time, she didn't follow the order of the tarot cards, but followed the order of entry. After this round of greetings, Ma, Hermit will get to know everyone. There's no need for Mr. Fool to introduce them. Miss Justice is clearly doing it on purpose. How thoughtful. As long as a Beyonder in the spectator domain is serious, they're different in this aspect. Klein was first taken aback before he came to a realization and secretly marveled. At the same time, the Hanging Man Alger responded to Audrey's greeting as he cautiously sized up the new member. She's a woman. I can barely tell that she's wearing a black robe with many patterns on it. Her hair is black, and her eyes are a little purple. Alger barely managed to find something special from her blurry and distorted image. Suddenly, his heart sank as he recalled the scene he had seen at the pirate convention a few months ago. The scattered starlight had magically formed a long, resplendent bridge between the gigantic sailboat and the palace deep in the island. Dressed in a black warlock robe, Admiral of Stars Catlia was strolling in midair, with an astral globe and a short scepter hanging by her waist. And the astral globe looked like the strange item that Alger had previously obtained that resembled the weather bottle. The latter had mysteriously and coincidentally shattered after he was pulled into the gathering by Mr. Fool. Could it be her? She looks a little similar. However, Admiral of Stars wears glasses, but she doesn't. I can't be sure. I'll need to continue observing and searching for evidence. Unfortunately, I only saw her from afar and don't know much. Regardless, I have to be careful. When exchanging information, I should try my best not to reveal any details that involve my true situation. The world is Mr. Fool's blessed. Letting him know of my identity is completely different from letting others. No, the other members know of it. After the matter with the sea god, Mr. Fool's strength has been greatly restored. He can even rope in a powerhouse at the pirate admiral level. The Hanging Man. Alger's thoughts flashed through his mind, and his sitting posture changed slightly. Mr. the Hanging Man's body language told me that he was very alert and on the defensive. Does he know the new lady, or has he guessed something? How curious! Audrey's gaze swept over without leaving a trace as she cast it at Sunday. At this moment, Catlia was also carefully and seriously examining the tarot members according to the order in which they were greeted. The mysterious purple in her eyes slowly flowed in an imperceptible manner. Although she couldn't see through the blur and concealment, she could recognize the details of the other's clothes. The Hanging Man, a man in his 30s. His hair is rather messy, like seaweed. It's a rather rare dark blue color. This is a common mutation of the sailor pathway. He's wearing a robe with the patterns of storms and waves. Someone from the Church of the Storm? Catlia's pupils constricted slightly as she looked away without revealing anything abnormal. She continued, sizing up the other members. Son, a young man. Perhaps he's still underage. The style of his clothes is rare. It has a simple beauty to it. It's rather tight and suitable for combat. Is he a beyonder in this aspect? The world isn't an old man, nor is he a youth. He has a gloomy bearing, and he's wearing a hooded robe. He feels like he's not a living person. Is he similar to Senor, or Steel Mavedi? Or perhaps some other sequence that I'm not sure of? Magician's a young woman. She wears a common Rouen style dress. Apart from being a little languid, there's nothing special about her. Such people are the easiest to ignore, so I should pay more attention to them. The moon, a young man. His sitting posture is very casual. He has black hair and red eyes. He wears a priest robe of Earth Mother. There's only one possibility for such a combination. A vampire. The members of Mr. Fool's Tarot are indeed not simple. Just a preliminary judgment involves 2 major churches. Catlier retracted her gaze and made eye contact with Justice Audrey, who happened to look over. Sensing the other party's intention, she nodded gently. The hermit. Catlier used ancient Faysac. She deliberately didn't use the language of Intis and Rouen that she was more accustomed to. It was the same when she conversed with Mr. Fool. Furthermore, she noticed a problem. Mr. Fool had previously informed her that the meeting time was 3 in the afternoon on Monday, Bakelin time. Does this mean that the members attending the gathering are mainly Rouen? Catlia had her own judgment on this. Justice, Audrey replied with a faint smile. Good afternoon, ma, I'm Hermit. She had noticed the other party's actions and made a simple conclusion in her heart. A rather cautious lady with rich experience in the beyonder world. She's quiet, but not introverted. She's very confident in her observation skills or certain abilities related to her eyes. And the style of her clothes and the short scepter hanging by her waist indicate that her sequence pathway is more mystical. This needs to be verified. Perhaps it's just a hobby. At the same time, Catlia also saw Miss Justice's clothes clearly. She wore 2 dangling earrings. The earrings were small and exquisite. They were inlaid with extremely high-quality emeralds, which complemented her green eyes very well. They were clearly worth a lot. The necklace around her neck has a unique style. It's adorned with innumerable diamonds, but it doesn't appear extravagant. Her beige, waist-hugging dress is simple but beautiful. It's tailored and elegant, like the work of a master fashion designer. As details flashed past her eyes, Catlia couldn't help but close her eyes. A 17 or 18-year-old girl, very rich. Her actions and bearing seemed to be a noble of high status. A Rouen noble? Catlia didn't know why she sighed inwardly. After a round of greetings from Audrey, there was no need for Klein to introduce them. The original members of Tarot all knew Ma, am Hermit, and they were also known to her. Just as they sat down, Audrey turned to the end of the long bronze table again. Mr. Fool, I've only managed to find 1 page of Roselle's diary when I'm out of town. At the last gathering, she had provided 2 pages. She was just short of 2 pages to pay off her debt, but being in the manor, she had only managed to find 1 page even though she often visited the city. In addition, due to the addition of the new member, Ma am Hermit, she had been careful not to mention psychological alchemy, Bakeland, or Eastchester County. Roselle's diary. Diary? Catlia couldn't help but quickly turn her head to look at Miss Justice. She clearly remembered that the tall and beautiful figure had one side. That's not a notebook. It's his diary, but no one other than him will be able to understand it. The members of Tarot know that Roselle's notebook is a diary. Mr. Fool is searching for Roselle's diary. He is trying to crack it to find the secrets hidden in that period of history. This is more like an awakened ancient god. Catlia's mind was filled with puzzlement and shock. She maintained her composure and only turned her head to observe the first transaction. After experiencing many things and slowly becoming one of the 7 pirate admirals, she knew that the most important thing she had to do when she first joined the Tarot was to listen more and speak less. Mr. Fool, I've obtained 3 pages, Magician's first said with a smile. It was sent along with the letter from Dorian Gray. At last week's gathering, she hadn't been able to provide a single page because her teacher hadn't replied and the weather was too cold, so she hadn't gone out to participate in the Beyonder gathering. Sun followed closely behind. "Mr. Fool, I have a copy of a new legend of the ancient gods." "TSK, you're always using the legend of the ancient gods to brush me off." Emlyn glanced at Sun in disdain. Suddenly he thought of something. Although Sun claimed that the City of Silver worshipped the Lord that created everything, he had never hidden the influence that giant King Ormer had on them. However, he had never mentioned that the Kingdom of Silver originally believed in giant Queen Omabella. Isn't the City of Silver equivalent to the Kingdom of Silver? Wait a minute, I'll probe. Emlyn still couldn't get over Sun's slandering of the Sanguine. For pages of Roselle's diary, a legend of the ancient gods. Not bad. I wonder if there's any information on that high elf named Kohainem. Sigh. After Mr. the Hanging Man learns that the world is a blessed, I can't even use the world to ask questions without any qualms. The fool Klein's thoughts raced as he chuckled. Very good. He helped Miss Justice, Miss Magicians, and Little Sun conjure the corresponding content and made them flash into his palm as he casually browsed through them. Mr. Fool doesn't seem to be cracking it. He can read Roselle the Great's diary? What's his background? What's his true identity? Katlia suddenly felt an indescribable horror. She hurriedly retracted her gaze and looked at the long bronze table, as though she was memorizing the ancient patterns on the surface. Ma! Hermit's reaction to Mr. Fool being able to read Roselle's diary exceeds my imagination. Does she care about this matter a lot, or does she have something to do with it? Audrey pursed her lips in thought. Although the other party had concealed it very quickly and naturally, it was still obvious to a sequence 7 of the spectator pathway. Klein had sensed the abnormality of the new member, Hermit, because he wanted to see how the knowledgeable member of the Moses ascetic order would react to this. The outcome left him rather surprised. Isn't it a little too intense? Klein didn't have time to think as he cast his gaze at the first page of Roselle's diary. P.S. Requesting for double monthly votes. Chapter 575, April 9th. Just returned from Countess Waring's masquerade ball. My heart suddenly felt empty. One woman, another woman, yet another woman. The monotonous and mechanical movements, the indistinguishable scent of perfume, and the warmth of entangling limbs can only be exchanged for a few seconds of pleasure, followed by endless boredom, disgust, emptiness, and numbness. What's the fun in such a life? Is the meaning of living every day just for this? This can't go on. I have to get rid of this depraved state. Also, a reminder to myself. Don't habitually write Arabic numerals in the usual spots. Emperor, there are times when you reflect on yourself and become a hipster? This doesn't match the image I have in my heart. Klein nearly pricked up his eyebrows when he read this. His gaze moved down and landed on the second diary entry. April 11th. Countess Waring invited me to a private salon. She told me that Lady Julia would be participating as well. Ha! This conservative blonde who married from Rouen will be participating as well. I'm really looking forward to it. I've been fantasizing about her in bed for a long time. I hope her husband, Viscount de Leon, doesn't have any ill intentions. Emperor, have you forgotten the diary entry you wrote the day before yesterday? TSK, it smells good, right? Also, you misspelled it. Mind. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. April 14th. I've been participating in too many activities recently. I'm feeling a little weak. This is no trivial matter. Although I'm still young, I have to prevent the risk of decline in this aspect. Temperance. Archaeologist has improved my physique and effectively enhanced my abilities, but this isn't its specialty. It's just something I can do in passing. If I continue to raise my sequence, the changes brought about by the potion will likely deepen. This is a direction I can work towards. It's said that apothecaries can concoct potions without any side effects, Perhaps I should find a few to consult. Also, I really have to temperance. Indulgence will only cause the threshold to constantly rise, and the level of satisfaction won't be as good as normal. Calm down and think about it. There's still many things that can be done. Humans are always like this. They're bound by their desires and can't see what's truly valuable. Why did I transmigrate? What secrets are hidden in the depths of the cosmos above my head? Where did my original consciousness come from? If self-awareness purely comes from consciousness, then who was I before my identity as Huang Tao? Who did the most essential part belong to? Great Emperor, are you telling me what it means to be a pervert before and a philosopher after? You also have that kind of worry. I thought you had some kind of fixed attribute. Fortunately, you didn't teach your children Chinese. You probably didn't. Otherwise, what would they think when they see this content? It's not without reason that Zeradol prophesied that your eldest daughter, Bernadette, would turn against you and abandon you. Of course, not teaching them is more of a form of protection. Klein was successfully amused by Roselle's diary, but he didn't show any changes on the surface. To him, Roselle the Great's diary was both a book of knowledge and a collection of jokes. With a thought, Klein flipped to the next page. On the 2nd of October, Zeradol came to visit me again. He hopes that I, who has already become a demigod, can fulfill my promise and help him steal that dangerous sealed artifact from the church. It's a notebook from the Antigonus family from the 4th epoch, a grade 1 sealed artifact. When he saw this, Klein's pupils shrank involuntarily. This was likely the notebook that was later lost by the secret order. This was likely the notebook that led to Klein Moretti's death, allowing him to use his corpse to successfully awaken in this world. This was the source of everything. It turns out that it didn't land in the hands of the secret order right from the start. Instead, it was sealed within the Church of Craftsmen, which later became the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Through Emperor Roselle, Zeradol successfully stole it. By the way, the secret order member in Creeping Hunger is very afraid of Zeradol, believing that he's an abnormal monster that can't die. Does this mean that Zeradol obtained some benefits from the notebook, but an accident happened? He went from a human who could normally communicate with Roselle to a monster. That's why the Antigonus family's notebook was lost? Of course. I can't rule out the possibility that Zeradol deliberately let it be lost. Because Zeradol turned into a monster, the secret order lost all its mermaids, causing the Faceless to take the risk to go out to sea? Rosego succeeded because he attempted to enter the sea formed by the ruins of the battlefield of gods? Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, making him feel abnormally heavy. He didn't believe that his encounter with the Antigonus notebook had anything to do with Roselle, because he had always guessed in the direction of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. The details that followed were also in line with similar logic. Are they all related to the higher levels of the seer pathway? Klein swept his gaze from the corner of his eye, taking in the endless gray fog that stretched out in silence. Could it have been caused by it? He asked himself again. Steadying his emotions, Klein continued reading the subsequent contents of the diary. I'll have to act according to the situation. If it's easy to steal and there's no risk of exposure, I'll try. If not, I'll pretend that nothing happened. Even if Zeradol were to expose me, it doesn't matter. With my present identity, status, sequence, and influence, as long as I'm willing to repent, the church won't do anything to me. The other 2 diary entries on this page recorded Roselle's thought process of coming up with a plan to steal the notebook, but it didn't seem like there was any chance of success. However, Klein knew that he had finally obtained the notebook and handed it to the leader of the secret order, Zeradol. After pondering for a moment, Klein flipped this page. 12th and 10th. Once again, I attended that ancient and secret gathering. At the gathering, I discovered that they were extremely hostile towards the 4th epoch Solomon Empire, and it was very unanimous. I raised this question, and Mr. Hermes readily gave me the answer. In the 4th epoch, the ally and supporter of the Solomon Empire, was the true creator. This is very real. I resisted the urge to ask what our organization had done in the history of the fourth epoch, but when I left the palace and returned to the dream, I realized that old Mr. Hermes's route overlapped with mine to a certain extent. This ancient human who survived before the cataclysm definitely knows a lot. I tried to get close to him and sincerely asked him a question. Why does the organization hate the true creator? Was it just because he used the sacred name of the creator? Old Mr. Hermes chuckled. We are not such shallow creatures. He asked me in return, do you know the exact abilities of a shepherd? Of course. So I answered. He asked meaningfully again, what's the matter? If you were to pick out one of all the current gods and develop towards an omniscient and omnipotent Lord, who do you think is the most likely? This. The first thought that flashed through my mind was the shepherd pathway that can devour, graze, and control the souls and characteristics of other beyonders. And the end of this pathway is the true creator. So that's how it is. Although there's only one diary entry on this page, there's a lot of information. The Solomon Empire originally belonged to the true creator's camp. In the underground ruins of the Tudor family, there are statues of the 6 Orthodox gods. Although I can't be sure if they were worshipping the gods or blaspheming them. One thing is certain. The 6 gods were involved in the affairs of the 3 empires. Later on, they even had a close relationship with the Tuluan-Sostal dynasty. The 3 empires represent 3 different camps of gods. Klein attempted to use his archaeological discoveries and historical knowledge to decipher the hidden truth of the previous epoch, but he was still confused. Towards the question of Hermes, the oldest master of mysticism, Klein's answer was similar to Roselle's. As the sequence increased, the saints and angels of the shepherd pathway could graze more and more souls and beyonder powers. In the end, if the true creator could graze the corresponding deities of the other 21 beyonder pathways, he would be equivalent to an omniscient and omnipotent creator to a certain extent. There are still many secrets hidden in the sequence pathways. Klein flipped to the 4th page of the diary. This page recorded Roselle's actions after he consumed the savant potion. He read a lot and learned a lot, making his foundation extremely solid, raising the breadth and depth of his knowledge to a whole new level. During this period of time, he had almost no entertainment. Learning was his greatest form of entertainment. In one of the diary entries he wrote, "When a person knows that he will definitely gain something from his hard work, and can directly see how much he has gained, then he will definitely work as hard as I am now. Isn't this the intrinsic attraction of many games?" Klein flipped to the last page of the diary and read the legend of the ancient gods provided by Little Sunday throughout the entire process. There was silence in the towering palace. Be it justice or the moon, they were considering what to trade or communicate about. This was the first time the hermit Catlia had encountered such a situation, but she didn't feel uneasy or uneasy at all. Instead, she seriously analyzed the information revealed by the scene. This isn't the first time it's happened. Mr. Fool has the habit of reading Roselle's diary at tarot gatherings. The members are actively or passively gathering it for him, but it's uncertain if they have paid him in advance. He can really understand Roselle's diary. He's searching for the secrets that have sunk into the river of history. Just now, Sun mentioned that the information he submitted was a legend of the ancient gods. This matches my previous guess. At this moment, Klein had roughly finished browsing through the new information on the ancient gods. In the second epoch, in the Dark Ages, every ancient god had a subsidiary deity, just like the dragon of imagination Anquelt and his child, the dragon of nightmare Alzahad. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 576. In the information provided by Sun, there was a detailed list of representative subsidiary deities, but most of them didn't have their true names. They only wrote their titles, including the goddess of beauty and goddess of life, who were subsidiary to vampire ancestor Lilith, the goddess of misfortune and god of the dead, who were subsidiary to annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria, the goddess of luck and queen of calamity, who were subsidiary to elf king Sennayathrim, and so on. Queen of Calamity. Klein suddenly thought of the Book of Calamity and the golden wine cup he had obtained from the ruins of the High Elves. On it was engraved the name Kohainam and the word calamity in Elvish. This made him suspect that Kohainam was the subsidiary deity of the Elf King, Queen of Calamity. Unfortunately, I can't directly seek confirmation from Little Sunday. I have to wait for him to provide further information. Klein sighed silently. At the same time, he made a guess about the situation where these titles didn't have a corresponding true name. The City of Silver was originally the Kingdom of Silver ruled by the Giant King's court. Apart from having a sufficient understanding of its own factions and archenemies, the information on the other ancient gods came from rumors and wasn't that detailed. Compared to simple titles, complex and awkward true names were clearly harder to remember and spread. The situation after flipping the pages confirmed Klein's judgment, but it made him have new doubts. The dragons also had a dragon of wisdom that was equivalent to a deity in the City of Silver, named Haraburgen. And under Giant King Ormer there was his eldest son, the god of dawn Badheil, as well as his queen, the goddess of harvest. Why doesn't the goddess of harvest have a true name? Isn't she the queen of the Giant King's court? The City of Silver shouldn't have no records. These so-called subsidiary deities are equivalent to angels, or kings of angels. Sequence 2 of this pathway, sequence one of the other pathways? Klein suppressed his puzzlement and deduced the actual situation. He relied on the knowledge recorded in the card of blasphemy. In the same pathway, there was no sequence 1 if there was a sequence 0. Without a sequence 0, there were at most 3 sequence 1s. However, Klein didn't dare to make a definite judgment based on this. After all, the knowledge he had was rather one-sided. He didn't know if there were any prerequisites for the details of sequence 0 and sequence 1 that stemmed from the law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and conservation. That's what I think for now. Klein leaned back and made the information in his hand disappear as he smiled. You may begin. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, was still seriously examining himself. After considering the problem of how to communicate, he put himself in the shoes of Ma Hermit, who was suspected to be Admiral of Stars, to see what he had exposed. Mr. Fool's protection of every member's true identity is a form of blurring and distortion of an image, but this doesn't affect the expression of color. It's indeed difficult to distinguish between brown and brown, but bright colors can still be grasped. At the very least, I can clearly tell that Miss Justice has blonde hair and bright green eyes, and my most obvious characteristic that can't be concealed is my dark blue hair. However, this doesn't mean anything. It's fine to say that a common mutation of the sailor pathway is dark blue hair, but the reverse isn't true. This is because this characteristic can be inherited. On Sonia Island, in the Berserk Sea region of Desi Bay, where elves originally gathered, many people with faint elven bloodlines will also have dark blue hair. It's the same for areas where the number of Beyonders in the Church of the Storm exceeds a certain number. Without combining other characteristics, it's very difficult for the hermit to infer further information from this situation. Just as Alger heaved a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed the storm robe he was wearing from the corner of his eye. After returning to the Blue Avenger, apart from being the captain, he was also the bishop of the sailors. He often had to wear the corresponding attire to attend Massachusetts. If he didn't show his piety in his daily actions, he might one day be reported by his subordinates. The Church of the Storm was always rather wary of members who wandered the seas for long periods of time. This was because acting as a pirate for too long might make one a real pirate. After all, the Lord of Storms had never sent down an oracle to exclude pirates from the ranks of believers. Under the blurry and distorted concealment, it's very difficult to see the details of the clothes. This isn't a problem. However, I should take note in the future. At the tarot gathering, I'll change into a set of clothes that doesn't have any special characteristics. Although I can't be sure, I still have to treat him like a pirate admiral. I can't be careless. The hanging man, Alger thought cautiously. At this moment he heard Emlyn speak in a seemingly suppressed voice, but he couldn't hide his excitement. "Mr. the Hanging Man, I'm ready. When will you receive the Sanguine Baron's inheritance? You previously mentioned that it's in the hands of a great pirate? There's no need for you to add the last sentence." Alger's body suddenly stiffened. Great pirate. The hermit Catlia swept her gaze across the hanging man once again. Alger's expression didn't change as he turned his head and replied to the moon, "You got the cash?" "Did you get the cash?" "Of course," Emlyn said with his neck held high. He originally wanted to wait until the 3-month period for the bill of exchange was up before exchanging it at the bank, but he quickly realized that after he decided to buy the Sanguine Baron's inheritance, his mood was completely different from before. He no longer had any doubts or hesitations. He was filled with anticipation and desire, wishing that he could get his hands on it immediately. It was just like how he was when he had saved up enough money to buy his favorite doll. After enduring for more than a week, he finally couldn't restrain himself and sold the acceptance bill. Although he lost some money, it was still acceptable. In many cases, acceptance bills could be used as currency. "I'll get it for you this week." Finally, let's confirm the price again. £4,500. Is that okay? Seeing that the deal was about to be completed, Alger didn't pursue the matter of the moon, revealing his situation. Emlyn thought of the dolls in his room, cleared his throat, and said with his eyes wandering, "Sure. Can it be a little cheaper?" "That's not for me to decide, but I can help you fight for it. Also, don't forget my commission. How about £300? The hanging man Alger's tone didn't change at all. "All right." Emlyn secretly exhaled. A vampire that isn't too strong and underage, or a newly matured vampire. Catlia silently watched from the side and made a judgment. Seeing that Mr. the Hanging Man and Mr. Moon had reached an agreement in a few words, Audrey habitually felt that she should buy something. "In a week or 2, I'll contact the members of Psychological Alchemy in Eastchester County and tell them that I've become a psychiatrist. I'll also use my contributions to exchange for the subsequent potion formulas. There's no need to buy it here for the time being. When I know what ingredients I need, I'll get everyone's help. I can't buy any mystical items for the time being. I've already claimed one. Getting such a rare item, too, frequently indicates many problems." Audrey's thoughts raced as she came up with an idea. She half turned her body and looked at the gloomy man at the bottom of the long bronze table. "Mr. World, did you previously mention that you've successfully obtained clues to the psychiatrist characteristic? I plan on buying it and feeding it to Susie," she silently added in her heart. In fact, while she was considering it, she had another slightly mischievous idea. It was to find an excuse to get Mr. Fool to flip the Dark Emperor card by his hand. From her point of view, since Ma Hermit was especially concerned about the matter regarding Roselle's diary and had an abnormally intense reaction, as well as quickly concealing it, she might recognize the card of blasphemy. She would expose many problems the moment she saw it, revealing her true thoughts. But in the end, she dismissed this thought. It wasn't because she felt that it wasn't good to probe Ma Hermit. To her, this was an act of being responsible for Tarot and herself, but because she didn't believe that she should make decisions for Mr. Fool. If he wants Ma Hermit to recognize the card of blasphemy, he will definitely flip it over himself. If he doesn't want to, my attempts will go against his will. Audrey nodded, solemnly but barely. At this moment, the world hoarsely replied, "Yes. If you're sure you want it, I'll give it to you as soon as possible. The price is £1,800. Typically speaking, £1,200 to £1,500 for a psychiatrist beyond her characteristic was more appropriate." Klein had raised the price slightly, and he wanted to see how much Miss Justice would pay. "All right," Audrey agreed briskly. She had already paid off the balance she owed Viscount Glaint, and after returning to her family's fief, she had received quite a number of coming-of-age gifts. She was in a rather good financial situation, and even the money to pay Mr. Fool's adorer next month had been arranged ahead of time. In the future, her monthly income would be more than £3,000, and she wouldn't have to bear a large portion of her daily expenses. This stemmed from her parents' love for her and the effects of her previous meritorious service. As the two of them discussed, the hanging man was somewhat surprised. The world had just sold a faceless Beyonder characteristic, and recently he had obtained Steele Mavady's characteristic. He also seemed to be secretly hiding a psychiatrist characteristic, and all of this happened in less than a month. On second thought, Alger quickly came to a realization. The world represented Mr. Fool's group of adorers, so this might be the harvest of the other adorers. As his imagination ran wild, the world, who was also Klein, was in a state of shock because of Miss Justice's heroism. He originally thought that Miss Justice, who had just spent £5,500 to buy a mystical item, wouldn't be that rich recently, just like last year. That was why he had left her some room to bargain. But to his surprise, she still agreed to the deal without any hesitation. Did she dig up a gold mine? Klein couldn't help but silently lampoon. Seeing that they had finished their discussion, Sun hurriedly mimicked Miss Justice and raised his hand. Which one of you has the fruit of the Radiance Spirit Pact Tree? He had already successfully gathered the other ingredients for the High Priest Sun potion. The hermit Catlia had just made a preliminary judgment that Miss Justice was a psychiatrist who had yet to advance, but when she heard the request, she fell silent for a few seconds. I do. What can you use to exchange for it? After watching from the sidelines for a long time, she decided to intervene in a small transaction to gain a deeper understanding of how the tarot operated. I can use the history of the City of Silver, as well as the history of dragons, elves, and other creatures of darkness to exchange for it. Hermit, here's a list of the common monsters around the City of Silver. You can choose the ingredients you need from there. How honest! The fool Klein nearly looked up at the dome of the magnificent palace. What is he saying? Catlia frowned slightly, momentarily unable to fully understand Sun's words. P.S. Requesting for double monthly votes. Chapter 577. After a brief moment of thought, the hermit Catlia made the most advantageous choice. Without revealing her emotions, she said, I'll take a look at the common monsters around the City of Silver before making a decision. Another one who was trying to gain something without risking anything. Were people who had been on the sea so good at fleecing others? Or rather, Little Sun's posture is so good that he can't help but want to fleece him. The fool Klein instinctively excluded himself from the team that was trying to gain something without risking anything. All right. Under the watchful eyes of Justice and company, Sun agreed to Hermit's request without any hesitation. He recalled the contents and conjured a list of the common monsters around the City of Silver. However, it wasn't as detailed as the previous time, and there were many things that he had missed out. After all, the Sun Pathway's improvement of memory was rather limited. Many days had passed. Catlia took the document and flipped through it seriously. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. The number of monsters had exceeded her imagination by dozens or even hundreds of times. Most of them used ancient names. If not for the fact that she was a member of the Moses ascetic order that was pursued by knowledge and had reached sequence 5, allowing her to see and know a lot, there was no way for her to know what those names really referred to. But even so, there were still quite a number of monsters that she had never heard of before. Just like in her dreams, in her imagination, those shadows that hid in the depths of the darkness and would never show themselves. Where is the City of Silver? How could there be so many monsters? About 10 seconds later, Catlia looked up without a change in expression. You used the history of the City of Silver in exchange. All right. Sun's eyes lit up as though he had seen the dawn of advancement. With Mr. Fool's help, he quickly conjured the outline of the City of Silver's history textbooks. With plenty of experience, he knew that the more complete and detailed content was much more valuable than the fruit of the Radiant Spirit Pact Tree. So he had some reservations. Katlia knew that she wasn't Mr. Fool and that it was impossible for her members to wait patiently for her to read. Therefore, she casually flipped through it, and after confirming its value, she deliberated and asked, "How can I give you the fruit of the Radiant Spirit Pact Tree?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of something and had a guess. She turned her head and looked at the end of the long bronze table. "Mr. Fool, are we going to use a sacrificial method?" This made Audrey, who had already prepared an answer on the same side, clearly stunned. She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. "Ma, hermit is very impressive and knowledgeable." She directly guessed the method of sacrifice and bestowment. Audrey controlled the subtle expressions on her face and sighed in her heart. Yes. Klein nodded slightly and did not explain further. He believed that it was impossible for a pirate admiral, a Sequence 5 beyonder of the Mystery Prior Pathway, to not know how to make a sacrifice. This could even be one of their specialties. Furthermore, she had also grasped the honorific name of the Fool, so there was no problem of lacking the necessary conditions. Indeed, with a true deity bearing witness to the gathering, sacrifice and bestowment are the most convenient and safest methods of transaction, and communication at the soul-body level can directly resolve the exchange of knowledge. Katlia thanked him and turned to Sunday. "I'll finish it as soon as possible." She didn't seem to have any abnormalities on the surface, but her heart wasn't calm. She had only casually flipped through the information provided by Sun and realized that the City of Silver was truly filled with oddities. Things like being abandoned by the Lord without the sun, leaving behind only an eternal night and alternating high and low frequency lightning, strange and terrifying monsters hidden in the lightless darkness, finally surviving by relying on black-faced grass, and persisting in the Dark Ages for more than 2,000 years were beyond Katlia's imagination. As a knowledgeable powerhouse at sea who knew many secrets, she instantly associated the most famous concept in history with the description of the time and events, the cataclysm. Following that, she made a further guess based on this train of thought. The forsaken land of the gods. Suddenly, the figure that made one yearn to look up to surfaced in Katlia's mind. A sentence that sounded like a sigh surfaced in her mind. That's right. She said with a sigh, he had always been searching for the forsaken land of the gods when he was alive. He said that it hid the final answer to everything. The sun came from the forsaken land of the gods that Roselle the Great couldn't find after much effort? Mr. Fool can connect to that place? No, perhaps he awakened from there. Katlia thought in shock and solemnity. She had been belittling tarot because of the low sequences of the moon, Justice, and Sunday. She believed that Mr. Fool had only recently awakened, so the members he could rope in were obviously not of a high enough level. Now, she had no choice but to readjust her thoughts. It involves the forsaken land of the gods, the Church of the Storm, the Church of Earth Mother, and the Ruan aristocracy. Perhaps it's because of the Moses ascetic order or Her Majesty that these members can rise to high positions without being suspected. As for me, is it because of the Moses ascetic order or Her Majesty? Katlia seriously analyzed Mr. Fool's goal. At that moment, the transaction was nearing its end. The moon, sun, and justice had finalized their respective deals. As Katlia was still observing, she was cautious and didn't speak blindly to expose herself. The hanging man Alger had originally wanted to purchase the Sequence 5 Ocean Songster Potion formula ahead of time in preparation for the future, but the addition of the hermit made him especially wary. He gave up on this plan at the last moment and planned on advancing to a Windblessed. When he was stronger, he would have more leeway. Magician's Furs didn't know what to buy in advance because it wouldn't be long before she obtained the astrologer potion formula and certain ingredients from her teacher. All she could do was watch from the sidelines. She actually had the urge to buy a mystical item to make up for the fact that her trickmaster powers were relatively flashy and not powerful enough. As for her apprentice powers, She was only good at passing through walls and opening doors. However, reality limited her desires. Today, her savings exceeded £400. For the middle class, it was quite good, but she clearly remembered that Miss Justice had spent a total of £5,500 on a mystical item. Even if it's a rather ordinary mystical item, the negative effects aren't that great. It should be at least £1,000 or £2,000. Magicians' furs sat there lazily, unable to ask for it. Klein controlled the world to survey the area and said in a deep voice, "That's right. I need the eyes of a six-winged gargoyle." Among the supplementary ingredients for Nimblewright Master, Sonia Island's golden spring water and dragon-patterned tree bark were common items in the mysterious world. As long as he bought them separately, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. Therefore, Klein only mentioned the six-winged gargoyle's eyeball. Catlia glanced at the world and said unhurriedly, £300 or the equivalent in gold coins. £300 or the equivalent in gold coins. She had noticed that the transaction had been done using Ruan's gold coins. As expected of Admiral of Stars, who controls a pirate crew and has an ancient faction backing her. She's rich in resources, and the price is cheaper than usual. If it wasn't for Little Sun's imminent advancement and the method to remove the mental corruption in a Beyonder characteristic, I would have consulted her about this. With a thought, Klein made the world chuckle. All right. With the completion of the transaction, the palace that resembled a giant's residence fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Without needing Mr. Fool's reminder, Justice, Sun, and company knew that they had entered the free exchange segment. The hanging man, Alger, deliberately didn't look at Ma. Hermit, as he looked at Miss Justice and Miss Magicians. Something major has happened in the Rorstead archipelago recently. He didn't plan on divulging the fact that the world was deeply involved and that Mr. Fool might possess the sea god's avatar. This was because rashly seeking confirmation might ruin Mr. Fool's plans. That would put him in great danger. He only planned on mentioning the superficial details in a normal tone, focusing on the member of the Moses ascetic order, the archaeologist and adventurer Letitia. He wanted to use this to test the hermit and see if she was Admiral of Stars Catlia. This was because this pirate admiral was rumored to be a member of the Moses ascetic order. "What's the matter?" Audrey asked with great interest. The hanging man Alger calmly said, "A disguised archaeologist, Letitia, discovered an ancient elven ruin on Simim Island." The disguised archaeologist Letitia discovered an ancient elven ruin on Simim Island and took an item from it, indirectly causing the local sea god, Kelvetua, to collapse. This fake god wanted to create a tsunami to inundate the island and bury everyone with him, but he was stopped by the Sea King of the Church of the Storm. In the end, Letitia was found and Cavituous died. The threat of the tsunami was completely quelled. But what's strange is that the devout believers of the sea god would still occasionally receive a response. Letitia is dead? For an ancient elven ruin. The hermit Catlia had heard of this archaeologist who belonged to the same organization, but she wasn't familiar with him. Furthermore, the official members of the Moses ascetic order had a certain period of forbidden speech, ascetic cultivation. In terms of concentration and control over their bodies, they far exceeded ordinary people. Therefore, she was only slightly moved as she listened to the hanging man's narration more seriously. She didn't show any obvious abnormalities. After the hanging man finished describing the death of Cavituous, but the sea god still responded to his believers, Catlia frowned in puzzlement. Then, based on her spiritual intuition, she recalled a scene. Yesterday, when she was pulled here by Mr. Fool, she saw that he was holding a milky white scepter in his hand. The scepter's tip was embedded with blue gems that were surrounded by countless holy points of light. And more importantly, it emitted the aura of godhood. It emitted the aura of a nearly corporeal sea and storm. The hermit Catlia instinctively turned her head and looked at the end of the long bronze table. She looked at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in grayish-white fog. P.S. Seeking monthly votes. Ah, genius. Remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. Chapter 578. Why is she looking at Mr. Fool? Audrey acutely noticed that the hermit wasn't doing much, which left her rather puzzled. From her point of view, this was an unusual reaction. Mr. the Hanging Man was clearly talking about something that had nothing to do with them. He was talking about how the so-called sea god Cavituous occasionally responded to his believers despite his apparent death. Why is hermit looking at Mr. Fool? Cavituous's death occasionally responds to his believers. Hermit is looking at Mr. Fool. Could it be? Audrey's eyes lit up as she subconsciously made a guess. Could it be that the person responding to his believers on behalf of Cavituous is Mr. Fool? Hermit knows something, so? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Audrey also half-turned her body and looked in anticipation at Mr. Fool, who was leisurely sitting at the end of the long bronze table. At the same time, the hanging man, Alger, was also surprised and alarmed by the hermit's unexpected actions. I was only probing her relationship with Letitia, a member of the Moses ascetic order. Why would she suddenly look at Mr. Fool? Could it be that she knows that the current sea god is Mr. Fool's embodiment? Her reaction explains this to a large extent. Before she was pulled into the tarot, she had many secret interactions with Mr. Fool, and she was even secretly working for him a long time ago. The more Alger thought about it, the more he paid attention to the hermit. Then he subconsciously followed her and looked at Mr. Fool, who was in the grayish-white fog. He, the hermit, and Justice split up, but their nearly identical actions made magicians Furs and company clearly sense that something was amiss. Why are they looking at Mr. Fool? See, God Cavituous's death has something to do with Mr. Fool? Furs and Emlyn White believed that they were smart enough to guess the reason as they cast their gazes at the end of the long bronze table. The son didn't know who sea god Cavituous was, nor did he know what it meant for him to occasionally respond to his believers after his death. However, since everyone was looking at Mr. Fool, he naturally looked over as well. The world hesitated for a second, as though he was deliberating over something. He first swept his gaze at the hanging man, leaving Alger shuddering in fear. Then he changed the direction of his gaze. At this moment, Klein had already realized how Hermit had guessed from the details that he might be responding to the believers on behalf of sea god Cavituous. He was at a loss over how to express his stance. Should I pretend to say, "This is just a trivial matter that I didn't take to heart. Since you mentioned it, I'll just admit it in passing"? Or should I say, "As a deity, there's no need for me to explain everything to you. There's no need for me to admit or deny anything"? Klein recalled the fool's setting and quickly made a decision. That was to neither admit nor deny it, so as to prevent himself from losing his status as a deity. However, he would point out the key points, making those who hadn't guessed it even more confused. It would make those who doubted it come to a realization, but they would still find it shrouded in fog, deeply feeling that Mr. Fool's intentions were unfathomable. With this in mind, Klein, who was leaning back, chuckled and said leisurely, "That's right." He said leisurely, "Cavituous relied on Calamity Kohainam's relic to become a demigod. So they're seeking Mr. Fool's advice on matters related to the sea god. However, this still doesn't convince me. I have a nagging feeling that there's a deeper truth hidden in this. Could it be? No way." Magician's Furs frowned slightly as she made all sorts of connections. Indeed, Catlia believed that this was Mr. Fool's direct response and had also informed him of some secrets. Is that demigod-level scepter a characteristic of Cavituous? Or is it Calamity Kohainam's relic? Or does it have both definitions at the same time? Who's Calamity Kohainam? The name sounds very elvish. The hanging man mentioned that Letitia discovered an ancient elvish ruin, the residence of a high elf? How did Mr. Fool obtain that scepter? By relying on the hanging man or someone else? No, It doesn't seem like the hanging man otherwise he wouldn't have taken the initiative to mention this matter. What's Mr. Fool plotting by responding to his believers on behalf of the sea god? Is this a part of his recovery, a part that truly affects reality? The more Katlia thought about it, the more she felt that Mr. Fool's level of profoundness was unfathomable. Just like his figure that was obscured by the thick gray fog. The clearer his figure was, the more confused, alarmed, and fearful she became. This might be a game between deities. Katlia sighed inwardly and said with emotion, "My guess wasn't wrong." The hanging man Alger had finally confirmed that the present sea god was the embodiment of the fool. His worries and uneasiness from before seemed to have been rewarded at that moment. On certain occasions, I can openly pray while pretending to be a believer of the sea god. I wonder to what extent Mr. Fool has recovered, and how much power can he release from the seal. Even if it's only at the demigod level, it'll be able to provide a lot of protection at sea. The hermit doesn't appear too surprised. This means that she has indeed made contact with Mr. Fool long ago and has learned of the situation ahead of time. This also means that her sequence isn't low. Perhaps she's really a powerhouse at the level of a pirate admiral. This is both good and bad news for me. The good thing is that there's an additional major faction at sea with the support of a powerhouse. At times, we can work together tacitly and accomplish things that were previously unimaginable. The bad thing is that most of my intelligence and resource channels will be covered by her. My usefulness in the tarot will plummet. Of course, all of this is under the premise that she's really Admiral of Stars. Yes, I have to adjust the focus of my intelligence, gathering, and resources to lean more towards the church. This is something she can't replace me in. The hanging man Alger thought in delight and wariness. That sea god is really Mr. Fool. No, no, no. It should be said that the current sea god is the embodiment of Mr. Fool. He is beginning to interfere with the real world. That's great. If I were to travel at sea in the future, I can directly pray to see God and receive a response. Audrey was surprised, delighted, and proud. According to what she knew, in the various churches, those who didn't do any fixed ritualistic magic and just relied on prayers to receive a response from a deity were either priests with many years of experience or blessed who could be counted on one's fingers. As for receiving a response to every prayer, it was an extreme exception among the blessed. And I can. Mr. Fool is returning to his divine throne step by step. Replacing Sea God is one of the steps. Audrey didn't hide the changes in her emotions. With a smile, she sat up straight and beautifully. Kohainam? That's an elf's name. I think I have heard someone mention it before. Emlyn's thoughts wandered, but he didn't come up with anything. As for Cavituous's death, the sea god was still responding to his believers. He vaguely guessed that it had something to do with the hermit, Justice, and the hanging man looking at Mr. Fool, but he didn't think too much about it. What does this have to do with me? It doesn't affect me saving the Sanguine, so it's not something interesting. Anyway, if there's a problem, I can just pray to Mr. Fool. Emlyn muttered, expressing his disdain for the emotional changes in the others. Calamity, Queen of Calamity, but there's no record of her name being Kohainam. Derek tilted his head slightly to the left. This was his usual action when he was recalling things. From the looks of it, Little Son isn't sure if Kohainam is the Queen of Calamity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a reaction. Klein retracted his gaze in disappointment. He controlled the world to cough lightly, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. Following that, with the Fool's help, the world conjured an image and showed it to the left and right. Do any of you know her? This was a picture of the red-haired Elaine. Klein mainly wanted to see if Admiral of Stars Katlia and the hanging man Alger knew each other. After all, they were well-informed people at sea. Alger took a glance and was just about to say something to indicate that he didn't know who it was when he heard Ma, hermits say in a heavy tone, red-haired Elaine. She has the bloodline of the Sauron family with Intis. She's a declining noble lady. Katlia paused and added, red-haired Elaine. She used to be a sea merchant, but it's said that she was captured by Ailment Maiden Tracy. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's captive? I thought it would be a melodramatic story of a domineering pirate and a noble lady. However, Tracy is also considered a domineering pirate. Haha. Klein's thoughts ran wild. Magician's Furs was still immersed in the relationship between Sea God and the Fool when she suddenly snapped to her senses. She acutely sensed that the story between red-haired Elaine and Vice Admiral Ailment was promising, and there was plenty of room for imagination. But, to her regret, Hermit only said a few words without saying anything else. The Hermit knows about Vice Admiral Ailment, but that doesn't mean anything. Beyonders, with slightly higher sequences and knowledgeable ordinary people know who the 7 pirate admirals are. Their bounties are posted everywhere. Yes, the Hermit knows more about Intis. That's a preliminary judgment. The hanging man wasn't interested in the red-haired Elaine. All he cared about was the Hermit's true identity. After the red-haired Elaine's matter came to an end, Audrey began to consider if she should consult the Mind Dragon. Unlike before, this time there was an additional Hermit, who she didn't know well, and wasn't sure if she could be trusted. This made her somewhat hesitant. After a brief moment of deliberation, she said, "I've been pursuing the traces of a Mind Dragon recently. I've been searching for traces of the Mind Dragon and went to a place where people worship dragons." She hid the exact location and the details that might be related to her identity. P.S. Seeking monthly votes, please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor mobile version website. Chapter 579. Audrey simply mentioned the ancient ballad, but she didn't repeat the exact content, afraid that the seemingly knowledgeable Hermit would guess the exact area. She only talked about the inspiration she had, and through a psychological cue, she maintained her lucidity in the dream and began a very magical journey. Psychological cue? She knows how to make psychological cues. She should be a sequence 7 psychiatrist. Katlia habitually made a judgment, but she immediately had a deeper question. Then why did she buy the beyonder characteristic of a psychiatrist? Repeated consumption is limited, and it's easy to lose control. Furthermore, it will obstruct the digestion of the potion to create a mystical item, but this overlaps with her own beyonder powers, so it doesn't have any value. To give it to someone? Amidst Katlia's speculation, Audrey had already described how she had come to the edge of her consciousness through a messy dream. Then, according to the materialization method she had learned from Mr. Fool, she created a staircase that led downwards, and she gradually delved deep into the realm of her subconscious that resembled an underwater iceberg. She didn't describe in detail the various subconscious points of light that she had seen, because it involved secrets that she was unwilling or ashamed to tell others. She focused on the loneliness, the long journey, the inability to find a goal, and the extremely repressive feeling of being surrounded by all kinds of monsters. She mentioned that her emotions were on the brink of collapse several times, and she barely managed to hold on thanks to her beyonder powers. Finally, she arrived at the illusory sea formed by the collective subconscious of all living beings. The memory imprints from the ancestors of mankind and the various consciousnesses of the surrounding creatures were presented in an orderly and unhurried manner from Audrey's mouth. Then, she fixed her focus on the dragon with gray, rock-like scales that flew past the sea of collective subconscious. There's actually a dragon that lives in the sea of collective subconscious? What a marvelous and magnificent journey. Although Miss Justice didn't encounter any enemies or danger, it still makes me feel like I'm hallucinating. Magician's First suddenly thought of a book title, Miss Justice's Dream Travels. At the end of her narration, Audrey looked around and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, what do you suggest? Do you think that the Dragon City of Miracles live seed is also hidden in the sea of collective subconscious? If I want to continue exploring, what do I need to pay attention to? What do I need to prepare in advance?" The hanging man Alger looked at the hermit and pondered for a moment. "I don't think you should continue exploring. This is a very dangerous act. According to records, most dragons are creatures with flesh and blood, including mind dragons. To be able to survive and roam the so-called Sea of Collective Subconscious, it means that the dragon you saw is of a sufficiently high sequence, even reaching the level of a demigod. Before you reach sequence 5, don't consider such problems. Katlia nodded. In the Sea of Collective Subconscious, there are still many dangerous things. The accumulated evil thoughts of humans, the various desires that can corrode one's soul body, and the terrifying memories from ancient times are like the storms and waves of the real sea. They will bring you severe psychological trauma, and it might even make you unable to wake up again. Besides, that's the Sea of Collective Subconscious of all creatures. It's not only humans. Perhaps some evil spirits, evil gods, or the consciousness of some terrifying existences are lurking there, like a huge whirlpool that can devour ships. Before you truly obtain the beyonder powers to traverse the Sea of Collective Subconscious, don't rashly explore it. The expectant Audrey was disappointed, but she had to admit that what Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma Hermit said made sense and were very sincere. She silently took a deep breath and said to herself, "Audrey, I can't be willful. I'll try again when I'm a sequence 5. She didn't consider how difficult it was to become a sequence 5. At this level, she could even compete for a spot as one of the 7 admirals at sea, or make a 7 become an 8. From Audrey's point of view, with Mr. Fool and Tarot around, as long as she was careful, calm, and didn't recklessly take risks, she would be able to successfully reach this level in a year or 2. Only the door to becoming a demigod was difficult to push open. Hermit knows a lot and is very knowledgeable. Audrey held onto her last sliver of hope as she looked at Mr. Fool at the end of the long bronze table, hoping that this deity-level existence could provide a suggestion that was different from Mr. the Hanging Man and Hermit. "Don't look at me. I don't understand." Klein tried his best not to let his eyes flicker. His understanding of the conscious, subconscious, and collective subconscious was still stuck at the theory described by Spirit Medium Daily. He didn't know much more about it. In the past, after his dreams were invaded and he regained his lucidity, he had never thought of exploring the world outside his dreams. This made him unable to give Miss Justice any advice. In fact, he had a natural idea about this, but he didn't know if it would be effective without it being verified. If it were in the past, he could still give a vague hint or 2 if he wasn't confident. But at this moment, Katlia was watching from the side. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. The less he spoke, the less mistakes he would make. What an extremely pressurizing new member. The Fool Klein sighed inwardly and didn't say a word. He maintained a faint smile in his eyes. If he wasn't above the gray fog and not existing in the form of a spirit body, he suspected that such a difficult act would cause the muscles around his eyes to spasm. Mr. Fool doesn't have any suggestions. Audrey retracted her gaze in a slightly depressed manner, no longer fantasizing about exploring the Sea of Collective Subconscious as soon as possible. At this moment, the impatient Emlyn cleared his throat. "I've seriously studied the history of us Sanguine. He's indeed a vampire. Nurturing vampires and pulling vampires into the religion is really a tradition of the Church of Earth Mother." The hermit Katlia nodded as though she was listening attentively. At the same time, she felt that she needed to adjust a certain point of view. The moon has directly revealed his identity. Does this mean that Mr. Fool is a powerful deterrent in the outside world? That's why the members aren't afraid of leaking information. I don't think there's a need for me to completely hide my situation. Emlyn paused for a moment, turned his head to look at the sun and raised his chin. He raised his chin and said, "Before the cataclysm, there was no city of silver, only the kingdom of silver." If it were anyone else, Sun would have definitely hurriedly explained that the citizens of the City of Silver were descendants of the Kingdom of Silver to prove that he wasn't lying. However, after glancing at Mr. Moon and sensing his smugness, Derek turned his head and looked to the side, not bothering to explain. Why should I let this arrogant vampire who doesn't acknowledge the history of the City of Silver believe me? He thought gloomily. From his reaction, Emlyn could tell that the City of Silver was indeed related to the Silver Kingdom. The Silver Kingdom didn't initially believe in the giant king, Ormer, but in his queen, Omabella. Omabella? Son Derek turned his head and blurted out, "That's right. There are no records of this matter in our City of Silver, nor are there any records of the giant queen being called Omabella." Emlyn immediately chuckled and spread his hands. "Therefore, it's not a problem for me to say that your City of Silver's history is missing something, right? Obviously, the history of the bloodbreeds that you have recorded is wrong, going around in circles just to prove this. Should I say that you, vampire, are logical or rather vengeful?" Klein held back his amusement and didn't allow himself to size up Emlyn White. The conflict between the moon and the sun had benefited him greatly. He learned that the giant queen, the goddess of harvest, was named Omabella. Just as Sun was about to retort Mr. Moon, he heard Ma and Hermit speak. Omabella was the second epic's goddess of harvest, and she was also the queen of the giant king's court. Rumor has it that she perished at the end of the second epic, but there's no way to verify it. This is because no one has seen her corpse or relics. The goddess of harvest is really named Omabella. Son Derek was taken aback. He wanted to retort, but because this matter had indeed confirmed that the City of Silver's history had many omissions, he couldn't say anything. He was momentarily aggrieved. Upon seeing this, Emlyn felt comfortable as a sense of joy rose from the depths of his heart. After another round of conversation, tarot came to an end. Klein smiled and said, "Everyone, see you next week." "By your will. By your will." Audrey immediately stood up and bowed. The others weren't much slower, including Catlia. After returning to reality, Admiral of Stars Catlia looked at the shattered astral telescope on her desk and seriously recalled what had happened at the gathering. Some of the details made her believe that the Tarot Club involved a lot of things and was definitely not simple. And Mr. Fool, who was hidden deep in the gray fog, was like an existence watching the world from behind a heavy curtain of shadows. It was difficult to see or guess what he was plotting. Catlia fell silent for more than 10 seconds. She took out a pen and paper and deliberated over her words. Recently, someone has been deliberately gathering the Emperor's diary. She didn't dare to mention tarot in the letter, nor did she dare to divulge any information, afraid that she would be punished by Mr. Fool. She could only give a reminder based on the usual clues. After writing and folding it, she took out an exquisite golden harmonica that she carried with her. She placed it to her lips and blew into it. In the blink of an eye, she saw that the letter had strangely disappeared. Even though she wasn't wearing glasses, she didn't discover the messenger's arrival. Phew! Catlia exhaled softly, reached out her hand to touch her forehead, and silently said, "Participating in a gathering under the watch of a deity is really stressful. With the addition of Admiral of Stars as the Fool, I'm under a lot of pressure." Klein rubbed his temples above the gray fog and returned to the real world. He wanted to test the inspiration he had gained from Miss Justice's exploration of dreams. P.S. 2 chapters completed. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 580. After some work, Klein opened the locked bedroom door and looked into the living room. He saw Donna's lying in a reclining chair, snoring loudly. Although he had long heard the sound, Klein couldn't help but lampoon. "It's already past 3 in the afternoon. Could it be that this fellow has completely let himself go after not having to monitor the radio transceiver?" On second thought, he gradually revealed a smile, feeling that this was exactly what he needed. The premise for him to remain lucid in a dream was that someone had invaded his consciousness. Normally, when he was dreaming normally, he would still be in a daze. In other words, it was impossible for him to do experiments alone. After all, he didn't know how to use psychological cues. Therefore, his plan was to use external powers to enter the dreams of others. This way, he could maintain lucidity just like a nightmare. His original plan was to go out and find a suitable partner, but now Donna's posture was so good that he couldn't help but want to kick him. No, I should give it a try. Klein corrected his thoughts. After some consideration, he didn't use a dream charm. This was because Sequence 7 Pyromaniac's ancient name was Fire Mage, and Donna's spiritual perception wasn't low. Once he chanted the activation incantation that could stir the powers of nature, he would definitely be jolted awake. As for whether he could effectively avoid it in time, that was another problem. After some deliberation, Klein took out another item he had prepared. It was a dark and deep gem-like gelatinous object. It was the Beyonder characteristic left behind by a nightmare. It could be used in its initial stages, just like Nimblewright Master Rosego's all-black eye. However, the effects were far inferior to a mystical item. For example, this nightmare Beyonder characteristic couldn't allow Klein to traverse the different dreams of the entire city while staying in his hotel suite. There was no way for him to forcefully drag people into a dream, but it was still very simple for him to invade someone's dream at a close distance. Klein held the black gem and emanated his spirituality. In front of him, an illusory darkness rapidly spread and filled his entire field of vision. Everything that originally existed here was enveloped, including Donna's, who was sitting in the reclining chair. There was no longer a human figure there, only a hazy oval ball of light. Klein immediately extended his spirituality and touched it. Without any warning, all kinds of scenes surged out around him and flashed quickly. Finally, they stopped on a ship that was dozens of meters long. It had a towering chimney that was spewing mist and a huge sail that was hanging down. The deck was polished so brightly that it reflected the color of gold coins under the sunlight. Donna's was standing under the main cannon with his arms folded across his chest. He was leisurely supervising the sailors and shouting from time to time, "Wipe that place again! Dogsh *T. Do you want to copy the ancient Fasak dictionary? This fellow sure is impressive on the Golden Dream." Klein ignored the owner of the dream and flew to the other end of the ship. He found a secluded spot and landed on the deck, preparing to test his spiritual perception. What he wanted to test was very simple. He wanted to see if chanting the fool's honorific name in a dream was effective while he was awake. He wanted to see if he could sense someone praying. This way, if Miss Justice were to encounter danger in the sea of collective subconscious, she could use this method to seek help. After stretching his lower back muscles, Klein's expression gradually turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." As Hermes was recited, the honorific name of the fool was quickly completed. However, Klein didn't hear the layered, illusory prayers. "It doesn't work." Klein frowned in thought, analyzing if it really didn't work, or if there was a problem somewhere. The recitation in the dream doesn't actually sound out. Just relying on Hermes isn't enough. To achieve the effect of praying by chanting silently, I need to use ancient Hermes or other languages that can stir the powers of nature. This is the same state as when I was copying my anonymous account password. Klein nodded gently and carefully recited his honorific name in ancient Hermes. He wasn't afraid that any accidents would happen, but that the stirring of the powers of nature would wake blazing Donna's. As he described, he quickly completed the 3-stage structure. Klein's ears were suddenly filled with layers of illusory prayers that left him irritated. At this moment, Donna's dream wavered as the golden dream quickly shattered. Klein didn't stay any longer and immediately left, returning to his bedroom before Donna's woke up. After 7 or 8 seconds, Donna sat up in a daze and muttered to himself with lingering fear, "Why did I dream of that lunatic German sparrow causing trouble on the Golden Dream? This is really a terrible thing. Dogsh *T. I must have been too worried about such matters in the past." Inside his bedroom, Klein had already taken 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. As expected, He saw a ripple of light beside the fool's high-back chair. Inside it was his dream. It's really effective. If I recite the fool's honorific name in ancient Hermes or Jotun, I would similarly receive a response. It's no wonder some people would suddenly die in their sleep without doing anything. Did they read some information or memorize some symbol and accidentally reproduce it in a dream? It's really impossible to guard against the dangers of this world. Klein closed the circle of light and considered if he should inform Miss Justice of the results of the experiment in a different tone. If I don't say it on the spot and inform her after the fact, it would damage the fool's image. But Miss Justice is a curious girl. Although she has already been warned by Mr. the Hanging Man and Admiral of Stars, and she has matured a lot, there's still the possibility of her taking risks. Of course, if anything were to happen, it would be her own responsibility. It has nothing to do with me. Klein couldn't help but recall Miss Justice's admiration for the fool. He recalled her optimism and cheerfulness that made one feel happy, as well as her contributions to revitalizing the entire organization by herself in the tarot. Finally, he sighed and gave a self-deprecating laugh. I still have to give her some pointers and warnings. This is the treatment of a VIP client. After making his decision, Klein didn't hesitate any longer. He emanated his spirituality and touched the crimson star that represented Miss Justice. In a room in a huge manor in East Chester County, Audrey sat in front of the dressing table with her legs crossed, recalling the words of Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma, am hermit. After the reminder of the two senior Beyonders, she suddenly understood something. It wasn't impossible that the middle and upper echelons of psychological alchemy didn't know that one could use self-hypnosis to explore dreams, the iceberg of the subconscious, and the sea of collective subconscious. The reason why they didn't tell me might be because it's too dangerous for a psychiatrist. Many people have already died during the exploration. However, they should at least warn me. All right, from their point of view, I'm only a sequence 8 telepathist. I don't have the ability to hypnosis, so there's no need to warn me. Audrey finally figured out a question. Just as she was about to let Susie in to calm the disappointment in her heart, a thick gray fog surged out and instantly filled her vision. In the center of the boundless grayish-white fog, a figure sat on a high-backed chair and said in a condescending manner, "That's right." He said in a condescending manner, "Don't try it rashly." Before Audrey could react to what had happened, she heard the deep and authoritative voice once again. "If you encounter danger in your dream, you can recite my name." "Recite your name?" Audrey widened her eyes, her heart filled with joy. "Yes, Mr. Fool." Seeing that Miss Justice didn't have any doubts and was even very excited, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He chuckled and said, "Use ancient Hermes." With that said, his figure faded as the gray fog vanished. Audrey was taken aback for 2 seconds as she hurriedly pursed her lips, afraid that she would lose her composure. Mr. Fool actually specially warned me. He even allowed me to recite his name in my dream. Audrey took a few steps on the spot in excitement, believing that she was a true blessed of God. Of course, she also remembered Mr. Fool's warning. She planned on learning more from the psychology alchemists and making an attempt only after she was sufficiently prepared. The corners of her mouth curled up bit by bit as she randomly tapped her chest a few times and silently muttered to herself, "May Mr. Fool bless me." Above the gray fog, Klein began considering another matter. The red-haired Elaine, who had a reward of £1,000, was actually related to Vice Admiral Aylman Tracy. Tracy had taken over Zillings's fleet and changed the flagship to the Black Death. As for Zillings, he had previously captured a wealthy merchant named Jimmy Necker. That wealthy merchant had previously obtained some ancient documents related to death. They came from the mausoleum of the Balaam royal family. This information comes from the nightmare in Creeping Hunger. It should be of some use to Mr. Aztec. I originally planned on investigating it in passing. Klein had other expectations towards finding the red-haired Elaine. He originally only wanted to use the magic mirror, a Rhodes, to search for her, but now he was planning on doing a search on the believers of Sea God. Previously, it's indeed beneath me to descend on a revelation for 1,000 pounds. Now that it involved a pirate admiral, it can barely make me guess at some hidden goal. Klein conjured the red-haired Elaine's picture and beckoned for the Sea God scepter. He didn't make a broadcast revelation. This might be an unbearable burden for him. He chose Calotte, Edmonton, and other high-level officials and said in a deep voice against the background of the surging waves, "Find her. Protect her. Be careful of Tracy's forces." Klein didn't explain as he split the scene, as well as the red-haired Elaine's picture, into several portions and threw them into the corresponding spots of light. P.S. Requesting monthly votes in the name of participating in the annual staff meeting and maintaining a stable update. Chapter 581. In Blue Mountain Island's forest, in the Resistance's base, Calotte, who was sitting in a wheelchair, raised his bald head and looked at the sunlight that scattered through the cave entrance. His eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. He could clearly sense that ever since God's return to the land and the promulgation of the 10 Commandments, he had changed the past bloodshed and chaos. From time to time, he would give his believers guidance that was filled with wisdom and radiance. Furthermore, with his insight into all things, he actively intervened in the situation above the sea in an attempt to help the Resistance and all the Rørsted people. Although it was difficult, it still allowed them to see the light of dawn. Perhaps this is the true meaning of returning to the land. Calotte recalled the revelation he had just received and guessed that the red-haired woman named Elaine was the key to stirring Vice Admiral Aylment Tracy, stirring the balance of power above the sea, and stirring the balance between the various countries. And only when the situation in the world became chaotic would the Rørsted people have an opportunity. Calotte took a deep breath and quickly set up a ritual. He prayed to see God and copied Elaine's picture. After doing all of this, he instinctively turned his head to the other side with a complicated expression. Living in that direction was the high priest of the Church of the Sea God. Living there were religious figures who were originally part of the upper echelons of the Resistance. Although they didn't dare defy the revelation and had indeed made huge changes, there are many details where they are still immersed in the past. They are stubborn, conservative, backward, and barbaric. They refuse to embrace a more civilized church. If they continue like this, there will be a day when they will be abandoned by God. Calotte couldn't hide the smile in his heart, but he also felt a baffling sense of sorrow. After flipping through the prayers of his believers and choosing the responses he gave, Klein returned to the real world. He planned on taking the initiative to search for people and also see if there were any opportunities for true acting. As he gripped the handle with his right hand, a ridiculous but feasible idea suddenly flashed across his mind. My true goal isn't to find the red-haired Elaine, but to use this opportunity to make contact with Vice Admiral Aylment Tracy and figure out the outcome of the Tycoon, Jimmy Necker, as well as the whereabouts of the ancient documents regarding death. In other words, I only need the red-haired Elaine to lure out Vice Admiral Aylment Tracy. As for whether she's real or not, it doesn't matter. I can completely transform into red-haired Elaine and get Donna's to send me to Strongman O'Zeal. I can also collect the bounty while I wait to meet Vice Admiral Aylment Tracy. What a flashy move! Klein shook his head violently and found a reason to reject the idea. Although I'm a faceless man, I still can't accept cross-dressing. Could it be that overcoming this psychological barrier is also one of the principles of acting? Besides, I don't understand the red-haired Elaine. Even if I wanted to disguise myself, I wouldn't be able to do it. All she has is skin. It's very difficult to fool people who know her well. That way, I wouldn't be able to meet Vice Admiral Aylment Tracy. Yes, it might not be Tracy who's looking for the red-haired Elaine. It might be this pirate admiral's enemy. I don't know Vice Admiral Aylment's background, so I can't assess the level of danger by rashly doing so. It's better to be more stable. I'll follow my heart's will and first find the red-haired Elaine. I'll get the details from her before considering what to do next. At this moment, Klein suddenly sensed something amiss in the living room. Donna's snoring had clearly turned softer. Vice Admiral Iceberg is here? Klein twisted the doorknob and opened the bedroom door. Amidst this nearly silent action, Donna sat up and opened his eyes. He tried his best to hide the smile that flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The captain came just now. She said that Admiral of Blood's fleet has appeared at Longtail Island and is continuing south. It seems like they're about to enter the Berserk Sea. The source of this information is trustworthy. Longtail Island, the southernmost island in the Rorstad Sea? From the looks of it, Admiral of Blood had indeed planned on coming to Byam, but he was alarmed by the confrontation between Cavituis and Sea King John Cotman. He circled around it and headed straight for the Berserk Sea. His intelligence officer, Old Quinn, probably didn't send a wireless telegram to inform him of the matter. Klein felt regretful. All he could say was that his plans didn't keep up with the changes. He had originally planned on hunting Admiral of Blood as the battle where the crazy adventurer and bounty hunter, German Sparrow, would rise to fame. Killing Steel Mavati ultimately lacks the shock factor. Klein didn't say a word as he calmly looked at Donna's. Donna's felt a little uncomfortable under the gaze as he chuckled dryly. Admiral of Blood has slipped away. Your cooperation with Captain should come to an end, right? I can return to the Golden Dream now, right? You can contact me through your messenger later. Klein pondered for a moment, took out a pen and paper from his pocket, and wrote down the method to summon his messenger. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the paper flew out like a sheet of metal. Donna's sequence 9 was Hunter, so he easily caught the note with his hand. He glanced at it twice. Suddenly, a crimson flame surged out of his palm and burned the paper into ashes. Haha, even if I forget, Captain has a way to make me remember. He paused, forced a smile, and asked again, Can I return to the Golden Dream now? Klein nodded slightly. Sure. Yes. Yes. Donna's resisted the urge to wave his fists in celebration, lest he agitated the lunatic German Sparrow. He smiled cautiously. I'll pay for the room for the time being and buy a ticket. As you know, Byam hasn't been peaceful recently. Captain doesn't wish for the Golden Dream to dock at a private harbor here. At least he knows how to behave. He knows to pay for the room. Klein didn't say a word as he maintained his cold posture. He put on his coat, picked up his hat, and walked out of the luxurious suite. After his figure disappeared from his sight and around the corner of the staircase, Donna's shrank back into the room, clenched his fist, and waved it twice. Awesome. That's awesome. I'm finally free. Without any delay, he put on his cap and went to the front desk of the Wind of Azure Hotel to pay for the room and inform them that he wasn't checking out. Danitz quickly arrived on the street and headed straight for a place called the Seaweed Bar. He found the air outside so fragrant and sweet that it made him feel good. After taking a few steps, he suddenly noticed a notice pasted on the wall around the corner. Blazing Donna's, bounty of 5,500 pounds. The notice was only 2 steps away from Donna's. The familiar face formed a stark contrast with his cap. Donna's grimaced as he revealed a sorrowful smile. He hurriedly lowered the brim of his hat, almost blocking his eyes from looking straight ahead. But even so, he still felt uneasy. He found the nearest department store and bought a gray scarf. He wrapped it around his neck, covering his nose and mouth. Only then did Donna's feel a little relaxed. He sped up his pace and rushed to his destination. The Seaweed Bar was a place where local gangs gathered. It was often frequented by famous pirates. Although this place didn't have as much information and resources as the Swordfish Bar or the Mirror's Leaf Bar, it had its own unique characteristics. There were many channels at the bottom. What Donna's needed to do was to buy an illegal ticket to Galagos. There was no need to provide any identification. He knew very well that, be it in the past or now, his bounty posters were plastered all over the official ticket outlets. Back then, he had obtained a first-class ticket on the White Agate through a similar method. After entering the bar, Donna's didn't take off his hat and scarf. He cautiously surveyed the area and found Daniel, who was selling illegal tickets. He didn't head over directly. Instead, he retracted his gaze from the thin, tan man in his 30s and searched for unfamiliar faces. After a round of selections, Danitz squeezed through the crowd and came to the side of a young man drinking at the bar counter. He patted him on the shoulder and suppressed his voice. He patted him on the shoulder and lowered his voice. "Help me." The young man turned his head warily and saw a sneaky fellow. The lower half of his face was tightly wrapped in a gray scarf, and the cap on his head almost covered his eyes. He didn't reveal his appearance at all. To put it simply, such attire was very suspicious. This was because this was the Rorstad archipelago, where the lowest temperature in winter was about 10 degrees Celsius. Donis pointed at Daniel. "See that fellow? Help me buy a ticket to Gallegos tomorrow." He handed over 3 one-pound notes and chuckled. "The rest belongs to you." Although an illegal ticket was much more expensive than a regular ticket, Gallegos wasn't far. £3 was more than enough. Of course, it was also because the journey was relatively short, so there was no need to buy a first-class cabin. The reason why Donis didn't buy it himself was because he was worried that Daniel would recognize him. If that happened, things would be a little troublesome. Back when his bounty was only £3,000, pirates and adventurers of the same level or lower would consider the fact that they needed a few people to work together to finish him off. The bounty they received wasn't enough to make them forget the deterrence of Vice Admiral Iceberg and the risk of losing their lives. Therefore, they rarely took the initiative to attack him. Therefore, his safety could still be guaranteed in such a black market. But now his bounty was £5,500. Even if a few people worked together, each of them would receive a sizable sum. And on the sea, there were many fugitives. Apart from that, many people who felt that their bounty was too low and wanted to prove themselves would definitely choose Donis as a target with his reputation and low risk. It was precisely because of this that Donis was afraid that Daniel would turn around and sell him out. Therefore, he decided to hire an unfamiliar face to buy it for him. The young man held the notes and looked at Donis again. He suddenly stood up and walked towards Daniel. When he passed by some drunkards, he deliberately slowed down his footsteps and whispered a few words to them. When Donis saw this scene, he suddenly became alert and thought of a problem. It was obvious that there was something wrong with the current him. It was very suitable for him to take on another person. Do you think Blazing's reputation is bought? Donis planned on teaching those who planned on taking on another person a lesson after he obtained the ticket. At that moment, he noticed a familiar figure enter the door. It was the famous pirate with a bounty of £2,800, Blue Eyes Meath. And this pirate clearly knew the group of people who were planning on taking on another person. Blue Eyes Meath and a few powerful subordinates. Without any hesitation, Donis got up and ran for the back door of the bar. He sped up as he agilely squeezed through the group of drunkards and finally escaped the bar. Then, with his rich anti-tracking skills, he completely escaped from the group of people. Donis didn't dare stay on the streets any longer because it was already dark. The number of patrolling policemen and soldiers had increased. He went all the way back to the Wind of Azure Hotel and opened the door to his luxurious suite. He saw German Sparrow enjoying the dusk scenery by the window. Donis' heart stirred as he squeezed out a smile. "It's like this. I forgot something." Captain asked if you're interested in meeting him at Gallegos. This was a question he had previously concealed. He planned on telling the captain that German Sparrow wasn't interested, but now he realized that if he lost this crazy adventurer, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to leave Byam alive. P.S. There's still a little more than 2 days left for the double reward. Seeking monthly tickets, please remember this book's original domain name. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor mobile version website. Chapter 582. Head to Gallegos to meet Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. Klein was taken aback for a second as he nearly frowned. This wasn't something he couldn't accept. Instead, he could take the opportunity to communicate with her and ask her about trivial details that couldn't be explained in a letter. He might even gain inspiration from this and accumulate information for his subsequent advancement and the future high-sequence potion formulas. One more friend, one more channel. Klein silently recited this sentence as he took out a heavy gold coin and divined if the trip would be dangerous in front of blazing Donnas. The shiny gold coin flew up and tumbled down, landing in Klein's palm with the numbers facing up. This meant that Klein and Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's meeting at Gallegos Harbor wasn't dangerous. Klein moved his gaze up and looked at Donnas. He calmly said, "All right. I thank you on behalf of Captain for accepting the invitation." Donnas secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he smiled until the corners of his eyes curled up and his brows relaxed. Klein looked at the wall clock and said, "I'll head to the washroom first." "I'll head to the washroom first." Head to the washroom first? Does he mean that he'll be heading out later and will use his identity to help me buy a ticket? Donna's gaze subconsciously followed German Sparrow's figure as he acutely read between the lines. After confirming it with spirit pendulum divination above the gray fog, Klein washed his hands and left the washroom. He said to Donnas, "Let's head out." Me? Danitz pointed at himself. Klein nodded as he put on his coat. "Actually, there's no need, right? You can directly find Erland and get him to help you get 2 tickets. Donnas offered his opinion with abnormal sincerity. Klein swept his gaze at him coldly without a word. He put on his top hat and opened the door. Donnas shuddered and swallowed his second suggestion, which was to buy a fake ID and use his ability to change his appearance and figure to buy 2 tickets through proper channels. He wrapped his scarf around himself again, lowered his cap, and quickly followed the German Sparrow. After nearly 20 minutes, Klein pointed diagonally ahead where the commotion was coming from. "Is it here?" It was none other than the seaweed bar where Donnas had attempted to purchase a black boat ticket not long ago. "That's right." Donnas didn't expect to come back to this topic again. He was stunned for a moment. On the way, he had roughly described his experience when he was away, so he did not understand why the German Sparrow wanted to return here. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly had a guess and blurted out, "You, don't tell me you want to help me take revenge?" This fellow might be crazy, but he's pretty good as a friend. It's obvious from the fact that he risked his life to enter Bancy Harbor for Erland and company. Donnas sighed wistfully from the bottom of his heart. Klein shot a glance at him and didn't say a word as he walked into the seaweed bar. "Actually, there's no need." Donnas followed behind as he tried to persuade him without much strength. To him, if he wasn't afraid of blowing up the matter, he would have poured cement over those traitors and sunk them to the bottom of the sea. That would be perfect. The bar was bustling with noise as it reverberated with music that had local characteristics, giving off a hallucinatory feeling. Danitz surveyed the area seriously, searching for the people who were trying to backstab him, as well as the famous pirate, Blue Eyes Meath and Company. "That's Daniel." Donnas casually introduced the black market merchant. "Unfortunately, this place is too chaotic. I wonder if those fellows are still around," he thought regretfully. Klein looked over as he stroked creeping hunger on his left palm with his right hand. He turned his head and looked at Donnas. With his usual expression, he said, "Take off your scarf." His tone sounded like he was instructing Donnas to buy a beer. Ah! Donnas was stunned, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Klein grinned and said, "Take off your scarf. Don't make me repeat myself a 3rd time." "Why?" Donna's words were stopped by the cold and crazy gaze. He took off his scarf in a daze and puzzlement. For some baffling reason, he felt that the people around him were sizing him up, recognizing him as the pirate with a bounty of 5,500 pounds, Blazing Donnas. Klein maintained his maniacal smile as he continued instructing, "Take off your hat. Take off your hat. Go buy a ticket." At that instant, Donnas felt as though he had been struck by lightning as he nearly jumped up. "If I do that, I'll be recognized." Under German Sparrow's gaze, his voice became softer and softer. At this point, he already understood what German Sparrow was up to. He wants to use me, who's worth 5,500 pounds, as bait to lure out those greedy pirates or the powerhouses behind the gangs. T. Why did I think that he's a good friend? No, why did I think that he's my friend? That son of a bitch. Donnes kept roaring inwardly as he constantly cursed. He had no way of resisting because he knew how crazy German Sparrow was. This was a madman who even wanted to hunt a pirate admiral. Donnes revealed a twisted smile as he shook his head slightly, took off his hat, and slowly walked towards Daniel. Around him, gazes swept past him and paused for 2 seconds before they suddenly retracted. The drunkards retreated like a receding tide, opening up a wide path as though an ocean had been parted. Upon seeing their reactions, Donnes was alarmed and worried, but he found the scene surprisingly good. Was this the prestige of a great pirate? Was this the feeling of being looked up to and being the center of attention? Damn it, I heard someone say my name. Someone is whispering raging flame. Donnes knew that he had been recognized. Trembling with fear, he moved forward while lowering his hands, ready to fight. Donnes? Blazing Donnes. In the crowd, Blue Eyes Meath blurted out in shock. His subordinate looked into the distance and said excitedly, "Boss, it's really Blazing Donnes. 5,500 pounds. Are we going to do it?" Meath narrowed his blue eyes, raised his left arm, and slapped the back of his subordinate's head. "You stupid donkey! If Blazing Donnes was an idiot like you, he would have died countless times over. If he dares to appear like this, he definitely isn't afraid of being attacked. Is there an expert hiding behind him?" Meath suddenly panicked and looked around. He suspected that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards had secretly come to the City of Generosity by him. Through the gaps between the people, he saw a young gentleman standing by the entrance. He wore a black double-breasted coat and a half-top hat. He had black hair and brown eyes. His face was thin and angular. Without needing words, Meath's spiritual perception told him that this was an extremely terrifying existence. His high spiritual perception had once brought him many problems, but it had also allowed him to successfully escape from even more danger. "Let's go." He suppressed his voice and instructed. Then, with the help of the customers, he escaped from the bar's back door, just like Donnes. Danitz walked in front of Daniel with his heart palpitating, and he bought 2 tickets to Galagos from the man, who had a look of shock and horror on his face. Even when he retraced his steps and walked out of the bar under German Sparrow's gaze, he didn't see anyone launch a sudden attack. Weren't there many fugitives among the pirates? Sure enough, it's difficult to make a trap that's made on the spur of the moment. Abnormality usually means that something is wrong. Of course, you can also use abnormality to scare the enemy. Unfortunately, Klein pressed down on his hat and followed Donnes. At that moment, Donnes was pacing around the gas lamp. When he saw German Sparrow come out, he forced a smile. "Can I wear a scarf and hat now?" "Haha, those cowards." "Sure." Klein didn't stop and quickened his pace towards the other end of the street. Donnes' pupils shrank. He hurriedly caught up and asked, "Why did you suddenly run away?" Klein didn't turn his head as he calmly said, "Do you want to stay here and wait for the mandated Punisher's invitation?" As he spoke, he took out the paper man, threw it out, and burned it to ashes. Only then did Donnes realize that although those cowards didn't dare attack him, they definitely had the courage to report him. If they succeeded, they still had a chance of receiving a portion of the bounty. After running into a secluded alley, he saw German Sparrow stop. Only then did he have the time to wrap his scarf and put on his hat. "Where are we going now?" Donnes asked after catching his breath. Klein glanced at him. "To find Erland." The corners of Donnes' mouth twitched. He wished he could throw a fireball at him. "To buy a ticket to Tyrrhenius Island," Klein added as he passed through the alley. Tyrrhenius Island was the first island south of the Rorstad archipelago. Yes, there's also a ship to Galagos there. Everyone's attention is now on the liner from Byam to Galagos. No one would expect us to circle around Tyrrhenius Harbor. Donnas followed in realization. On Tuesday morning, Klein personally helped Donnas disguise himself, turning him into a mixed-race man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Although he couldn't use his faceless powers, it was at least 10 times better than Donna's previous disguise. They successfully boarded the ship and prepared to head south to Tyrrhenius Harbor, which would take about 10 hours. Whoosh! The liner left the harbor and sailed into the sea. Under the warm sunlight, thin clouds, blue sky, and a rather chilly breeze, the hybrid ship sailed quietly on the gentle waves, sailing steadily into the afternoon. At that moment, Klein was in the cabin, pondering over a content in the Book of Secrets. Donnas was pacing back and forth, thinking about how to brag to his companions. Suddenly, their vision darkened at the same time, as if a cloud had drifted over and blocked the sun. Klein subconsciously looked out and saw a huge, pitch-black sailboat in the distance. It was nearly 100 meters long, with sails hanging high, and there were cannons on its side. It hadn't come close, and it was sailing in a different direction. But it still made the surrounding area seem to have a black Sunday Dannets, revealed a complicated look of admiration and fear, yearning and disgust. He hissed and muttered as though he was sleep-talking. He hissed and muttered, "Black Emperor, P.S. Double the last day. Seeking monthly tickets. Genius 1 second to remember website address. Mobile version." Chapter 583. When he saw the gigantic black sailboat, Klein's first reaction was fear and wariness. He suspected that the demigod, king of the 5 seas Nast, was here for him. However, he immediately rejected this guess. This was because apart from using the Black Emperor card in the spirit world, he had almost never let the card of blasphemy appear in the real world ever since he set out to sea. There were only 2 or 3 times when it was summoned and quickly entered the spirit world. With the gray fog screening abilities and the card of blasphemy's anti-divination and anti-prophecy characteristics, it's impossible for King of the 5 seas Nast to lock onto me. Klein calmed down, got up and walked to the window. Together with Donnas, he looked at the Black Emperor that defied common sense. The gigantic ship slowly approached in the large shadows. The scene on the deck gradually became clear. The sailors were either cleaning the deck or bragging while leaning against the side of the ship. They didn't draw their weapons, nor did they show any signs of plundering. Near the cabin, there was a mottled stone chair that was 2 to 3 meters tall. Sitting on it was a giant-like man. Before he could clearly see King of the 5 seas Nast's appearance, Donnas couldn't help but lower his head. His body stiffened as he trembled, wishing to prostrate himself. Klein also felt the indescribable might and awe. He didn't force himself or continue looking straight at King of the 5 seas Nast. This would likely attract his attention and bring him unnecessary trouble. As a person with many secrets, he still had to lower his head. Klein retracted his gaze and admired the carpet on the deck. After an unknown period of time, he saw sunlight shine in again as the shadows vanished. He looked up, but the gigantic, pitch-black sailboat was no longer in his line of sight. The wind was gentle, and the waves were calm. Why did he suddenly come here? Wasn't it said that he was still in the fog sea? Donnas frowned slightly as he muttered to himself in puzzlement. That Black Emperor can sail in the spirit world, so it's normal for him to come from the fog sea in a few days. This might be one of the reasons why Nast is the leader of the 4 kings. Klein mumbled inwardly. He believed that King of the 5 seas Nast had been attracted by the Dark Emperor card, but there was a high chance that he could only determine a vague range. Klein withdrew his gaze and sat down again as if nothing had happened. The straight-line distance from Byam to Delinus wasn't long, but it was safe enough. The ship didn't enter the port until dusk. Then Klein changed his appearance and used his fake identity to buy 2 tickets for the earliest time. He set off again before the sky turned dark and arrived at Galagos in the early morning light. Donnas didn't enter the city. Instead, he took Klein to a private harbor and boarded a crude fishing boat heading out to sea. Nearly 2 hours later, Klein saw a clean and tidy sailboat that was dozens of meters long, reflecting the sunlight with a golden hue. Compared to other ships of the same kind, it appeared extremely special. There was a main cannon along the central axis, and the symbols and patterns on the cannon barrel were layered as they swirled with a weak but pure light. That's a purification cannon. It can only be used 10 times. After that, 6 priests of light need to hold a ritual to pray to the deities to replenish its spirituality, Donnes introduced smugly. A charm that can be magnified multiple times. After a certain period of time, there will likely be a spontaneous loss of spirituality. The faction behind Vice Admiral Iceberg is the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun, or can it nurture a priest of light? Klein didn't show it on his face, but he was having doubts inwardly. When he first saw the golden dream in Donna's dream, he didn't express any surprise at the main cannon. After all, things like dreams didn't need to conform to common sense. Perhaps Donnes had seen ironclad warships before and had left a deep impression on the main cannon, so it was reflected in his dream. Klein never expected that the Golden Dream would really have such a high level of mysticism knowledge. It was something that ordinary factions couldn't handle. Soon, the Golden Dream lowered a dinghy and quickly approached the fishing boat. Donnes opened his fingers before clenching them tightly. He suddenly jumped down and landed firmly on the dinghy without causing any turbulence. He whistled and high-fived the pirate who was steering the boat. He found the feeling of traversing the ocean. However, his excitement didn't last long. His back suddenly sank as a person appeared. I forgot about this madman. Donnes wiped away his smile and sat down. Klein observed the pirates, pressed down on his hat, and calmly sat down without a word. Before long, he reached the deck of the Golden Dream and saw Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards standing silently by the side of the ship. This pirate admiral looked almost the same as the last time he met her in his dream. Her hair and makeup hadn't changed, but she had changed her dress into a pair of dark-colored trousers. Paired with leather boots, she looked more valiant and beautiful. This time, she looks more like a pirate and not a teacher. Klein nodded slightly and smiled politely. "Good morning, Ma, am Captain." "Good morning, Mr. Gehrman," Edwina replied with a smile. She turned around and walked to a spot where the fishing nets were dried. She gestured for the other pirates to stay away as she busied herself with her own matters. Fishing nets. As expected of a pirate crew that's more like a treasure hunter. Is this prepared to improve their meals? Klein followed in silence, not saying a word. Danitz, on the other hand, automatically went to find his closest companions to drink and brag. Of course, he didn't let down his guard. From time to time, he would glance over, afraid that his captain and German Sparrow would fight. He was prepared to call for his companions to gang up on them at any moment. This time, Klein didn't wait for Edwina to take the initiative to explain the reason for her invitation. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked, "What do you know about Tracy?" He planned on asking what he wanted to know before listening to Edwina's intentions. He didn't want to be embarrassed to ask again if he couldn't agree and chose to reject her. "Tracy." Edwina's eyes flickered slightly. "She's a demoness. A sequence 5 demoness of affliction." Demoness? Klein nearly burst out in laughter. He felt that he was fated with demonesses. First, it was witch Trissy, followed by demoness of pleasure Madame Sharon. Then it was Trissy Cheek who had become pleasure, and a high-ranking demoness whose voice he only heard. Now there was demoness of affliction Tracy. Edwina didn't notice the stirrings in his heart as she continued. "She's different from the typical demoness. She has her own ideals and pursuits. She's considered an oddity in the demoness sect, but she will still work for the organization, be it human trafficking or other matters." Different from the typical demoness? Does she give up on her self-awareness and choose to give women pleasure? Klein suddenly thought of the red-haired Elaine. However, he didn't dare to be certain. This was because not all demonesses were male to female. There were also real women who wanted to become assassins. After asking for more details, Klein pondered for a moment. We met Nast and his Black Emperor on the road. In the past month, matters related to you, Senor, Tracy and Nast have appeared in these waters. This is very abnormal. 4 of the 4 kings and 7 generals had been involved with the Rorsted Sea in a short period of time. This didn't even include the newly promoted Tarot member, Admiral of Stars Catlia. From a probabilistic point of view, it was indeed very abnormal. Of course, Klein had some guesses. He planned on seeing if Vice Admiral Iceberg could give him a refreshing idea. Edwina listened in silence. She pulled over a corner of the fishing net and held it in front of her. She took out a fountain pen, a brass holy dagger, and a small metal bottle from her pocket and the inner compartment of her belt. She placed them horizontally on the open fishing net. They landed there firmly without moving. It didn't seem like they would have any interactions. At this moment, Edwina bent down and picked up a rock that was pressing down on the net, allowing it to fall vertically into the center of the layer that had been opened up. The fishing net immediately caved in, causing the surroundings to shrink. The pens, holy daggers, and vials rolled toward the center and gathered together with the stones. That's about it. An unknown existence has appeared at the corresponding spot of this web of destiny, leading us here, Edwina explained simply. This is like an actual model of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics. Klein nodded in thought. With regards to this, he was both enlightened and puzzled. The former was because Edwina's explanation was nearly identical to his theory, while the latter was because it couldn't be used to analyze every problem. King of the 5 Seas Nast's appearance is due to me. Vice Admiral Ailman Tracy can barely be explained since I'd interacted with Tracy Cheek after all. I can't find a reason for Vice Admiral Iceberg and Admiral of Blood. Perhaps this is purely a coincidence, and the latter was triggered by the former. Klein retracted his gaze and asked about other things. Then he said, "Ma, I'm Captain. Why did you invite me here?" Edwina gave him a deep look and said, "Your identification shows that you come from Bakeland. Your identification shows that you come from Backland, and according to my understanding, this identity isn't authentic enough. There isn't a very powerful bounty hunter named Gehrman Sparrow there. The faction backing him is very powerful. Furthermore, he has a rather powerful network in Bakeland. He managed to find out that there's a problem with my identity so quickly." Klein didn't panic as he calmly smiled. Everyone has some secrets. Edwina fell silent for a few seconds and didn't press him further. Instead, she said, "Not long before Cavituous died, you made a sacrifice to it." Klein turned his head slightly and swept his gaze across Doniz, who was drinking beer. Cough, cough, cough. Doniz felt guilty and alarmed as he spat on himself. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina without admitting or denying it. Edwina continued with an unperturbed expression. After Cavituous's death, the sea god is still responding to his believers. P.S. I originally said that I would be able to steadily update until I get home, but I ended up having a stomach flu and a slight fever today. All I can do is fill in the blanks. I'll take half a day off tomorrow, and I can only write the chapter at night. With a blank page, I can write it more easily. Also, I'm begging for monthly votes. When I'm sick, there's more than 1 day left. Genius. Remember this site's address in a second. Mobile version. Chapter 584. Lord of the Mysteries applies for another half-day leave. Currently in the middle of typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 585. What is she suspecting? Klein looked straight into Edwina's eyes without shifting his gaze away or dodging it. After knowing that Doniz had revealed to Vice Admiral Iceberg that he had sacrificed himself to Cavituous before its death, Klein had made the corresponding preparations. If he wasn't standing on the shipboard, but sitting on the sofa, he definitely would have crossed his right leg and leaned back, calmly giving an answer. A smile appeared on his face as he raised his left palm and introduced it in a relaxed tone. My glove is called Creeping Hunger. Klein believed that Doniz, who had witnessed his battle, had definitely informed his captain of the exact details. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, who was on par with Vice Admiral Hurricane Zillings, to guess that he had obtained Creeping Hunger. In that case, taking the initiative to reveal it clearly gave him a psychological advantage over being exposed by her. And there were two reasons for his sudden mention of this matter. First, it was to vaguely tell her that there was an organization backing me, an organization that could kill Vice Admiral Hurricane and orchestrate Cavitris's death, as well as respond to its believers in its stead. Second, it was to warn Edwina not to attempt to investigate or delve deeper into the matter. Otherwise, the instant death of Vice Admiral Hurricane would be a perfect example. At such a moment, Klein still took into account the German Sparrow's persona. He didn't directly threaten her, nor did he deny it. Instead, he simply replied with a calm but crazy tone. Edwina Edwards nodded slightly and suddenly changed the topic. I plan on providing some aid to the resistance in the Rorstead archipelago, mainly food and cloth. Aid? Is the faction backing her hostile to Rouen, or is she just trying to discuss the Church of the Storm? Klein wiped away his smile and calmly replied, This has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. I won't leave anything behind, he silently added in his heart. Edwina turned her head and raised her arm to point at blazing Doniz, who was drinking and secretly looking in their direction. I will entrust him with full authority, including contacting the resistance, confirming the time, and arranging for a private harbor. I hope you can provide some protection. Doniz spat out a golden waterfall from his mouth. Ha-ha, P.U. bang bang bang. The two pirates sitting next to him laughed so hard that they bent over and punched the deck, spitting out the beer they had just drunk. One of them had a very dark complexion, as if he was covered with a layer of iron. The other had a rather thick waist. Although he wasn't fat overall, he didn't have any lines to speak of. Edwina retracted her gaze and unhurriedly added before Klein could say a word, That's right. You're an adventurer. I don't think you'll reject a job with a good price. That's a great excuse for me. Klein smiled and replied, Of course. He didn't ask how much the payment was, and Edwina seemed to have forgotten to mention it. The intellectual and beautiful pirate general was silent for a while. Senor sent word that he's willing to pay 5,000 pounds to buy the key that belonged to the giant. This was the so-called Death's Key, the gigantic black iron key that nearly caused Doniz to lose his life in Byam. Klein suspected that it didn't only originate from the Dark Second Epoch, but it also had something to do with the Giant King's court. In other words, he's asking me if I want to make a bid? Klein was first taken aback before he came to a realization. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, 5,000 pounds? I don't even know if that key can be used or if it really involves the Giant King's court. If it doesn't work, can I return it? Besides, this matter doesn't have any prior information. Even if I divine it above the gray fog, I won't be able to obtain any effective revelations. Yes, a simple inference is that if it doesn't involve the Giant King's court and involves some other treasure I don't even know about, then I won't be able to use it even if I buy it. The only benefit is that I'll foil Admiral of Blood's plans, harming others without benefiting myself. If it involves the Giant King's court, even if Admiral of Blood buys it, there's a high chance that he won't be able to find the location because it's in the forsaken land of the gods. Besides, my plan is to hunt him. When the time comes, I can obtain the key without spending money. It's equivalent to him buying it for me and keeping it for a period of time. Although this idea is very idealistic, it's not impossible. Klein pondered for a few seconds. It might hide a huge secret. He deliberately mentioned it to make Vice Admiral Iceberg unwilling to sell the gigantic black iron key to Admiral of Blood Seigneur. This was to prevent the latter from rapidly strengthening himself after obtaining the treasure and stepping into the demigod realm. That would bring about quite a disaster. Edwina listened silently and didn't continue the topic. She turned her body halfway and pointed at the cabin's entrance. "Breakfast has been prepared for you." "Thank you." Klein took off his hat and bowed. As he followed Vice Admiral Iceberg to the cabin, he quickly ruminated over the conversation he had just had, searching for the true reason behind Edwina's invitation. From the problem of German Sparrow's identity, to the mystical item suspected to be creeping hunger, to the sacrifice to Cavituous, and the sea god that should have perished is still responding to his believers. When all of this is strung together, it's indeed easy to connect it to the fact that there's a secret organization behind me with an unknown goal. And the faction that Vice Admiral Iceberg belongs to is very wary and very interested in this matter. Therefore, they got her to test me face to face to see if there's anything to be gained. They're still rather friendly at the moment. Providing aid to the resistance is a form of expression. They seem to be more inclined to cooperate with the organization behind me to a certain extent. Of course, the unknown is always terrifying. Without sufficient understanding and confidence, the chances of Vice Admiral Iceberg and company taking action are very, very low. Ha ha! If they were to know that the secret organization behind me has only been established for slightly more than half a year, including the world and Miss Sayo, who I've established contact with but have yet to recruit, there aren't more than 10 members. Would they lose control of themselves from anger? As his thoughts raced, Klein entered the cabin and followed the dim passageway, passing through wooden doors. He followed Edwina up the stairs and arrived at the brighter second level. Before entering the pirates' dining hall, they passed by a half-open room. Klein casually glanced inside and discovered that the gigantic black iron key was casually placed on a wooden table. This is the proof of our previous treasure hunts. Some of them are just mementos, while others have yet to reveal their value. They require further research. Edwina appeared cold, but her explanation was very detailed. It was as though she was afraid that Klein wouldn't understand what was going on. And when she mentioned the word research, her light blue eyes that resembled clear spring water clearly lit up a little. Proof of our previous treasure hunts? Klein couldn't help but size up the room. At this moment, Edwina pushed the door open further and walked in. She casually introduced, "I'm here." She casually introduced, "This is a gold coin from the 4th epoch's Solomon Empire." Klein turned his gaze over and saw a coin placed in a photo frame. It was dark gold in color, as though it was formed from 2 semicircles of different sizes. It was extremely asymmetrical, and its surface was engraved with a pointed crown. It was very similar to the crown on King of the 5 Seas Nast's head. Edwina was like an owner who enjoyed flaunting her collection as she introduced the items in the room. This made Klein think of an acquaintance. Eye of Wisdom, Detective Eichinger Stanton. When it comes to flaunting their collection, they're very similar. Do all people with rich collections have such a fetish? Wait, Mr. Stanton went to Lemberg to study abroad for 4 years. Vice Admiral Iceberg's description also mentions Edwina Edwards from Lemberg. Lemberg's capital is the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Mr. Stanton also admitted that he converted to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom while studying abroad. Could the faction behind Vice Admiral Iceberg be them? Klein listened in thought until Edwina stopped in front of the gigantic iron-black key. Just like what he saw in his dream, the key was about the size of a 7-stringed zither. An ordinary human would need to hug it to move it. It was dull and ancient in appearance. The patterns on its surface are similar to the style of the City of Silver. It has obvious characteristics of giants. Klein nodded and was just about to retract his gaze when he heard Edwina say, "You can study it." "Let me study it?" "You probably don't know how many potential problems I've triggered in the past. If you let me study it freely, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the golden dream later." Klein lampooned himself as he reached out his right hand towards the black iron key that belonged to a giant. He only felt that it was cold to the touch. No matter how much spirituality he injected into it, it was useless. Unfortunately, I can't directly bring it above the gray fog to study it. Klein retracted his right hand and shook his head indiscernibly. He moved his gaze and saw a book made of goatskin on the same table. The dark brown cover had a line of ancient Faesac words on it. Gu Rozel's Travels. This came from a sunken ship at the bottom of the sea. It has been soaked for 165 years without any damage, Edwina introduced. It records a story. A giant named Gurozel decided to head to the Nation of Frost to hunt the King of the North, a powerful frost dragon. Along the way, he encountered companions. There were female elves, devout ascetics, nobles from the Solomon Empire, and soldiers from Rouen. The story progressed to the point where they encountered the King of the North, but it suddenly stopped. It's not that there aren't any, but the last few pages are difficult to open despite all means. You can give it a try. It's not a journal, but a book? That's rather strange. To place characters from different epochs and eras together, it should be a product of modern times. Klein flipped through the book, letting the yellowish-brown pages slide past. The content wasn't much different from what Edwina had described, but the plot appeared abrupt and disjointed. It made Klein suspect if he had missed out on a segment. For example, the protagonists would instantly turn from strangers to familiarity after their encounter. Soon he reached the last few pages and realized that they were indeed stuck together. He couldn't pry them apart no matter what. This effect can likely be dealt with above the gray fog. I wonder what accidents will happen. Klein turned his head to look at Vice Admiral Iceberg. Edwina fell silent for a moment before saying, "If you want it, I can sell it to you." "If you want, I can sell it to you. I've studied it for many years, but I haven't found anything. However, I have a condition." "What condition?" Klein returned with a question. Edwina pursed her lips and said, "If you discover anything from your research, you must tell me the results so that I won't have any more questions. As long as you agree to this condition, I can sell it to you very cheaply." Klein suddenly felt interested. "How much?" £8,000, Edwina said calmly. Klein pretended to ponder as he nodded indifferently. "I'll consider it." Consider how to pretend that nothing happened, he thought silently. Chapter 586. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina didn't have any change in expression because of German Sparrow's request to consider it. She calmly nodded. "There's no rush. She seems to think that I'm unable to make the decision alone for such a huge transaction. I have to seek the secret organization backing me. Is this something I can't decide on? This is a problem of not having money." Klein lampooned himself, closed Rozel's Travels, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know who the author is?" What was the outcome of the person who once owned this book? Edwina walked in front of him and extended her right hand. She stroked the cover with her finger. Due to the fog of history, the sinking of the ship, and the loss of the corresponding information, the previous owner can no longer be verified. Similarly, there's no way to determine who the author is. There's no signature on it. We used some mystic arts to do some research and discovered that the goatskin was made at least 3,000 years ago, before the cataclysm. This is also the reason why I believe it's worth at least £8,000. A book from 3,000 years ago. Apart from dragons and elves, there are also human ascetics, nobles of the Solomon Empire, and Rouen soldiers. These are all concepts that only appeared in later eras. A magical book that hides a prophecy? Or did someone specially use ancient goatskin to make it? But what's the point of that? Is it just a prank? Klein deliberately curled the corners of his mouth without revealing a smile. The giant's name is Rozel. Could the author be Rozel? No. The name Rozel originates from the dismantling of Jotun. It changed a second time when ancient Faesac evolved into Intis, giving it a different meaning. Edwina explained the etymology of the name Roselle in detail. Klein was taken aback as he felt like he was back in school. He nodded slightly and said in an unperturbed tone, "If this is an ancient work, I'm very curious why a frost dragon is called the King of the North. What sequence does it correspond to?" Edwina raised her gaze from Roselle's travels and looked at Klein. Before the first blasphemy slate appeared, there was no concept of pathways and sequences. Furthermore, many creatures wouldn't follow such arrangements. In that epoch, chaos and madness were the main themes. Some dragons might gather many Beyonder characteristics related to frost, just like a demoness frost, a zombie's frost, or a weather warlock's frost. This way it will possess extremely powerful strength and a rather high level. Of course, such a gathering will definitely bring about death and loss of control. This means that if it didn't die, it would definitely lose control and become a monster. However, the dragon itself is a monster. If there are many similar products among dragons, giants, and elves, then it's understandable why the second epoch is called the Dark Epoch. Klein pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, but also as though he was asking a question. This results in a waste of Beyonder characteristics. Edwina looked at him for a few seconds. Emperor Roselle once said, "That's right. Everything that separates must gather, and everything that gathers must separate." The emperor said it before? I understand the first sentence. It's another way of expressing the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. What does the second mean? When convergence reaches a certain level, there will be a tendency of separation and rejection. When they don't belong to a single pathway and are gathered together in a very chaotic manner, there will be a separation effect. The more chaotic it is, the more they reject each other. The emperor probably wouldn't have said such words to anyone. It definitely wouldn't be in the sayings that are circulating outside. I guessed from Roselle's use of dreams and Madame Lieutenant General surname that she's a descendant of one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, Edwards. The possibility is extremely high. After the emperor perished, their family fled to Lemberg and gradually converted to the god of knowledge and wisdom. What a good teacher. She answers every question. Klein didn't speak further as he admired the other items in Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection. At the same time, he had an idea. It was to ask Little Sun through the world at the tarot gathering to see if he knew anything about Roselle's travels. Of course, to prevent the hanging man from figuring out that there was something amiss with the world and thus detect the fool's abnormality, he decided to communicate alone and block out others. After a brief tour, Edwina led Klein out of the collection room and into the captain's room in the pirate cafeteria. The more special food here is yogurt. You can add strawberries and other jams, or you can directly add honey. Edwina pointed at the row of food outside the door and said, "There are a few types of dried fish that aren't bad either. They come from the deep sea and have yet to be named." As she spoke, she gestured for Klein to take it and bring it back to the room. She then stood up and set an example. Klein took a portion of yogurt made by an unknown person and added a few spoonfuls of honey into it. Then he picked up a plate and placed pork sausages, butter bagels, and other food into it. During this process, he saw a young man dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and a flowery bow tie. He looked more like a clerk than a pirate as he approached Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina and whispered to her. The man looked pretty good. His hair was slightly blonde, and the roots of his hair were rather black. They were neatly combed to the sides. His eyes were a very light, lake green color. His nose bridge was high, and his lips were rather thin. He had a trustworthy bearing. Don't be fooled by this guy's appearance. He's a wolf-fish can. It's filled with a foul stench. Donnes had entered the pirate cafeteria at some point in time. He came to Klein's side and whispered in contempt. Klein turned his head to glance at him without saying a word. This was because he knew that Donnes would take the initiative to explain. Without waiting for Donnes to speak, the man with a fat waist beside him said with a slightly shrill voice, "He's the third mate, Jodson. In the past, he was a playboy come pirate. He said that he wanted to steal our captain's heart, but he ended up getting beaten up. He was left behind to be educated. Dogs ***. In short, he's not a good guy. Donna's emphasized. Not a good guy. Another pirate with iron black skin echoed. Why do I have the feeling that all of you are the same? Klein thought and said, Flowery bow-tie Jodson with a bounty of 5,200 pounds? Sequence 6? It's indeed a standard German sparrow reaction. Donnas looked over and said with a hint of lingering fear in his disdain, he's not too strong. He's just very strange. When I fought him, I suddenly couldn't use fireballs and he could mimic my fire powers. A very familiar description. Klein subconsciously looked at Jodson and carefully recalled where he had heard it before. This was very similar to a sealed artifact behind Tingen City's Chinese Gate. Blood Vessel Thief. Klein couldn't recall the Blood Vessel Thief seal number, but he clearly remembered that it could temporarily steal the beyonder powers of others for its own use. Corresponding pathway? Klein retracted his gaze and realized that Donnas and his two companions were drinking as they looked over in concern. Recalling how Danitz had divulged the matter of him sacrificing Kelvetua, Klein took a glass of beer, carried his plate, and walked to the captain's dining room. You all like her, right? Uft, uft, uft. Behind Klein, the sound of alcohol spewing out sounded almost at the same time. From the corner of his eye, he saw Donnas jump 2 steps back. He first looked over in horror before turning his head in a relaxed manner to size up his companions. They had unknowingly distanced themselves from each other. The look in their eyes turned rather complicated, as though they had been deceived. Klein didn't stop as he returned to the captain's dining room and enjoyed the delicacies of the morning. After a while, Edwina returned with a plate of food. She drank a mouthful of milk and paused for 2 seconds. Donnas showed me your messenger summoning ritual. It mentioned that a gold coin is needed as a material. I'm a little puzzled. Is this referring to the gold coin of Rouen, Intis, Fasak, or something else? Their weight is different, and the gold content is different as well. Klein thought for a moment. The gold coin of Rouen. That's also the most valuable gold coin. Anyway, I don't have to pay for it. Klein added inwardly. Edwina nodded. You have to pay when you receive a reply. Different spirit world creatures have different preferences. Klein tersely acknowledged. He knew that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was a researcher of spirit world creatures, so he believed that she could understand what he meant. Moreover, he didn't lie. He only hid the fact that the owner of the messenger could pay for it. Yes, I once tried to find a messenger, but all I could do was figure out the incantation myself. Not only was it dangerous, but it was also very difficult to obtain a satisfactory one. Finally, I gave up. That's one of the reasons. The other reason is that the simulated power of the dead can't be used to sign the contract. Your incantation gave me a lot of inspiration. Klein ate his breakfast in silence. He didn't explain anything to the other party because this knowledge came from Mr. Aztec's teachings. Without his permission, he wouldn't spread it. After a delicious but quiet breakfast, the Golden Dream approached the private harbor and dropped off Klein and Donnas. Donnas looked back at the shining golden ship and suddenly sighed. I feel like my friendship has sunk into the ocean. Klein pressed his hat and said calmly, Losers can form an alliance. Donnas wasn't sure if he should be happy or sad. After changing his identity and forging identification to buy a ticket back to Byam and successfully boarding the ship, Klein finally had his personal space. He entered the washroom and went above the gray fog. He browsed through the prayers of the sea god believers. This time, the first thing he saw was the bald resistance member Kalot. Oh, mighty God, we discovered red-haired Elaine's whereabouts. She's hiding in the Intis consulate. This was confirmed by a laundry maid and a gardener.